हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो। बैठा हुआ स्ट्रीम के ऊपर। हेलो हेलो हेलो बॉयस, कैसे हो सबके सब। सारी होगी सबकी, काम चेक किए हैं इसके। एक सेकेंड। है ना। यार क्या नाम था उसका, मैं भूल गया हूँ। पावर ट्वाइस के। पलक। नाइस वन।
गाड़ी नाइस। एक रहता है, आ जाओ।
मेरे पे ही है।
1v4। नाइस वन।
तो हम लेगा ना उस दिन नीचे लोग तुम्हारी।
ओए हो, क्या कवर था।
फिर बस स्कूटी आ रही है।
ये वही मैच स्कॉच स्पोर्ट वाले, आई थिंक ये मैच है। नहीं नहीं,
बस ये
कितने बंदे जहरीले छपे हैं इसके। ऐड आरसी टू लिस्ट, ऐड आरसी टू लिस्ट। यार रुको, मैं ना लिस्ट दूसरी तरह बनाता हूँ, वेट करो। अच्छा एस, अच्छा आरसी A7, इधर लिखते हैं S2G ISC NRX M5। ऐसे कर देते हैं। कर दिया भाई, बहुत भाई कर दिया। जो भी स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक करते जाना यार।
चार है अबे ने यार।
नहीं यार
रिवाइव कर चार है
यार इनका ना तो 3x से ज़्यादा 4x स्टेबल है,
देखिए मुझे
अक्सर मैंने नोट किया।
सही है।
हो फलक भाई।
थोड़ा सा होल्ड करो।
Thank you.
मारेंगे
नाइस, जल गया वो भी
यार
गेम से बनी। नाइस
ये लेटा है थोड़ा सा ड्राइव बाय कर रहा कौन
यार कोई बताओ किस ना आपको ना एक बताता हूँ, एक ना लड़का बताता हूँ इंस्टाग्राम पे अंडरडॉग्स में बड़ी कमाल है यार इसकी। प्रीतम दास उसका नाम है, ये ना TBRZ का प्लेयर है यार। ये लोंडा क्या तगड़ा खेलता है भैंस की तुम, बहुत तगड़ा माशाल्लाह से इसकी गेम में। रुको जरा मैं ना हनी फोर एक्स्ट्रा यार, एक इसका ना स्क्वाड है उसमें फायर थी नहीं, ये वेयर हाउस है यार। क्या उसने पहला था ये शायद, हाँ यार ये इसकी गेम नेक्स्ट लेवल है।
किधर किधर किधर से
पहला नॉक
किधर आता है तू बारी
FAB4 थी, ये नेपाली टीम है।
बगी भी आ रही आ जा ऊपर का
1v7 एक हेड लगा,
नाइस
दूसरा भी नॉक,
आ रहा है
तीसरा भी नॉक, लास्ट प्लेयर आ गया
दे दे दे बस दूसरी पुश आ
1v4
गया
पहला 1v4 हुआ, इसी के साथ दूसरी टीम पुश कर रही है।
अरे यार भाई ये मुझे को भी खेलना ना पता नहीं किसने नॉक कर दिया
पता नहीं फिर मुझे भी खेलना था गाने वाला। अच्छा वो अभी की टीम में ना वो TBRZ क्वालिटी का जोकर नहीं आता
बहुत वाला
मजे ही गेम है यार इसकी गेम भी इम्प्रूव है इसलिए हुई। लाइक पाकिस्तान के मुताबिक ना ये नेपाली वो ज़्यादा खेलते हैं वगैरह, तो वो ज़्यादा नेक्स्ट लेवल गेम है माशाल्लाह से।
इंद्र को फिनिश कर दे
रेव दे रहे ये बच
अबे है यार तगड़ा मारा ये इसका रिसेंटली।
ये मेरे पास रिवॉल्वर पे आगे जा आ रहा हूं।
नो लेट्स
दो नेड है मेरे पास, दो नेड है मेरे पास, दो नेड।
अबे उस पे चढ़
नाइस
एक ही था।
हां एक और है।
नोबडी इनका आईपीएल है जो
ऐसे मत
हैकर सब दाने वाले बहुत इसकी और एज की भी बहुत।
उसको मार दूंगा, तुम लोग देखो उसको देखो।
भी खेलता था जब से उसके बाद आईफोन आया ना वो
आ जाओ भाई आ जाओ।
वो भी
देख रहा हूं मैं इस साइड से देख रहा हूं।
ये 1v4 वाली टीम में 1v3 कर सकते
आता हूं।
डालेल भाई
तेरी बगी खराब है, चले चल।
ए जीजी में
प्रीतम के साथ जाओ, प्रीतम के घर में, प्रीतम लेफ्ट एक बंदा राइट एक बंदा है।
प्रीतम रुक रुक रुक
चेक कर
जाओ प्रीतम के साथ।
भाई उसे पता भाई उसे सामने छोड़ दे के
मैं भी आ रहा हूं।
ऊपर से मार
तीसरा नो
बनी 4 है मेरा।
आखिरी बच्चा आखिरी है, कर ले
जोकर सेल किल की मिलती है थोड़ी।
किधर है? ढूंढ तो ले। एफ देगा
लेकिन पहले लास्ट
सामने
में
रिच
जिसने
पे
मिला था उतने किसी ने उठा। अच्छा वो रिच पे था। अच्छा अब मैं आपको ना जोकर की दिखाता हूँ। जोकर जो क्वालिटी का जोकर था ये मुर्तजा भैया लिटरली इसकी गेम बहुत ही ज्यादा
क्वार्टर लिया मुझे भी
चाहिए तो
सिंगल ले।
स्पॉट कर लिया मुझे भी।
अच्छा ये रिसेंटली जब
जोकर में अलग
क्वार्टी में जब न्यू गया था।
वो देख ऊपर है, सामने ऊपर है। मेरे पास गन ही नहीं है।
सबर कर जा, आ रहा हूं, गाड़ी मिल गई मुझे।
शॉटगन ही मारेगा।
Marked a location. Marked a location.
नाइस।
इसने 1v4 तो i8 पे किया था 1v3 सॉरी।
Help!
7 मारा था। दोनों जब टीम 52 जब पास ब्लेड मारा। अच्छा ब्लेड अभी भी है।
चल
ये रिसेंटली इसके क्लच थे देख लो इसके दो प्लेयर
Awesome.
पे B4 यार ये बड़ी तगड़ी टीम है।
हील नहीं है तेरे पास।
इसका क्लच देख लीजिए यार तो इस साइड
वो ले गया।
एक
वो ले गया।
दूसरा अब मरेगा। यार बहुत तगड़ा था यार लिटरली।
बड़ी होता
मजा आना है। अस्सलाम वालेकुम ब्रो। वालेकुम अस्सलाम। एक्जोटिक को देखने का मजा आता है। बहुत मेहनत किया लेकिन मैं इनको अगर होगा इतना बहुत एक्सपीरियंस वाला चीज़ है लेकिन अब फास्ट जब इंशाल्लाह भाई मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है ये एटलीस्ट सीएसए तक तो मस्त जाएंगे मस्त। वो इजी पीसी जाएंगे ये नहीं है भाई थोड़ा सा मुश्किलात हो रही नहीं बल्कि मेहनत भी बहुत कर रहे हैं। ओए
स्मोक कर मैं सेफ हूं।
नेट करा नेट खोला उसने। हां गाड़ी पे एग्जैक्ट गया डेट
ओनली क्लच जाए
चले स्मोक
उठा दे, रेज में उठा दे।
लास्ट प्लेयर भी बैक से है
तेरा बगी लेके
नाइस
पर भाई गया बगिया ले रहता है
के ले लो ना साहब ना जाओ। लेफ्ट से कुछ कर करता था
हो गया।
नॉक दिया।
मुंह पे दो ही थे।
एक और नहीं दो
आप दोनों मुंह पे दो हैं दानियल के मुंह पे। नाइस आखिरी बचा।
आवाज कम आ रही है ज्यादा करो। किसकी आवाज कम आ रही मेरी?
इकट्ठे जोकर इकट्ठे।
अयान मेरी आवाज के बैकग्राउंड की आवाज की बात। किसकी आवाज कम आ रही ज्यादा करो। मगर मेरी की बात करो मैंने ना वो किया हुआ था माइक ऑफ किया हुआ था अब ज्यादा कर दिया। भाई जो भी स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आ रहे स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना। अच्छा और इसकी गेम है कि उसकी भी अच्छी है लेकिन छुटता गई। फाल्कन की भी देखते हैं पर ये 1v4 किया था i8 पे K2 गेमर्स के ऊपर इसने आपकी। ओके वो मैंने माइक ऑफ किया हुआ था ब्रो अब कर लिया हूँ पहले ना बात सुन रहा था।
एक बार तुम्हारी नस्लें भी
किया था K2 गेमर्स के लैन इवेंट पे।
एक बार तुम्हारी नस्लें भी याद रखेंगी कि गाड़ियां बुरी होनी चाहिए।
Watch out!
एक नॉक
फिनिश
दो नॉक इधर तक कौन खेल रहा था? क्रिप्टो था, IQ था, वो था
बैंडेज लगा
Rockstar और Esports 1v4 है ये अपनी काम पे खेल रहा था कमाल है यार ये भी बंदा
नहीं सुनो
Watch out!
यार इन्होंने ये म्यूजिक लगाया हुआ है ये नहीं सही
Watch out!
मेरे मार
नेक्स्ट बताओ यार किसके ऊपर देखे किसका देखे शुरू नहीं हुआ अभी तक अभी भी 21 मिनट पड़े हुए हैं फलक फलक क्रिप्टो ने कुछ किया रिसेंटली क्रिप्टो ने की उज़म की देखें कोई उज़म ने कोई अपलोड की हुई है तो सोलो 8 के सोलो 7 के वीज़ा नहीं लग रहा ये ब्लॉग है इसका ट्राइंग वार मोड बेटा ये तो साल पुराना है यार मैं आपको ना दिखाता हूँ ऐड को और कुछ था ही नहीं यार अपलोड करने के लिए इसलिए तो मैंने अपलोड ही नहीं किया कुछ आज जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आ रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना ये देखते हैं भाई 16 मिनट का ये मजा आएगा
Welcome to AFK Journey.
ये जो i8 के बेस्ट हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट है ना वो है
उनको ओपन में आना है ये किल्स गोल एक्साइड के गोश्त के लिए और उनके लिए काफी आसानी से उनके बैकपैक में आ जाएंगे लेकिन मैट के प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया जाएगा नाउ गोश्त शॉट्स लैंड्स वन शॉट बट करेक्ट नहीं करती फिर से उनकी तरफ से सीधा जाकर बॉडी शॉट लैंड करेगा इस बार निगमा गैलेक्सी के प्लेयर की तरफ और गोश्त को एक नॉक मिल जाएगा पर गोश्त व्हाई इज ही वेस्टिंग हिज बुलेट्स ही हैज टू बी केयरफुल लगी के थ्रू जाकर सीधा उनकी छाती में जाकर लगती है और छलनी करते हुए नजर आएंगे ब्लेड विद दैट AWM और अब उनको जोन पास ही है फिर से गोनिक्सा 8 के पास आ जाएगा जाना है फोरावेल्स के सारे प्लेयर्स को लेकिन INF के लिल बॉय मौजूद है यहां पर लेकिन सर्कल गोनिक्सा 8 के ऊपर एक शिफ्ट लेकर जाता है बेहतरीन शिफ्ट Oh my God, team Gonexa 8 यहाँ पर kills के मामले में 9 kills उठा चुके फोमन स्टैंडिंग 9 kills in their backpack एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड 2 kills
पीछे वाला किधर गया है वो मर गया
नहीं जिंदा है अभी भी बैकएंड पे मौजूद है बट उनको स्पॉट करना बहुत जरूरी रहेगा मैट बुल्स को स्पॉट करना बहुत जरूरी रहेगा लेकिन LGD वर्सेस एचडी की फाइट बनती हुई लुक एट साइलस विद दैट AKM नॉक निकाल
10 किल हो गए
किल कंफर्म किया जाएगा LGD के कंपाउंड्स को ब्रीच करते हुए S2G नजर आ रही है but I8 is ready for a third party. I8 is ready for a third party. 10 kills उनके पास मौजूद है. अब 4 rivals के ऊपर चार्ज इन करते हुए
पीछे बंदा है यार उसका कर लो कुछ
कंफर्म करते हुए 12 kills 11 kills उनके पास आ चुके हैं. Gonexa I8 is unstoppable.
यार पीछे बंदा है अल्लाह की मार ना दे मुझे उसका डर है हमारा चिकन है ये हमारा चिकन है पैन तीसरी सोलो में जाया ना
कल की वीडियो में कुछ रीच ही नहीं आई थी दैट्स व्हाई आज ऑफ है वो 5 बजे स्ट्रीम करनी थी जब स्ट्रीम और वीडियो वीडियो पे
ये सही हुई कसम है अल्लाह दी ये सही हुई
नहीं के मैचेस में का वो देख लेते हैं
एक कदम दूर है सिर्फ चिकन डिनर सारे एंगल्स
अगर पीएमजीओ के मैचेस जल्दी खत्म हो गए ना देन इंशाल्लाह फिर करेंगे सीन फिर वीडियो अपलोड कर दूंगा मैं
ओके पता लग गया पीछे गोश्त को के पीछे बंदा आ गया
पाकिस्तान न्यूज़
गोश्त को पता लग गया
टीम में गोनेक्सा 8 और S2G दोनों ही 10 किल्स के ऊपर आ चुके हैं टीम 4 रेबल्स के प्लेयर
ओपी गुड नेट
4 रेबल्स के प्लेयर को नॉक करते हुए लेकिन बैकएंड क्लियर करना पड़ेगा घोष बैकएंड के ऊपर मौजूद है प्लेट भी पीछे ही देखते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं लेकिन साइलस नेट थ्रो करते हैं साइलस अकेले हैं ये एक अच्छी चीज है
कि साइलेंस को नॉक किया जा सकता है। 1v2 करना मुश्किल है इस जगह के ऊपर रहते हुए साइलेंस की तरफ से, लेकिन बैक एंड से टीम एस2जी
i8 हैवी कसम खुदा की इस दफा
रोड क्रॉस कर ले। अगर वो रोड क्रॉस कर यहाँ पर आ जाते हैं तो फिर ये 3v3 सिचुएशन मुश्किल हो जाएगी। 4v3 सिचुएशन हैंडल करना बेहतरीन नेड्स। एक ऑनिक्स i8 पाकिस्तान का झंडा लहराए हुए इस मैच पर अपना ठप्पा लगाने के लिए, लेकिन
Uzum gets taken
ये कौन सा
down
ग्लोबल
with
इवेंट
that
है?
grenade
हाँ
and
ये
that
ग्लोबल, ये
PMGC
PMGC का है। वो PMGC का कमबैक मैच है बॉय, जो ये 2023 में हुआ था। वो उसके अंदर ग्रुप रेड के अंदर जब i8 ने क्वालिफाई होना था, i8 क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई थी, वो वाला मैच। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। वालेकुम अस्सलाम। क्या हाल है टाइसन भाई? आज टाइम से आ गए? हाँ आज 5 बजे स्ट्रीम थी ना, दैट्स व्हाई मैं टाइम से आ गया था।
लेकिन i8 वहां पर डैमेज खाते हुए 2 प्लेयर्स काफी लो एचपी हो जाएंगे, गोस्ट लो एचपी हो जाएंगे।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जीरो। वालेकुम अस्सलाम ब्रो, कैसे हो?
आखिरी प्लेयर
जो बेस्ट 3 मैचेस है ना i8 के कमबैक के, ये वो वाले, ये 3rd नंबर पे है। ये उजम को नेट पड़ जाने तो निकाल है ऊपर, बड़ी गंदी i8 पार्टी
पुश कर जाती है। रेज वर्सेस IQ and IQ gets out of the match. Egonix i8 13 एलिमिनेशंस लेकर इस मैच से बाहर हो जाती है। 2 डिफरेंट टीम्स के हाथों पिंच किया जाता है i8 को, and it was supposed to happen. ये होना ही था, ये होना ही था, लेकिन 13 किल्स
बेहतरीन ये होना था।
13 किल्स निकालना,
13 किल्स कर गई है हमारी टीम, 13 किल्स कर गई है और S2G इस मैच का चिकन डिनर लेकर जाती है। मैं अपनी टीम के प्लेयर्स को देखना चाहता हूं कि वो कितना खुश हैं इस मैच में हैश 3 और 13 किल्स लेकर जाने के बाद। आज के दिन तारीख में लिखा गया है कि एक टीम ऐसी जिसने पहला PMGC खेला, जिसने पहला लैन इवेंट खेला, उसने एक ही दिन में 2 मैचेस में एक मैच के अंदर हाईएस्ट किल्स किए पूरी लॉबी में से, और एक मैच के अंदर उसने सेकंड हाईएस्ट लॉबी के अंदर।
#i8 in the chat.
अब ये है PMRC का मैच।
ये जोन के सेंटर में होनी चाहिए।
जॉर्ज पोल के उस रिज पर जहां पर थोड़ी देर पहले में एक मुख्तलिफ टीम दिखाई दे रही थी, फेज प्रोबब्ली वहां पर थे।
भाई इस मैच को अप्रिशिएट शावर ने भी किया।
अब i8 पे स्लैम इन होने हैं,
इसका निशाना बन सकते हैं, लेकिन सर्कल का एक और शिफ्ट, एंड ये सर्कल एक हार्ड शिफ्ट लेगा नॉर्थ साइड की तरफ, जहां पर एगॉन और टीम D+ किया का एक आपसी फाइट यहां पर बन सकती है। सर्कल के अंदर जाने की कोशिश रहेगी टीम एगॉन है एक दूसरे के सामने, और ये चीज जो है वो प्रॉब्लम खड़ी करेगी।
नो करते होगा, नो
जो भी स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आया स्ट्रीम को लाइक
22 सेकंड्स इज द टाइम जहां पर टीम एगॉन एक्साइड को जल्द से जल्द पुश करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन टीम वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स दे हैव पुश्ड फॉरवर्ड जीजी के ऊपर। ये पुश किया जा चुका है, कित्सुने यहां पर नॉक हो चुके हैं। टीम वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के टोनी के ऊपर मोलोटॉव जाएगा, मोलोटॉव नहीं उनको अभी तक कनेक्ट हुआ, लेकिन जीजी एक प्लेयर वो अपना पहले ही लूज कर चुके थे, लेकिन टोनी के का नेट कित्सुने का किल कंफर्म कर देगा। रेवन क्लॉ एक ऑफ एंगल के ऊपर मौजूद है, और यहां पर मैं को
नो किया i8 ने,
उसम का नेट दूसरी तरफ किल फीड
i8 के प्लेयर ने नो किया एक बंदा।
फावियन को डाउन करता हुआ टीम डीके के ऊपर एंट्री मिल चुकी है Egon i8 को, लेकिन व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन इन्फिनिटी यहां पर आती हुई
किल फिनिश हुआ है।
ओके, थर्ड पार्टी सी कंपाउंड के ऊपर बनती हुई, जहां पर हमने पहले भी देखी
i8 ने वो एक और नॉक छिड़ा दे।
टीम जी ग्लैरियस
अगर i8 ने वो जगह ले ली ना, 3 नॉक आखिरी रह गया।
पुशिंग फॉरवर्ड डीके के 3 प्लेयर्स
किल मैसेज में देखो 3 नॉक हो गए उनके, 2 नॉक है, एक फिनिश है, आखिरी है।
हमारे सामने बनती हुई नजर आ रही है।
मैं जब एडिट कर रहा था कसम में इतना इमोशनल हो गया था ना।
और टीम डीके के 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन हो चुके हैं,
नेट कर रहे हैं बस जीजी, चल खत्म।
यूटिलिटीज ड्रॉप की जा रही हैं। ये नेड आखिरी नेड होगा। प्लेयर की पोजीशन का एग्जैक्ट आइडिया हो चुका है, बिकॉज़ बैग उनका नजर आता है यहां पर, एंड गेम ओवर। टीम
5 किल ओ जोन अपने पास है i8 के पास। जीजी
6 की तरफ से एक हाइट एंगल दिया गया है।
ओपी बॉय
टीम गैंगोंग possibly is now in shambles are they?
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन एक
एक और नॉक
यंगॉन गैलेक्टिकॉस उन स्मोक्स के अंदर, लेकिन वो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कहीं चोरी ना हो जाए। लेकिन वहीं पर हमें दिखाई दे रही है डीवीएल डोनट्स बैरल के प्लेयर
जंप शॉट का दे देना,
एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट
2 नॉक पीछे से एक और फलक ने नॉक किया,
दिखाई दे रही है एक और नॉक होगा फलक की तरफ।
मेरा किल मैसेज में जाना, फलक देख डैमेज 600 टॉप पे आ गई।
जो शहजादा है, जो कल अफसुरदा था, आज करता हुआ अफसुरदा इन सारे बाकी चेहरों को 600 डैमेज देकर इस मैच के अंदर अभी तक के लिए सरवाइव करते हुए प्लेयर्स। लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम सेम9 वो अपने लिए जाय पना नहीं हासिल कर पाए। फलक, आई लव यू, आई मस्ट से दैट, और मैं ये कन्फेस करना चाहता हूं, जिस तरह से ये प्लेयर खेलता है, ही
फलक फिर
लुक एट हिम।
Oh my God, डी और किल और
ओके, एक और किल किया ये ने।
किल यहाँ पर टीम एक और एक साइड अपनी कंफर्म करती हुई सेम के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर
वही तो 13 किल शहजादे
साउथ साइड के ऊपर किंग ऑफ द हिल, किंग ऑफ द टाउन, किंग ऑफ
फिर से नो किया फलक ने।
एक और प्लेयर यहाँ पर डाउन, फाल्कन के प्लेयर फलक के हाथों डाउन होते हुए एक और XI8 अपना 14th किल यहाँ पर कंफर्म करेंगे, लेकिन फेज अपने लिए नंबर्स बढ़ाती हुई टोटल 9 एलिमिनेशन के पास हो चुकी हैं। फलक दूसरी तरफ फाल्कन के प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे।
14 किल जोन से वो आईए जोन से बाहर है,
पॉसिबली आउट ऑफ दिस गेम। आखिरी प्लेयर बिल्कुल
एक और रो किया IQ ने
9 के ऊपर अभी भी कहत ढाती हुई टीम एक और XI8 साउथ साइड के
ओए ब्लेड नो
अंदर नजर आ रही है।
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन एगॉन XI8 को अब बहुत ही ज्यादा संभल कर खेलना पड़ेगा। बैक से बाहर करेंगे क्या, क्लिक नॉक करेगा, नॉक फलक का ये ग्रेनेड नीचे उतारता हुआ से जमीन पर। टीम से M9 के प्लेयर्स इस मैच से बाहर होते हुए इन्फिनिटी IQ अभी तक के लिए सरवाइव करते हुए, जहां सरवाइव कर रहे 3 क्या बच पाएंगे फेस के हाथों देखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन फलक ही गेट्स ऑन हिज नीज। एगॉन XI8 का IQ वो काफी पीछे दूर से नॉक निकालने में कामयाब। मेला 6 is down, लेकिन एगॉन XI8
ने क्लियर नहीं किया,
अपना से निकालती हुई चुप करवाते हुए उन सारे ही लोगों को जो कस रहे थे ताने। एगॉन XI8 अब भी प्लेयर नहीं गवाना और उस बैक स्टैब से बिल्कुल ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो बैक स्टैब वो निकल आता है। एगॉन XI8 के IQ को पकड़ा जाएगा, इंस्टेंट थ्रस्ट देने की कोशिश में उज़म वहीं पर सेवियर बनते हुए रिवाइव, इट्स रिवाइव, यस इट इज, 8 more seconds to go और एगॉन XI8 अभी तक तो करती है हमें दिखाई देगी, लेकिन वहीं पर VPE वर्सेस A7 इनका क्या होता है? Will you be able to make it? I question you once again. The answer me yes. Uzam says yes, लेकिन अभी के लिए एक और प्लेयर नॉकडाउन क्या हो पाएगा? उज़म कोशिश करते हुए AUG हाथ में मौजूद, IQ भी निकालते हुए एक नॉक UMP45 से, लेकिन वैम्पायर्स क्या वो उठ खड़े होंगे? IQ कंफर्म करते हुए A7 Esports the dominators are absolutely out of the game and Vampire Esports it's a 2v1 situation. ये होता है कमबैक, ये आखिरी चंद लम्हात करेंगे फैसला, ये होता है कुदरत का निजाम। मुझे एक दफा फिर से कहना होगा, एगॉन XI8 जब चलती बनती है तो रोकती है सबको, कोई खड़ा नहीं हो सकता। इट्स a 1v2 फ्रेकिंग सिचुएशन और एगॉन XI8 उस बुलंद करती हुई उस झंडे को पाकिस्तान के जो एक ही टीम आगे लेकर गई, उठ खड़े हुए एंड एगॉन XI8 are the champions of this match. They are unpredictable. You can never rule out Egon XI8. You can never absolutely rule out Egon XI8 from any tournament. Remember this.
ये हमारा PMGC का
हिस्सा के प्लेयर्स एंड ये पहला सरप्राइज मिलता हुआ, ये दो किल्स मिल सकते हैं, लेकिन I8 के प्लेयर
ये OG लाइनअप थी हमारी जब I8 जब वो बनी थी, बबलू जब बनी थी ना चैंपियंस PMCO के अंदर, PMCO पार्क के अंदर, उसके बाद जो हमारी OG लाइनअप थी ना उसके अंदर ये है जब आपको IQ की एडिशन थी, गोश्त उज़म IQ ब्लेड थे।
यहाँ काफी डैमेज देंगे, IQ यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छे एंगल पर मौजूद है, डैमेज कुछ भी खाएंगे, लेकिन 2 किल्स मिलते हुए एगोनिक साइड को फॉर नाउ, बट IQ स्पॉट हो जाएंगे यहाँ टू हील हिमसेल्फ, लेकिन ग्रेनेड फेंकने के लिए पेम्बुरू काफी करीब आ चुके हैं। ब्लेड की पोजीशन भी रिवील हो चुकी है, लेकिन ये ग्रेनेड इस वक्त कहानी खत्म कर सकता है। ब्लेड ग्रेनेड फेंकेंगे जरूर, बट मुझे लग रहा है कि थोड़ा सा ओवरकुक ग्रेनेड हो सकता है ये, बट was an undercooked grenade, not an overcooked grenade, लेकिन जीके यहाँ पे आ जाती है। जीके यहाँ पे क्या कर रही है, एगोनिक साइड को मजीद किल्स मिल सकते हैं एंड यहाँ पर एगोनिक साइड किल्स ले भी रही है, 3 किल्स उनके पास मौजूद हैं। पेम्बुरू के ऊपर कुछ किया जाएगा, गोश्त को देखिए आप, ही इज बीइंग वेरी एग्रेसिव, लेकिन नॉक हो जाएंगे एंड आई बिलीव यहाँ किल कंफर्म भी हो जाएगा गोश्त का।
बिल्कुल आदन, लेकिन अभी के लिए घोस्ट नॉकडाउन है और बैक एंड पर उज़म मौजूद है, IQ भी मौजूद है। जीके ने काफी मुश्किलात में इजाफा किया है टीम 4 राइवल्स के लिए, लेकिन नेट थ्रो किया जा रहा है पेम्बुरू की तरफ से। घोस्ट को बचाने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करती हुई टीम एगोन XI8 दिखाई दे रही है, लेकिन सेटन एक डिफरेंट एंगल से आकर ब्लेड के लिए मुश्किलात में इजाफा वो कर सकते हैं। घोस्ट अभी तक सर्वाइव करते हुए और ब्लेड भरपूर प्री फायर्स अंजाम देते हुए, गोलियां भी मारी गई हैं घुटनों पर, गिट्टों पर टीम 4 राइवल्स के पेम्बुरू के, लेकिन अभी तक के लिए वो सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं और रीसेट भी कर चुके हैं। छलांग लगाई जाएगी उनकी तरफ से, एक डिफरेंट एंगल पर वो जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन जीके के सेटन उनको स्पॉट डाउन करने में कामयाब रह सकते हैं। उज़म आ चुके हैं, पेम्बुरू बिल्कुल प्रोन डाउन है साइड पर, लेकिन डिफरेंट एंगल से होप उनका किल भी कंफर्म कर जाएंगे टीम एगोन XI8 के प्लेयर अब अपने नॉक्ड प्लेयर को रीसेट करते हुए।
I don't think so. I think Ghost यहाँ eliminate हो चुके हैं because he was very low on HP. But
Revive हो रहे हैं ना,
okay, he is getting revived. ये यहाँ पर मैं कहना चाहूँगा it's a very big deal because यहाँ पर revolve देना impossible था, but वहीं पर grenades दागे जाएंगे Egonic side की तरफ से IQ का grenade जाता है Egonic side यहाँ पर 8 kills क्या हो सकती है 8 early kills और क्या यहाँ 15 से 16 kills वाला चिकन आ रहा है आदि it is pretty much possible 8 kills आपको मिल रहे हैं लेकिन देखिए look at this grenade ये grenade जाकर डैमेज दे सकता है grenade जाएगा डैमेज नहीं पड़ेगा 7 kills Egonic साइड के पास ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं एक नॉक प्लेयर का किल भी कंफर्म किया जाएगा लेकिन सामने से grenade दागने की कोशिश करते हुए होप कि यहां पर इस वक्त नजर आएंगे बट होप इज लो इन एचपी होप कैन डू probably dish a lot of damage लेकिन वहीं पर इसी के साथ साथ उज़म उनको नॉक करते और किल कंफर्म करते हुए Egonic साइड 8 किल्स उठा सकी है इन जस्ट
8वां मिनट और 8 किल यस अलादीन
पार्टी करने के लिए तैयार बैठी है बट आईक्यू का
रुको जरा i8 थी 23 पे थी i8 सीरियसली
ये लेकिन एक और मजीद किल कंफर्म कर लिया गया घोस्ट की तरफ से और सिर्फ 4 और किल्स
नहीं ये ज्यादा आगे कर लिया
8 किल्स उठा सकी है इन जस्ट
8वां मिनट और 8 किल यस अलादीन
पार्टी करने के लिए तैयार बैठी है बट आईक्यू का ग्रेनेड्स आता है आईक्यू के ग्रेनेड्स मिस नहीं होंगे 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन हो जाएंगे बट ट्रिस्मी रिटेलिएशन फायर्स में वो भी नॉक निकालते हुए नजर आते हैं इट हैज टू चार्ज इन नाउ एंड ब्लेड का एक ग्रेनेड टीम बॉक्स गेमिंग को बॉक्स में पैक करके एलिमिनेट कर देगा इस मैच से लॉबी की तरफ 11 किल्स लेकर जा चुके हैं शहजादे
Egonic साइड के पास ही चला जाता है और अब सारी की सारी कहानी सिर्फ किल्स पर बेस्ड है सिर्फ गोलियां चाहिए लेकिन एक और मजीद किल कंफर्म कर लिया गया घोस्ट की तरफ से और सिर्फ 4 और किल्स चाहिए और इस मैच का चिकन डिनर दिस विल बी द बेस्ट एवर कमबैक शोन इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ PUBG मोबाइल ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप एक टीम 23वें पायदान पर रहते हुए ऐसे कमबैक करती है कि सीधा छलांग आखिरी मैच में आखिरी आधे घंटे में कमबैक आता है जो टीम बाहर हो रही थी वो टीम वापस आना चाह रही है और दे आर सो फ्रिकिंग क्लोज लेकिन अभी के लिए GLD सरवाइव कर रही है जितनी ज्यादा टीम्स सरवाइव कर रही है सबके किल चाहिए इन 6 प्लेयर्स में से 4 किल्स Egonic साइड को अपने बैकपैक में लेकर जा रहे हैं लेकिन विक्टर अभी तक सरवाइव करते हुए विक्टर कोशिश कर रहे हैं स्पॉट डाउन करने की लेकिन DRS के किलर वाइटी मुश्किलात में इजाफा कर सकते हैं Egonic साइड के यहां पर नेट को किया जा रहा है GLD के प्लेयर सामने मौजूद है नेट थ्रो करते हैं स्पॉट डाउन करते हैं नेट क्लिक भी करता है लेकिन नॉक नहीं निकाल पाएंगे एक और प्री नेट एक और फॉलोइंग नेट थ्रो किया जाता है नॉक करेगा ये नेट किल कंफर्म करना अभी भी बाकी है ये 3 से 4 किल्स किस्मत का फैसला करने वाले हैं Egonic साइड का और पाकिस्तान के उस झंडे का फैसला हो जाएगा सारा का सारा गेम सिर्फ 3 किल्स के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है सारा का सारा गेम इन आखिरी 4 मिनट ये डिसाइड करेंगे क्वालिफिकेशन लेकिन Egonic साइड के प्लेयर रैंपेज के ऊपर जाते हुए 15 किल्स लोड हो चुके हैं और मजीद किल्स इंतजार करते हुए लेकिन Egonic साइड के प्लेयर नेट का इस्तेमाल करते हुए GLD के प्लेयर को स्पॉट आउट करना चाहते हैं GLD बैकएंड से एक नॉक रजिस्टर करते हैं DRS की किलर वाइटी भी कोशिश जरूर कर रहे हैं लेकिन GLD के रॉब्स को स्पॉट आउट किया जाता है और हो चुके हैं Egonic साइड इज ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ क्वालिफिकेशन इनटू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स लास्ट चांस तक जाने ही वाले हैं लेकिन DRS की किलर वाइटी मुश्किलात में इजाफा कर सकते हैं प्लीज आई प्रे टू गॉड यहाँ पर चिकन डिनर Egonic साइड लेकर जाने वाली है oh my god literally we are witnessing this moment this is historic comeback इस तरह का comeback किसी ने नहीं दिखाया होगा ये होता है कुदरत का निजाम लेकिन DRS के किलर वाइटी को पता है वो चिकन डिनर नहीं लेकर जा पाएगा लेकिन किल कंफर्म करते हैं ब्लेड जहां पर 19 किल्स के साथ चिकन डिनर किया जाता है Egonic साइड आर यू क्वालिफाइंग आई रिपीट Yes, we are qualifying. लेकिन अभी लीडर बोर्ड आ रहा बाकी है अलादीन. Just look at
they have qualified. They have qualified.
Just look at them.
They have qualified.
Look at them.
आधी क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है Egonic साइड इस मैच के चिकन डिनर के बाद they have 81 points and they are possibly on the 14th spot. Oh my god, how on earth is this possible? 23वें पायदान से इस टीम ने जंप किया 14 स्पॉट पर आती हुई 81 टोटल पॉइंट्स और चिकन डिनर निकाला है इस टीम ने एक मैच
जालिम अभी भी 3 मिनट पड़े हुए हैं यार कितने लाइक हुए अपने हाय हाय माशाल्लाह 16 बंदे देखें भाई, लाइक कर दो यार जल्दी जल्दी से। मैं ना एक चीज़ कर लूँ, वेट करो। ओहो वेर इज, मज़ा आ गया था यार सीरियसली। हाय हाय माशाल्लाह। हम्म। को मैं ना वो वाचिंग वाला लगा लूँ साइड पे, वेट करो। हम्म। लाइक कर दो बॉयज, लाइक कर दो जो जो भी नहीं हो रहा। ओके क्या यार, ये क्या हो रहा है, वेट करो। अब ठीक है, अब ठीक।
Rotasyonlarda hatamız vardı. Onları düzelttiğimizde büyük ihtimalle şampiyon oluruz diye düşünüyorum. Çünkü fight'ımız çok kuvvetli. İnşallah şampiyon oluruz.
Korksunlar bizden.
यार 200 लाइक्स कंप्लीट करने यार प्लीज। कैन वी गेट 200 लाइक्स बॉयज? मैं मिट्टू की आवाज आ रही होगी अगर यार, कल की स्ट्रीम्स पे कॉपीराइट आया हुआ था दोनों स्ट्रीम्स पे। भाई आप लोगों को क्या लगता है यार, कौन सी टीम इस बार लेके जाएगी? हो रहा। तब तक हम कुछ और देख लेते हैं वो इस
Sute, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
अभी नहीं हुआ। How to nice भाई चारों कुछ ऐसा देखें जिसपे ना कॉपीराइट ना आए।
वो बहुत मारे। एक आखिरी सवाल है मेरा आपसे कि फलक को हम कब इन एक्शन देखेंगे?
फलक को इन एक्शन देख लोगे। फलक को थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस चाहिए, थोड़ा सा कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए, क्योंकि कोई प्लेयर बेंच पे होता है तो उसका कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा सा लूज होता है उसको, क्योंकि उसको लगता है कि मैं अगर मर गया ये किया तो टीम फिर से मुझे रेस्ट कर देगा, तो उसको थोड़ा सा सेटल होने दो, फिर वो बहुत मारेगा।
फलक फलक फलक आसमान की ऊंचाइयों पर लेकर जाते हुए अपनी इस टीम को देखते ही देखते एक पूरे डोमिनेटर्स को इस मैच से बाहर धकेल दिया।
फलक के बेस्ट क्रचेस
मुझ पे आएंगे ग्रेविटी।
ये रेज के ऊपर क्या
नाइस। एक आ रहा स्मोक करके क्लोज कर रहा है।
तो हो गए
तो एक मेरे घर में,
तेरे घर में।
तेरे घर में कैसे आया
तुम? स्मोक करके।
अबे मैं देख रहा था स्मोक में।
रुक रुक कोई बनी फोर कर दे। किधर है शाबाश?
ये बैठा है, ये बैठा है, ये बैठा है
नीचे।
बनी फोर है तेरा?
हां हां
हां होने पर 3 नॉक करते हैं। गेम पे उससे ज्यादा मार दे।
ओए नाइस यार। नहीं यार तुम लोग भाई, मैं एक बंदे को मैंने बोला था मिडिल पे रोको, क्या कौन रुकाया उधर? अच्छा भाई
Awesome.
शेक पे 3-4 बंदे।
24 है।
किधर है, किधर है? एक बैक मैंने मार्क किया तरफ के पीछे, और चौथे का इन्फो नहीं है मेरे पे। पीछे आ गया, बॉनी लगी है उससे इस तरफ पे।
नेट कर रहा।
हां तरफ पे नेट कर रहा, अब नहीं कर रहा।
Watch out.
एक बैक के पीछे
मिनट मार दे।
तेरा ही है।
लगी होगी। आया
राइट नीचे आया, मारो इसे।
नहीं लगी होगी।
नाइस वन को।
बंदा है, बंदा है, बंदा बंदा बंदा बंदा बंदा।
हां उधर बंदा कैसे नहीं होगा?
जाओ जाओ जाओ।
यार किस तरह ने पुश किया है।
डीबीएस अबे यार ये
ओए मुझे ही मार दी बेस ने।
तो तुम जल्दी आ डीबीएस मिडिल स्लो तो तुम रख दे
ले लेना।
रख दे दे
3x के ऊपर है। ये वो वाला मैच है जिसमें उज़म इनके साथ नहीं खेल रहा था।
लेफ्ट पत्थरों पे भी बंदे ध्यान से राइट से जाओ उधर।
नहीं आई थिंक उज़म की कॉल है। नहीं शायद उज़म नहीं खेल रहा था, ये वही मैच नहीं उज़म खेल रहा है। ये टू उज़म लोकेशन मार्क
मैं जाऊं केस पे
दोस्त है साथ उनके।
गाड़ी उठाई इसने, गाड़ी से आ रही है।
नाइस वन।
लेफ्ट पे
आ रहा हूं मैं।
इसको भी मार नेट तेरा वाली
होने लगा मैच स्टार्ट।
Welcome to the third and final day of 2024 PMGO Brazil. I am Zadora Basile and it's a great pleasure to have you here in our finals.
Salve, salve família! Pode convocar todo mundo porque já estamos ao vivo diretamente de São Paulo com o último dia da PMGO 2024 Brasil. Eu sou Carol Pmpl e sejam todos muito bem-vindos porque o dia tá só começando. Tem alguém ansioso aí?
This story started with almost 1,000 teams in our online qualifiers, and now the best 16 of those teams are here in our stage in São Paulo.
Hoje reunimos aqui os 16 melhores times do mundo todo que lutaram bravamente por um único objetivo: ser campeão mundial e dar orgulho para sua nação.
We have teams from all over the world here. We have teams from Japan, Brazil, Turkey, Indonesia, Mongolia, Thailand, and many more.
O terceiro e último dia de campeonato que nos trouxe tanta emoção, muita alegria e muito aprendizado. Preparem-se para testemunhar mais uma história sendo escrita. E hoje vocês vão estar junto com a gente, vão fazer parte dessa história. Participa da nossa hashtag PMGO 2024.
Let's remember that the 2024 PMGO winning team will be awarded an additional qualifying spot for its region in the PUBG Mobile's World Cup. So that's very important. That's not only this game, this tournament and game, it's gonna be further in the year. So today is very important.
E eu espero que todos vocês tenham vindo preparados, porque o dia de hoje, não só o campeão levará esse lindo troféu para casa, mas também eles vão garantir mais uma vaga para sua região que vai diretamente para o PUBG World Cup. Hoje é dia de lutar pela vitória e buscar a glória para o seu país.
All of those 16 teams, all they want now is to leave this beautiful trophy right next to us, their chance to make their regions proud and also conquer the glory that they are looking for in the last weeks. During this entire journey, it's going to be amazing today.
Foi uma jornada longa, mas tudo, absolutamente tudo, nos trouxeram para esse único momento. Que contemplamos a beleza desse lindo troféu. E a pergunta que não quer calar: quem será o grande campeão do PMGO 2024?
Together we wrote beautiful stories here during the last weeks, but only one of those stories will be forever remembered as the best campaign in the first PUBG Mobile's competitive event in 2024.
To all the PUBG Mobile fans out there, let's make history. Let's go beyond the top.
And it all comes down to this. The final game of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil Qualifier Finals. First place is going straight to the finals. It has been just dwindling down little by little from 32 teams. We have now reached the top 16. The top team, of course,
यार मैं ना आता हूँ दादा बुको ना इफ्तारी देने जा रहा हूँ, बस मैं आ रहा हूँ बस 10-15 मिनट।
this would have to be it right here. We got free just from the distance. Oh!
Now is the time. High fives. Definitely not trying to leave things up to chance. And see who won this thing. It is the high fives. Look at that.
Welcome to the 2024 PMGO Brazil. Today we start the prelims stage. Are you guys ready? Cause the players sure are.
This is such an insane lineup of teams. I mean, we were talking about this after the qualifiers, right? These teams are really busting themselves trying to get through these games and just keeps on getting even more challenging. But the good thing is, though, the share of the prize pool also goes up, right? It's gone from 64K all the way up onto $80,000 for the prelims.
You want to definitely punch your ticket on over to that main stage, because that's where the big money is.
He's gonna make that switch. You can see it right away. He wants to make sure he collects as much eliminations as possible.
How do you survive? Oh, he's gaming. He's gaming. He takes down Lord. Another point on the board, trying to keep his tournament alive, but Team Falcons finally shut him down.
Team Falcons currently having the upper hand. Icy with the easy shotgun sends him back to the lobby.
Wild versus Stone. Who's gonna win? Stone versus CBS. Wild, wide on the open, no cover, has to hit the shot, and he can't do it! What a beautiful attempt, though! You can just see the hugs coming out from Vampire. That's the most emotion they showed so far. The finals are finally here. We're gonna see some of the big boy squads and Zute. I know there's some names that we haven't seen in a bit that are making their big comeback today. They know they have the advantage of this circle. They're looking to get it done here as they take out next Ruya. One more player left. And now we'll see Alpha 7 win the first chicken dinner of PMGO Brazil. And it's done! And what more could you ask for here? The crowd is going berserk. Almost looked like they were kind of working as a squad because they knew what the best thought was. But now in X15, last one up, Ragey, looking to have a monster performance here. One more elimination. That'll be 15 and a chicken dinner. That name looks good. Oh, just a little bit too far. Gun switch. It's all over, baby. It is Team Reject with a monster chicken dinner.
Let the madness begin tomorrow.
E agora, eu gostaria que todos vocês fizessem muito barulho para os 16 times que estão aqui presentes.
Now, let's welcome our 16 teams. I want a lot of noise from Brazil. Please, a lot of noise. Let's start this because can we start our first team? Can we? I hope so. So, straight from Mexico, let's welcome Royals of War.
Now, I want a lot of noise to the Brazilian team, Zebra Master!
The Brazilian noise now for Smoke Gaming.
All the way from South Korea, let's welcome D plus Kia!
They finished in first place in the qualifiers and came straight to the main event. Please welcome HFIYS Esports.
The global champions in 2020 and 2021. Please welcome Nova Esports!
Now playing in their home country, let's welcome Death Wolves!
Turkey also came to make a history here today. Welcome, Ragnar Garriabra!
One of the biggest esports arcs in the world right now. Please.
Representing Indonesia, a warm welcome to Boone Esports!
All the way from Turkey, please welcome the amazing Pmpl NRX.
the global champions in 2022, S2G Esports!
They are in first place in the global standings so far. Please welcome Reject.
And now, one of the biggest PUBG Mobile teams in the world, from Brazil, please welcome Alpha 7!
Today is the final day. A lot of things gonna be decided today. So let's cheer up for whoever you're cheering for. Let's share on social media with hashtag PMGO 2024. So now, are you ready, Carol?
I'm so ready, Isa. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's start the competition!
If there was ever a time, especially when we go into that first game for Brazil, for the Brazilians team, especially Alpha 7, to show up, I mean, you see how packed it is over there, PMGO Brazil. You know what? I'm excited, and anybody can win it. We got a chance to see earlier the overall leaderboards, Hot Jukes, and we saw how close everything is between first place all the way down to 5th place.
Woo, I mean, it is so close. This is really going to come down to, I think, these first few matches to set the tone here. I mean, it's so crazy to watch the reaction from these fans. They're obviously not a huge fan of S2G, and I think I know why, Seven.
Yeah, you know, in PMGC, let's just say S2G was not kind to Alpha 7, so I wouldn't be surprised if for some reason today, whenever S2G gets eliminated, if we just hear all the Brazilian fans starting to cheer and cheering and cheering and keeping it going against S2G. Earlier, I was getting a chance to talk a little bit more about Reject, and I kind of want to give it its flowers to Reggie as I was looking into him a little bit more. This man is a veteran. He's been playing PUBG Mobile Esports now since 2019, and last year, he was pretty much the MVP for the whole time, for the whole Japan League Season 3. He was MVP in Phase 1, and he was MVP in Phase 2. And right now, he's actually leading everybody in the PMGO Brazil 2024 with the most elims, 24 eliminations. So, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better for your main star player to be popping off. And on top of that, Sute, Sarah, I mean, we saw what he was able to do yesterday in that crazy finish in Erangel. Remember, of the radar, he was able to find those awesome angles against the other teams. Everybody right now is looking great on Reject Japan.
I mean, Rejects have really turned it around. I think you said it earlier too. They've never finished above a top 8 when it came to the global events, right? And now they're sitting here in first place currently. Right, we still got a whole days of action. My only question is, right, they've had years and years of experience of trying to punch upwards, but now that they're starting off the day in that first place, I don't know how they're going to be able to handle that pressure, because a lot of teams over the years, you know, you start off first place on the final day of the finals, and you don't end up first place after everything is said and done.
I think I know which team you're thinking, especially right off the top of your head. And you know what? Let's get a chance to talk about it a little bit longer in regards to that team. And in case people don't know, we're referring to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 in the past, they've been able to be there towards the top, but then they end up tending to choke on the final day. Well, for Alpha 7, I mean, they're kind of hunting down the leader. They have 99 points. Reject has 111. What do we want to see out of Alpha 7 in this first match, since you were talking about it, CT?
I mean, for Alpha 7, in the first match, man, it's Sandhawk. That's usually good for Alpha 7 because they have that, you know, fierce fighting capabilities. The squad is so strong. But I don't know, man. Some of the other teams right now on Sandhawk have just been looking much stronger. Name and point, Reject. I think they by far have been the most aggressive team in the whole entire tournament series, like winning every single hot drop. And of course, obviously, they have the most amount of elimination points to boot hot jukes.
Yeah, I mean, they have the best chicken dinner so far for the year. And actually, they're tied because there's only one other team that has had a chicken dinner with 15 eliminations, and that's Team Falcons. I mean, that's the problem is, you know, yeah, Team Reject, Alpha 7, S2G, these top 3 teams were studied all night long by the rest of the lobby. And the thing about that is, like you're kind of mentioning, you know, the qualifying team, right, or the team that actually gets first place here, will not only win $100,000, but they're going to win an extra qualifying spot at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. So they have their entire region behind them here. And when that happens and that's at stake, you know, you got to take down these top 3 squads. So I guarantee you, if you're a team like Team Reject, you're going to have to put that aggression higher. Alpha 7 in the same boat, because the second a team knocks you, they're going to make sure they eliminate you. They have to at this point. There's no other choice, 7.
There's definitely no other choice. And the thing too is, if we do end up seeing any fights, we want to see, especially if you're one of the teams at the top, make up your mind quickly on what you want to do with those fights, right? And that's something that we saw SGG being able to do so great yesterday, where they ended up getting some knocks and then they decided to back off as well from other stuff. So with these teams,
You're just waiting to get into that playing path now. The final thing to be done is to get into that playing path, get into our first match of the day here for PMGC here in Istanbul. Maybe we're getting that trifecta split every single time, but here we are in the plane.
Continues to move along the wall, and Razy steps in, and it's a 1-4 bit alive, but they find that they will lose in the sidelines, and more start to fall as well. F2G keep it going.
Today's game, the best opponent was S2G.
Revo is here as well, and Dino will go down. Alpha 7 sweep on through. They will stand up for the performance, and Revo gives another challenge, and it will not be long for it. Alpha 7.
Feeling good, but it's just the first match. We're gonna try to stay like that. Go, let's go, let's go.
Which team was today the most hard team for you?
Yes, not at all. Couple of players out from the smokes output, but it's still going. On the high ground, spotted by Lamborghini, really in his go long with it.
Very successful with his smoke pop.
S2G might be thrown a lifeline. G.
Yeah, honestly, this Vietnamese squad has been extremely impressive.
4-6 to 8 storm.
But Icy's getting low towards his spot from the top side.
Lovely nade. Still in it, don't count him out. Icy with the storm.
No eliminations needed. We'll take the second place.
Or he might get a knock. Unfortunately, the hop into the back there is good.
준비해온 걸 지금 잘 하고 있어서 다음 남은 경기도 잘 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Steps out wide. 2v2 now. Top goes low. It's the deck. Can he get the heal? Could be crucial, but there's it down.
Today we lost some game. We expected better position and better points, but then we'll try to fix our mistakes for tomorrow.
Counts right now, but they're certainly going to be happy with this one. A 1v4. F2G to give a chance to Hamzy.
seviyeli taraftar karşısında oynamak cidden çok güzel. Bugün performansımız %58 bence bana göre. Yani yarın %70 sonu %100 olacak. O yüzden şampiyon.
Looks to drop the nade out the window. It's great. Taken out. Two players now. Razy's down. Getting knocked. Eliminations flag. And he's going to burn himself away.
Yeah, the real PMGC for me begins tomorrow. Yes. Because it's about the prep work you do tonight for the next day of matches. It's about the review. It's about the VODs. It's about figuring out what to do with your team. And obviously, you just played 6 matches back to back. Your day's not done. It's not even close to done.
First day of grand final, I think we got a lot of pressure, and so we will try our best today. So we try our best.
Bütün fanlarıma teşekkür ediyorum. Cidden çok güzel bir enerjiye sahipsiniz. Bugün de desteklerinizi esirgemeyin. Hepinize çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Everything were not so good as we prepare, but we already done some work at Poto, and today we will fix everything what we don't get yesterday. So cheer for us.
Your team has had many brushes with the PMGC Championship in the past, and this year may be your best chance to win. Can you summarize what your team has done better this year versus others?
E agora antes da PMGC também. E a gente preparou bastante dos times e, se Deus quiser, esse ano a gente leva o time.
Could do something. Revo finds another knock. And Senna, beautiful down response. And Chinese team stepping it up a notch today, that's for sure. Shadow in alongside with Mao. It's a two-way conflict. Mafioso finds the first. Looks for the second. And makes it happen.
Acho que a nossa qualidade.
All right, well, I'm glad we got a chance to see there what was happening in PMGC last time it happened in December in Istanbul. Boy, that was a fun one. That was definitely a fun one. But I want to talk about a little bit more about actually one of the teams that we saw there with S2G. Those back-to-back chicken dinners, you were talking about it too. Hot Jukes, real quick. Do you think S2G got what it takes? I mean, they've shown it in the past, but right now in this tournament, do you think they got what it takes to possibly keep on hunting down that first place?
I think they got what it takes. So many of these teams got what it takes, especially as we go into game number 1 here. They have to start off strong, though. It's all about what can you do in Sandhawk.
They definitely have to start off strong. None of these teams that are within the top 5 can have a slow start here, even if it is Sandhawk. As we get started, ladies and gentlemen, here on the final day of the PMGO Brazil Open. Oh my goodness. Sandhawk, I'm excited. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And the reason earlier, Sute, why I was asking you, what are we thinking about in regards to Alpha 7 for a start of the day in Sandhawk, is because so far, in my eyes, they've been the best performing team when it comes to this map. On the first day, they ended up with the chicken dinner, 8 eliminations. And yesterday, they ended up with the 3rd place and 8 eliminations. So, I mean, if there was ever a time for them to start carrying some momentum and also close a little bit that 12-point gap that right now Rejects has on them, this is the map to do it.
Well, speaking about Rejects, that hot drop is going to happen once again. Rejects in first place are not going to back off. It is starting off hot like we expected. And Rejects have already lost one player in the form of Sara. I can't tell if they managed to get a return knock or not. I see 3 players of Royals of War. Did they manage to already pick up a 4th? Yes, they did. Yes. They got 1 elimination. So it's 1 apiece right now, and the aggression's ramping up. Rejects down to 2, though, because Divine also got knocked. You can see the pressure. They're forced to fall back. They cannot get the revive onto Divine. The 2v3 ensues. Rivas on the side. Reiji goes down, and that's the Reject team out.
Tony K.
Oh, yeah, the third party.
He's done this twice. He's tried to done it 3 times, but he's done this twice now where Tony K tries to get that angle and it ends up happening. And guess what? For all these teams that are trying to get for that first place, boy, they're going to see that elimination feed, and they are going to be so happy if they can make the best of it when it comes to this match. I was talking about Alpha 7 having a great start here. I was hoping Rejects will be able to have that great start as well, but with this hot drop, you never know. Yes, you might have been able to win the previous days, but you never know what can happen, as we do have some of the other teams hot dropping as well.
Man, I honestly can't blame the Rejects team. Any other team, right? You're coming into the final day, first place. You've been hot dropped in the same location so many times. I would say you got to change it up. You have to change it up. But Rejects, they made it all the way here via hot drops. They made it all the way here, dropping and fighting and having that confidence and shutting down every team that's challenged them. So if they change drop spots now on the final day, I would have almost said, like, no, I don't want to see that, because you got here trusting in yourself. So they trusted. This time, it just so happened it didn't work out. At least that's my take on it. And also, the circle is in the Southwest, so this would have been a great circle for the Rejects team to play in, but they're no longer here.
Oh, I fully agree with you. I honestly, I wouldn't have wanted to see anything different at Rejects in regards to their landing spot, especially with what they were able to do yesterday. When we went there, right? Remember, this team on Shanghai from yesterday, they ended up in second place with 10 eliminations. So they were probably remembering that. They were like, okay, we're not going to be changing anything. Everything so far up to this point has been working out for us. Even if we do end up losing some hot drops here and there, it doesn't matter. So far, it's been working out for us. So let's test out our luck. Let's test out if we can actually end up beating Royals of War. What actually surprised me, though, is that they didn't... Maybe they weren't expecting for Vampire Esports to third-party them again. And I felt like Tony K ended up moving a lot faster this time than we have seen them in the previous 2 days. Because usually he takes a little bit longer. But this time I felt like he grabbed the gun. He knew exactly where to go. He's been able to do a lot of research in the past 2 days of where these teams, if they do end up fighting, and where they position themselves. And that was perfect. I mean, if you're Royals of War, that was a perfect third party because they ended up helping you so much. And if you're Rejects, you just caught off guard so quickly there by Tony K.
Yeah, that fight between Rejects and Royals of War was actually the fastest it's ever been. So when they got third party, yeah, you're absolutely right. Tony K was faster than ever to get there. Also, Royals of War pressured Rejects really hard this time around. It forced Rejects to fall back into the open. So that fight is done. You saw there on the circle. Next, Ruya made a great rotation, carving their way through the middle of the zone straight to dead center at a strong compound. The Falcons have weaved their way in from boot camp between D+ and Royals of War. They managed to get to the southwest side as well. And besides those two teams I just mentioned, I think everyone else is still kind of looting up before they rotate in.
Yeah, what was interesting as well from that fight, I'm still on that Reject versus Royals of War fight, was that it wasn't just Tony K from Vampire Esports trying to third-party that fight. We also saw players from IHC trying to third-party that fight, making it a little bit harder for Royals of War. If for some reason, Tony, I want to play a little bit of what if here for Reject fans out there. If for some reason Tony K would have taken his usual time to try to end up third-partying that fight, it could have probably ended up working out in the favor because Royals of War was starting to get shots from behind. So interesting stuff and interesting adjustments that we're seeing here as S2G, a team that definitely needs those points, is going to be going up against Zebra Masters. They're going to be able to get a knock. They do have CO later. One of their players knocked. They don't want to end up losing him. He's going to get eliminated here. Ooh, not how S2G wanted to get started, as now they're trying to get this fight. Are they going to back up from this fight? I don't think they're going to be able to, but we did see one of the players from S2G trying to get an off angle.
Yeah, S2G, one of the players in the buggy wrapped around the backside, so they are committed to this fight. Is Zebra Master going to be able to isolate the player that went on their flank? Halsey with his grenades close by. He's cooking them, throwing it through the buggy, no connection. Pretty close though. It's a 3v3 right now. It's pretty much who gets the next opening knock. And Neilzada running around in the open. Kelsey does find one with the nade on the backside. Now Neilzada's got to make a play, and he goes down. 3v1. Ray Z down to low HP, but I think he's fine. They got to clean this out together. No, they can't do this. They're getting a little overzealous here, and now the player from the flank is forced to go up to prevent that thirst, and they should be good. Kelsey gets the finish down to 1 HP. Good hustle out of S2G. That almost could have been a thirst. You saw the other player really trying to go for the thirst. So S2G win the fight on the northeastern edge of zone, losing one player, but they do pick up 4 points. And with how close the point spread is right now, 7, on Sandhawk, I'd say that's worth it. Lose one player, get 4 points. You never know with Sandhawk. You got to get any point you can.
I'm with you. I mean, look at that. Just being able to get those 4 eliminations already allows them to be able to jump above Alpha 7. And the way that Kelsey was able to respond there as well. Wow, I'm impressed with what SGG was able to do there for only to end up losing one player. They get a little bit sketchy, not going to lie. I got a little bit worried when that second player ended up getting knocked. They were just pushing one by one. But good to see them being able to clutch up that fight and now take those 4 eliminations. But yeah, I'm 100% with you there, Sute, with what you were asking. I'm willing to risk one player. I'm willing to lose one player, especially in Sandhawk, if it's going to end up being a 4-point for us, because you never know. You just never know with rotation, especially with this circle right here. Look how much water is involved. It's going to be tough to rotate into here.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen a circle on this far southwestern side too on Sandhawk, so teams are not familiar with where teams might be pathing, if teams are going to decide to camp the multitude of bridges, which we do see some bridge camping already. Smoke Gaming lost one player to, I believe that would be Alpha 7 crossing that bridge. You can see on the mini-map on the east side, Alpha 7 has got a long way to go. But with the circle so far to the west and the water, it's going to pull back towards the east, which may help out Alpha 7. We'll see shortly. IHC also lost a player on the north side to Regnum Karya. And as I say that, they're losing a couple more to the side of Vampire. Rogue finds one with a nade, but I don't think IHC can recover from this.
And I see a team that was just so hot after day one with what we were able to see out of them. And sadly for them, they were not able to keep all the players alive. I was see Seal being able to clutch up there a fight against Stone, and he should be able to pick up his teammate very close by. Vampire Esports, the team that more than likely was camping this bridge, ends up getting surprised here by IC, as we also seen Alpha 7 get some elimination points in the elimination feed. But IHC should be able to reset here. Vampire Esports is going to end up backing off. And for IHC, they could possibly now start a little bit of a bridge camp as well for some of the other teams that are going to be trying to rotate. We're going to be switching over to Boom Boom, another team that surprised us yesterday, making it within the top 5. They're going to be getting into a fight with Death Wolves here. The DBS is out, and oh no! Flyboy ends up getting knocked, and he's going to get quickly eliminated here by Death Wolves.
Yeah, the DBS so deadly. It's either you or him, and unfortunately for Boom, Boom went down, lost one player. Razy finds a nice nade, but from the side in the smoke, a quick trade is there. Death Wolves, though, however, are very split up, I think. It's only one player we see here from the Death Wolves team, and 2 of the Boom players are here to challenge. UMP M4 in hand, shimmy left and right, and he goes down. Yeah, the last player of the Death Wolves was not able to rotate there in time. He's actually further up in the zone, so being way too split up. Boom will secure 2 points and remain as a 3-man team currently. This fight was happening on the the southern edge of the Sandhawk zone.
Yeah, for Boom, I mean, we're talking earlier about how STG, you're willing to risk one player there for 4 eliminations. Boom is willing to risk that one player, 2 eliminations, and not only that, just a great position here within the circle, because if for some reason it does end up shifting south, it would be wonderful for this team to be able to set up here and just start defending it. The switch over to Nova, a team that a lot of people had as favorite. It's been a while since we got a chance to see Nova Esports from China at a global event for PUBG Mobile. And boy, it's been lackluster to say the least. I was expecting a lot more. We were wondering why. We were creating theories here as we're starting to see the new circle. Maybe today will be the day that Nova, even though they might not be able to challenge there for the first place, unless they pull something along the lines of what SCG was able to do yesterday, being able to double your points in just 2 matches. At least they're looking to save face a little bit. At least they're looking to probably get some points under the belt and not be so far down on the leaderboard.
Yeah, you never know. And just as we talk about them, one of their players did get knocked. So Nova should be able to get that quick revive. But you can see the circle once again pulled to the west. I was saying it might pull back inland, like a hard shift to the east, but that is not the case. Everyone on the eastern side has to keep going further. S2G are actually the ones challenging the Nova squad, getting a re-knock, but look at S2G's position. they are not going to be able to do much from there unless somehow they can drive right up. Razy hops out early, deploying himself as kind of a turret down there, but the driver kept going for the distraction play, and he does get caught, and you hear the crowd cheering for S2G losing players right now.
Yeah, and we're more than likely going to keep hearing that the whole day. And there you go, the last player from S2G gets found. S2G, those 4 points earlier come in massive, but now it comes down to how Alpha 7, what Boom is going to be able to do as well. And Next Ruya, I mean, Next Ruya still has all their 4 players alive. I'm not really sure yet where they are currently within. Okay, they're south of Ruins. They should be able to work with that too. And now we're going to be switching over here to D+ Kia against Royals of War. Royals of War down 1 player. They're going to be able to spot one of the players. Oh no! Actually, his player ends up getting spotted. And D+ Kia here starting the first blood draw as they were able to knock somebody there from Royals of War, and he's going to continue going. You can see also there trying to find the off angle. He's going to be able to get Tonka, and he's going to make it a little bit easier here for the rest of his squad as they're going to be jumping in. And that is it for Royals of War. D+ Kia being able to eliminate them and eliminate them in a good way. They didn't end up losing anybody.
Yeah, Royals of War looking to set a trap there, but it looked like Rivas might have fallen asleep in the corner right there. Didn't react fast enough. D+, whoever was the entry player, I couldn't quite catch it. Very heads-up play, checking every corner. Even though there was no sound when he got dropped off, you're never too sure on Sandhawk, and that paid off for him to make sure all the corners were clear. We do have Magnum Karia here, who did get a point earlier on onto IHC. They're coming in from the north side across the bridge. They definitely heard the commotion between D+ and Royals of War. And meanwhile, on the southern side, here is Alpha 7. They've managed to wrap down to the south, but there's so many teams around them, and if the circle centers up, they got probably the toughest challenge ahead of them yet, with, I count, like maybe 5 teams around them, and with Nova wrapping behind them too.
It is. They're going to be forced to take fights here. We look over at D+ Kia. I mean, they're trying to hunt down Silas for Magnum Karia as he's very close by, and this would be good for Silas if he's able to knock this player. He's going to be able to confirm into elimination. You were talking about Alpha 7 earlier. Guess what? Nova Esports is now taking the fight there to Alpha 7 as we're seeing in the elimination feed, and I think Alpha 7 ended up getting the better of that.
Yep.
They do have one of their players knocked, but so far looking good for that team. And I'm sorry that we're kind of focusing a little bit more on the elimination feed, but for these teams, right now, for my eyes, they aren't really in contention. This is teams that we're just kind of filling in the gaps and whatnot. But for Alpha 7 to get those points, not lose anybody, a team that is in contention, that if they do have a great game here, they could go back to that first place. I mean, that's what I'm going to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, that was a 4-man team of Nova too that Alpha 7 eliminated. Alpha 7 only did they get all 4 of their elim points potentially onto Nova, and the fact that Alpha 7 still has all 4 up, and more importantly, the circle did shift down south, so Alpha 7 do not have to make a dangerous trek northwards through multitudes of teams, and they could have a little bit of a breathing space for now in this circle, catch your bearings, get some intel around them, and play from there.
And Boom as well. I'm starting to look at that leaderboard there. Boom only has 1 player alive. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see what Next Ruya was going to be doing here. They are going to be barely within that circle. They do have some vehicles to work with too. But there is one team, Team Falcons. We know what that team is able to do, especially to start popping off. And on top of that, you're going to have Smoke Gaming. Next Ruya pushing up this mountain, barely gets away with it there. Kunha is going to get surprised from the back. Great play there by Frozen, being able to do exactly what he needed to do, knocking that player, eliminating him, but he needs to be careful because there's going to be more players nearby. Frozen getting a little bit stuck there. There's going to be mollies. There's going to be grenades getting caught him, and he ends up getting caught. He ends up getting knocked. But is he going to end up getting eliminated, or can his team recover him? Next Ruya, at this point, they don't want to end up losing any players, but this is just such a tough position. Sute.
Yeah, this is really tough. I don't know where the player that drove off went. The initial player that drove in deeper, I think he just went more into zone and couldn't come back. Oh no, he's at the top. He got suppressed and he wasn't able to prevent that thirst. They do get the re-knock back onto Ninho though, but Next Ruya has lost that 1 player, which is great news for Alpha 7. You can see in the standings, all the teams near and next to Alpha 7 are either all gone or severely hurt, and Alpha 7 still has 4. Smoke Gaming trying to close this out. Maki or Miyaki not able to hit the shots, and that is it. Next Ruya pick up 3 points, but they do lose Frozen.
Massive 3 points there for them, as now they're going to start being able to focus a little bit more on how they're going to make this rotation. And another team, remember, they saw them getting shots from earlier. It was none other than Team Falcons. And here we go, Alpha 7 out in the open, hoping that next Ria does not look over that mountain, because they are super exposed right now. If they do end up peeking over, they have a little bit of a ledge here. They have some buildings to work with, but they are not going to be in the circle. They're going to have to make this push at one point or another. And something that was off with Alpha 7 yesterday was their timing. Is their timing going to be on point, as Vampire Esports is going to start seeing the smokes, and they're going to start looking for options and openings on being able to shoot this player. So you can see just shots going on the ground. They don't have to worry about next Ria right now. Alpha 7 trying to see if they can make it into this building. And so far with this smokes, they're getting very close without losing anybody.
That is one tough crossing to make, but you could see the smokes coming into play, working in spades. Meanwhile, Nexria on the eastern side are trying to fight their way in. Falcons lying close by. They spring the trap. They get one onto swing, and I think Nexria may have met their match. They're down to only 3 members, remember, so they can't do much. And with that nade, Icy takes down another player. Now it's all down to Z Wolf. Can Z Wolf clutch it up? There's 3 players up for the Falcons. They got 1 knock. But can Z-Wolf get 3 more here? I don't know if he'd be able to do this. He's gonna find that second one. No, he doesn't. That would have been crucial. And oh, wow, what a shot. He could still do this potentially. And no, he gets taken down. Falcons will get a full reset back up to 4.
Falcons with a great push up there. Remember, they heard Nexria fighting earlier, and that's what Nexria was worried about as they're starting to switch their focus. And guess what? Guess which other team hurt this fight? Is none other than Hi-Fi's. That's right, HFIYS, because we saw them end the day yesterday with the 3rd place, actually with the chicken dinner and 13 eliminations. Yeah. And something we didn't even get a chance to talk about today that we were talking about yesterday was those teams towards the bottom that don't necessarily need the points, that aren't going to be challenging for the championship, taking points away from those teams that are trying to challenge. And look at Hi-Fi's on a great spot right now. It's going to be a tough push for Alpha 7 to even get into this zone, with Vampire Esports having vehicles. And we know Vampire Esports with their splits, and when they are set, they are going to be hard, very, very hard to get into this zone for Alpha 7.
Yeah. The only real benefit Alpha 7 has is the fact that Vampire is down to a 3-man. They did lose that 1 player way earlier on to IHC. So Vampire with only 3, but the superior positioning, is that enough for them to defend against Alpha 7? Alpha 7 with all 4, I mean, if they just run up, guns blazing, just 1 knock, and, you know, Vampire's down to 2 just like that. We'll see what Alpha 7 does here, as the zone will be closing in very soon. Falcons, meanwhile, have to make their own push straight into Hi-Fi, and they're going to try and do it straight into the buildings.
Falcons, another team that's looking to do what STG was able to do yesterday, try to double their points here. Here comes the push on Hi-Fi's. Hi-Fi's, we've seen this fight before. Hi-Fi's Monkey actually gonna be able to connect there with the nade. Silas, Ringnam Karya starting the 3rd-party this as well. And right now, it's not looking good for Team Falcons. They have found their kryptonite once again, as Hi-Fi's ends up alongside Regnum Karya eliminating them. And that is it for Team Falcons. Only 5 eliminations. You're going to be able to get some placement points. We're talking about this push that Alpha 7 was going to be doing on Vampire Esports, and something that ended up working out for Alpha 7 was that timing right there. Although Tony K is going to end up finding Mafioso. Such a tough push, and I don't think Alpha 7 has any of the smokes because of how many smokes they ended up using earlier.
Yeah, that first initial crossing did cost them all their smoke util. They had a couple smokes that would have changed everything. Just smoke off the windows, the angles, and they could have got a lot closer. New zone pops up. Alpha 7 is going to play the snake game now. We are down to the last 5 teams. Only 13 players remaining. Alpha 7 could still win this fight against Vampire, because now Vampire steps out. They're basically standing wide in the open at the top, and Alpha 7's covered by the grass just slightly, as one of them, McGrellin, I think, pops up to take some shots. Does manage to go back down without getting knocked. Another nade coming in from Carrillo. No knock. Regnum Karya fighting on the north side with Hi-Fi's. It is a 4-way battle right now. And we can't forget about Boom. Boom is still alive in here in the form of Razy all the way in the backside.
And that's something that ended up working out in the favor of these two teams, because Boom could have ended up third party in this fight. Instead, they decided to back up. And look at this. Oh, great shot there by Alpha 7 as they make sure they hold off Tony K. Right now, they're going to be in an even tougher spot as they're going to start getting spotted by everybody. And can they hit this shot? Carrillo, we know what he's capable of, but here we go. Alpha 7 just a little bit too much. Regnum Karya, Vampire Esports on the way. Alpha 7 gets eliminated 4th place with 5 eliminations, and Boom, still with that just one player with Racy. He's been surviving. He's been trying to clutch up the points for this team. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya, 13 eliminations. They're getting involved in everything that is given to them.
Wow.
As they're able to eliminate Boom Esports.
I thought Boom would go unnoticed, but they found him, and they found him quick with that nade. 2v2 scenario, and it seems like every single day, 7, the teams that need it the most, that need the most amount of points, somehow get up to 14, 15 eliminations. But can they get the chicken? Does not seem like it. As Schweppes finds one player 2v1, and Vampire with the superior positioning get the chicken dinner. Did they get enough elim points, though? That's the big question, because they were kind of far down on the leaderboards. However, with 5 more matches to go, a chicken dinner to start, that's how you want to go about it.
Vampire Esports back-to-back chicken dinners when we are talking about Sandhawk. My goodness, this team for Vampire Esports, it's been the same storyline this whole PMGO. If they're able to set themselves up, and that's what I was getting worried about, some of the other teams that are towards the top that were trying to go for those points. Once Vampire Esports sets themselves up, it is so tough to try to break into any compound that they are controlling, because they're going to be able to find every single angle possible, and we see that out of them. And to answer your question earlier, Sute, they end up with 6 eliminations, not the likes that we've seen before out of some of the other teams, double digits, but 6, they'll be happy with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, 6 is... You'd want more. You definitely want more. But a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner, right? That's a good way to start off the game or the day on a good morale. Vampire, you know, losing that one player early on. I think if they had all 4 up, they'd be much more aggressive with this positioning and pick up more. But they got the job done, and that's what matters, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they got it done. I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners at Sandhawk, like you mentioned, 7. A big win for them. And I think it's going to be great for their morale. And not to mention a really, really great performance for Regnum Karya. And one thing I noticed, right? Team Reject going out early.
Yeah.
You know, S2G going out pretty early. A lot of the top squads getting taken out opens the door for these mid-pack teams. So to see some of these squads that really desperately needed the points and are going to try to make a crazy run for top 3, do it right off the rip.
Hello boys,
it makes things real
we are
scary
back.
here,
क्या बना boys first match का?
The part is that at the start of the day, I was like, okay, all the top
First match किसका chicken dinner है?
Challenge for that for that throne, for that first place, right? But with some of the teams like you were mentioning there, Hot Jukes, and like we got a chance to see in this past match, some of the top teams getting eliminated early, not being able to.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम bro, क्या हालचाल है? मैं ठीक ठाक फफो bro, कैसे हो? क्या बना boys first match का? First match का vampire का chicken आया पहले match.
Easier for some of the other teams to be able to catch up.
S2G versus अच्छा.
Like you mentioned too, Regnum Karya, they had such good performances, and for Regnum Karya, we saw
string का sound ज़्यादा तो नहीं है.
That they could get involved in the third party, the angles, anything that they could get their hands on. Sute, Regnum Karya was there.
Yeah, Regnum Karya picking up a lot of points. Not the chicken, but I think they probably got more than the team that got the chicken dinner when it comes to overall points gained. And you know, at the end of the day, the elim points do stack up. Boom made it well into the late game too, so they kind of, you know, throw their hat in there, and they're maintaining their pacing to try and get that first place. The big story though for me is Alpha 7, right? With Reject going out basically with 0 points, and Alpha 7 coming in with a couple elim points with a decent placement, they close the gap just that much more.
They will definitely be closing in that gap. And honestly, great play there out of Alpha 7. I think you and I, as we were watching what they had to work with, I honestly thought they were going to get eliminated a lot sooner. I thought they weren't even going to be able to get to the placement. Look at that.
Parking के 7 point है, not bad.
2 points. And then Regnum Karya, you were right. 20 points for this team with how many eliminations they were able to get, Hot Jukes.
That's ridiculous. That is honestly insane. It's so crazy how we're seeing these point sponges pretty much every single game here, right? One team in particular gets, 10 eliminations,
और ऐसे के
14.
दो
We
हैं
saw
बस
Boom.
रिचर्ड का
They
एक
got
आया
second
क्या
place
बात है
yesterday with 19 eliminations. That's unreal, So if anything like that happens today, honestly, any one of these teams is at like top 7, 8 position could win first place here.
And going now into Erangel, I'm a little bit intrigued to see how Reject is going to react. We know that they're not going to have to worry about any hot drops anymore, and we know how well they've been able to perform when we end up talking about Erangel. And you know what? Let's look at this team performance here from some of these teams that are currently at the top.
I last data for I last
You
data
talked
was
about it yesterday, Hajux. Sute, we got a chance to see it. Look at that massive jump up that S2G was able to do.
Yeah, that jump, like, yeah, they doubled their points.
I last data champion announcement हो जाएगी.
Like the entirety of 2 days. That is crazy. Rejects have a nice trend upwards. So day one, Rejects was like almost nowhere to be seen, and then they just exploded and kept running with it. And now all 3 teams, look how close they are to one another in total points, Hajux.
To the moon! It's so crazy. That's honestly ridiculous. I could not believe that jump, in all honesty. So, I mean, at this point, I believe anything's possible by looking at the overall standings.
Reject boom 103 109 boom 100 और boom भी on the rate 96 87 86 5 not bad. क्या लगता है फिर 7 yards सीधी? मुझे लग रहा है S2G ने ले जाना. S2G को थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम मिल जाना S2G ने ले जाना.
3 points. Boom Esports, you were talking about it too, Sute, with the points that they were able to get there from the placement. It kind of helps them push up that leaderboard, which is going to be nice for them. And then from some of these teams, Team Falcons, man, they are not going to be happy where they currently are at. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a little bit more out of Team Falcons.
You know what's kind of crazy about this whole thing is the fact that the difference between first place and 8th place is 27 points. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I would have thought that was a massive gap, right? But guess what? Alpha 7 in day 1 had a 28-point gap. And after match 2, that gap was completely closed. So that goes to show you, if you're an IHC fan in 8th place or on up, any one of these teams can pass up and win first place. It's crazy.
Yeah, anything can happen. I think SGG definitely opened the door yesterday. And don't forget about the Realme 12 Pro Plus. It elevates your photography experience with the 120 times super zoom and performance in games.
How to be a portrait master.
S2G बोलना था यार, मुझे S2G लग रहा है यार.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There from that quick break, Tony K actually ends up getting the MVP for that last match with 3 eliminations, 740 damage. And before we had to go into that quick break there, Hajux, you mentioned it. We got a chance to see it too when we ended up seeing the graphic of those top 3 teams on what they have done so far in the PMGO. I mean, with S2G, that big jump up, I felt like it opened the eyes for some of the other teams that might have thought they weren't in contention, right? This is why I was talking about Team Falcons. This is why, even though it wasn't that big of a
8 की मैचेस कब से हैं यार? 8 की मैचेस 15 से हैं.
They got that chicken dinner because if they continue on this trend, they know what S2G did yesterday. They're looking to duplicate that here today.
I mean, it's happened so many times. S2G did it in yesterday, and then not to mention, you had Team Reject do it as well, right? They had a 15 elimination chicken dinner in match number 8, and that just made them rocket launch themselves into that top position. And now we see them in first place here. I wonder, Zute, right, what's going through the mind of Team Reject? Because you were kind of alluding to it at the start of the day, how much you would avoid wanting to be in first place in this spot. And we saw them in Sandhawk be the first team out.
Yeah, it sucks to start off the
ये
day
पारी
as
जन में
the
क्या
first
चल रहा है?
team
नो
out
फियर
getting
कहीं
0
DRS तो
points when you're
नहीं आ
trying to
रहा.
hold that first place
नहीं
position.
आइडिया यार.
But you know what? I feel like
फिलहाल
for
के लिए
Rejects
कोई
in
न्यूज़ ही नहीं है,
particular,
कोई न्यूज़ ही नहीं
with
मिल
how
रही.
they managed to get here in the first place, I mean, their mental resilience must be extremely high right? Like, just quick comparison, right? Alpha
वैसे
7,
ने हाथ ही छोड़
every
दिया
time they
भाई
went to global events, they've always done really well, just almost shy of, you know, first place. Rejects, they've done, to put it like, you know, bluntly, terrible. Almost every single time they've gone to global stage, but they still get there every single time. They still try their best. So the fact that they're, you know, first place right now, I think they're okay. Like, yeah, you went out first, you know, on Sandhawk.
Okay.
That sucks. That's terrible. But for this team in particular, I feel like their mental resilience has got to be stronger than most other teams, and I don't think they're too worried or too phased.
I mean, last time we saw Reject being eliminated that early on first, after their bounce back, was actually in the first day. The first Sandhawk that we saw to them, they ended up in 16th place with only 2
चलो यार
eliminations. They were able to make a
Last
comeback on
5
the next
matches
Erangel with the 9th place, but they ended up with 10 eliminations. Is that the Reject that we are going to be seeing here in the first Erangel of day 3?
लाइक कर दो यार जिसने अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया हुआ
See for ourselves. Here we go. What's
Like
up,
कर दो
everybody? It's Hot Jukes next to Zute. We're going to go ahead and take over this match. And it's a very, very important one. First Erangel of the day. This is the map we're going to be playing on the most. And I think this is going to be the place where most of these teams are going to soak up those huge points. It really is so crazy, Zoo, that every match here, pretty much, we're seeing double-digit elimination chicken dinners. As a matter of fact,
yeah.
Let me go ahead and see if I can do it. Yeah, in the past, since round 8, can you believe that? Since match 8, every single person that's gotten a chicken dinner has gotten more than 10 eliminations. That's insane.
I mean, I feel like, you know, the tournament just ramps up. Players realize what's at stake, and when they get a chance, you know, to get that win and really gun for it, they do it big. And so earlier you were alluding between 1st and 8th place, you said there was a difference of how many points? 28 points?
27.
27 points? Okay, yeah. So here's the thing. A 20-point game is pretty standard right now from what I've seen. So from, you know, 8th place up to 5th place.
Assalamu alaikum yaar the official walaikum assalam bro welcome to the stream
Imagine that 28-point gap. Well, it goes right back down to just like an 8-point gap, and 20 points is pretty much, you know, the average of like where the top hitters after each match are kind of landing around. They could even get more than that. So we'll see what happens in this one as the first circle does pop up. It will be on the far western side. We've seen one similar where it ended up on Mount Everest where IHC absolutely dominated. Will we see a similar circle? Well, that's
को PMRC में देखेंगे
as for
अब
the plane path, it was really good. Hot
समझ
Juice.
रहे हो
Everybody kind of dropping wherever they want. No real hot drops this time around, and I think everyone's going to be able to rotate into whatever prime position they want on the first circle as well.
Yeah, I'm always looking towards Yasnaya because we've seen a lot of hot drops from S2G and Hi-Fi's, and I can tell S2G doesn't want none of that, and that is the right decision. You do not want to deal with a team that is so low on the leaderboards. They're dangerous. They really are. I mean, and if you're S2G, you need every single point that you can get. As a matter of fact,
Falcon बहुत confused होके खेल रही है पता नहीं आ रहा क्या कर रहे हैं
in this entire tournament that have had less than 10 eliminations with a chicken dinner. Okay, the lowest so far was in match number 3 by
5 chicken dinner निकाले ना 5
So the least amount of points anyone's gotten in this whole tournament
फिर
was
Falcon champion बन सकती
17 points. Actually, the last game, the game we just saw.
6.
Yeah, 6 is the lowest. Yeah, and that was the 4th one. So that just goes to show you how crazy it's been. And it with games like that, I tell you, it's a 27-point difference between 1st and 8th place. So even if IHC, right, get that 20-point game, that only leave them 7 points away from 1st place. So every single majority of these teams, right, have a big chance here. The teams below that, like Team Falcons, they're about 37 points away. Those guys need a chicken dinner here now if they want to stand a chance at first place. They're not out of the running yet. They really are not.
Yeah.
But if they don't do a chicken dinner, like pretty much here and now, it's going to be too tough to pass up.
Yeah, I just keep thinking back to what S2G did yesterday, right? It was like back-to-back chickens, and then I think on the final match, they finished
5 इस lobby में तो मुश्किल है
somewhere like near that, a first, and then a third. S2G.
They were second with 9 eliminations.
Oh, first, and second. Yeah.
See क्या होता
So just in 3 games, all of a sudden, it's like they could be your champions once again, and that's 3 games. We still have 5 games left to go. So that is actually a lot of working room for
फाल्कन
a
स्मैश
lot
में
of
शायद
these
चिकन
teams.
निकाल लें
So let's see what they can do with it. And I can see a rotation already.
दो
Nova
चिकनों बाकी अच्छी गेम
really
तब
close to Falcons
बैक
right
टू
there
बैक
near
तो
the center of the
मुश्किल है
map. You know
हो
Nova
कुछ भी
loves playing
सकता
those
है
compounds right below Mount
Let's
Everest, and
see.
I see Falcons holding a little bit of a split.
उम्मीदें अभी
I
भी
don't know if
कायम है
there's going to be
फाल्कन
a
के ऊपर
full-on altercation here because this is the first zone. You don't know where it's going to fully go to yet, so it's not worth fighting near the center where you could get third party or have the circle just go somewhere else completely. I think we're going to see a very slow-paced match for this one, especially given the playing path in the zone, as these teams loot up a little bit more, you know, be a little bit more greedy, because this circle is still very dynamic, Hodge, because if it goes north, it's a completely different battlefield than if it were to go south.
सेंटर दा सर्कल है
Yes, it will
फाल्कन
be. That'll get real toxic with that beautiful little river right going in between those two islands. It makes things so tough. You have to kind of gamble on which side you're going to take. So a lot of these teams hoping that zone just centers up for sure. And yeah, just to kind of like punch home how crazy that performance was from S2G towards the end. Those last 3 matches, they totaled up 58 points, Zoo. 58 points in just
IIC भी जीत सकती हाँ ये बात भी है
anything can really happen here. And you know, I'll remind everybody the big obviously money gap between first and third place
85-75
significant, and then the difference between fourth
शायद
and
IIC
last
से फाइट
isn't that
लेंगे
much at all.
फाल्कन
You know,
वाले
fourth place $15,000, 16th is 12,000. So you know, obviously I can't stress this enough how it really is everybody versus the top 3. And with the championship team here today,
जोन तो अच्छा है इनके
right,
पास शायद
they're gonna get their
INC से फाइट लेंगे
another
फाल्कन
qualifying spot
अच्छा
at the
INC
PM,
क्या है RCB है
at
इनके
the PUBG
सामने
Mobile World Cup. So the thing is this, Zoo, knowing that if
कल
I
का
was
दिन
the
RC ने
only
चेक हाँ
American team,
फाल्कन 2v2 के
right,
स्प्लिट में है
before today, I would be calling up every single major American squad and just gathering all the resources I can, you know, all the information I can, just to try and like, hey, if I win this, guys, right, we get another qualifying spot for the World Cup. That'll be huge. And you know, like the Team Reject, they're the only Japanese team here.
Yeah.
So they definitely want that extra spot here, as well as their entire region does. So that would be huge for them. And then obviously, you know, Alpha 7 in their hometown, that is the team that needs it the most. I mean, because their whole storyline of just always coming up short at a global event, finally they're at home, they have the whole crowd in front of them. The pressure is definitely on their shoulders.
Definitely so. And Alpha 7, are they going to be able to maintain composure
एक
and
ही
rise
चिकन की
up
बात है
to
ऐसे के लिए
that
हाँ ये बात
challenge?
भी है
Currently sitting in second place, only a few mere points behind Rejects. It's a good start.
यार
Definitely a good
टॉप
start for Alpha 7.
टॉप
They got
8 में
San
बहुत
Juan
ज़्यादा
out of the way and
कंपटीशन
they
है
closed that gap
कुछ
a
भी
little
हो
bit.
सकता है कोई भी
So
चैंपियन बन
I think
सकता
their
है
mental's in a good place. Rejects, we were discussing about their mental, you know, the first team to go out. And I think given their past history, I think this has got to be one of the more resilient mental teams out there. So they should be fine as well. And S2G, man, third place team, they've been on an absolute burner since yesterday. The very first chicken dinner they got, remember that short interview afterwards? She asked him, like, what does this change? You know, how are your plans
Mount
going
Everest
into the next
जाएगा
game after, you know, finally getting your first chicken dinner? And his reply, I believe it was Kelsey, his reply was just
नहीं माउंट एवरेस्ट तो नहीं जाएगा माउंट एवरेस्ट से तो एज जोन वहाँ पे
they
तो
won the very next one, and
सेकंड जोन
you
इसका
said
एज
they got
कटेगा
second place, and the one after that
गटका की
nine
साइड
elimination. So
कहीं
he was
खत्म
not
होगा
joking about trying to be champions after that first win, and you can see right now in third place it is
हेलो
very
यानव
well
जा ब्रो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम जानी जो भी स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आ रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना
The
काइंडली
villains of Brazil right now, because
46 लाइक हो जल्दी जल्दी से 50 लाइक्स करो यार
oh my gosh, man. I mean, S2G, I remember when the second he said that, the boos
ये
from the
सबसे
crowd. I mean, they
top पर
definitely don't want to see this team do them dirty.
जैसे 200 एमओ
especially right in
150
front of
एमओ है
their
बस
faces,
उनके
because
पास
S2G did Alpha
बड़ा
7
गंदा
dirty
headshot
when
मारा
it comes to the global championship. So this next zone coming on up, it could have an Everest circle, and Alpha 7 are in a dominant position here. This is what they've really
मुझे क्यों लग रहा है मुझे क्यों लग रहा है ये कंटेनर सही सेट पे
gets
खत्म
the
होना
zone, they are almost unstoppable, right? And the problem is that they've always been a team that had played edge for so many tournaments And I think that's why they're so successful when it comes to like crazy pushes and things like that.
Yeah.
Or why they have a lot more success than other teams. But the skill gap has just increased so much, Zoo, especially in these global tournaments. That edge play just isn't nearly as viable as, you know, playing a central zone.
But I mean, look at Sandhawk that last match, right? Alpha 7 was on the edge of zone the entire time. They came from the east side and the zone was hard west, and they still managed to pick up a decent amount of points. So you're absolutely right, though. Now that they have the
That's
zone,
the problem.
They should be able to do much more. And we've seen what IHC has done up there on Mount Everest. And I'm sure every single team, especially Alpha 7, has VOD reviewed every single game front and back. And maybe they probably took a few notes from IHC since now that they're on top of Mount Everest themselves.
Oh, man. See, but that's the problem, Zute, right? They got a decent amount of points in Sandhawk. Decent isn't going to cut it to become the PMGO champions of Brazil. I mean, they really doesn't, because we see these teams that are getting chicken dinners, majority of them, right, are pulling out crazy performances. Like, and the perfect example of that is in the last game, Zoo, right? We had Vampire win it with 6 eliminations. They didn't get the most points at all.
Yeah.
इतनी सीरियस लॉबी खेल रही बैंस के 0 किल अभी थी स्टेज 3 बन गया ऑलमोस्ट
that got so many elim points, and you can see right there they're in 6th place. They shot up quite a bit. They're potentially in the running for it too now, as zone number 2 starting to shrink up. It did shift, but not a big shift. It just pulled up north a little bit, and well, like I mentioned at the beginning of this map or this match, this is going to be a slow game. With a zone like this, there's so many strong power positions spread out everywhere that you really kind of just want to wait to see where the circle goes before you kind of fight for any position. All 64 players up and alive right now, just waiting and waiting, biding their time, getting prepped for any potential hardships. And I do believe in this coming circle hot jukes, we're going to see a lot of action pop off.
Oh, yes, we are. You can see the calm before the storm here. Not a single elimination has happened, and oh, it's starting to get intense. The zone goes so far south. You know, Alpha 7 are just wincing right now because this is not the zone that they prefer. They were really hoping that Everest would be right in the middle of it. We've been hearing the crowd go nuts, but right now, dead silence. Way on down the mountain.
A7 push कर रही है RCB
So they're not going to stay there, try to gatekeep teams. Nope, they're heading straight for a position. They have that
push कर दी है.
Oh yeah, and they are. Oh, they got a run over, and oh, that's on Regnum Karya. This is huge.
They spotted one of Regnum Karya leaving this compound to go further inwards, and they pounced immediately.
Oh,
Slight man advantage, car flying straight overhead, overshooting that. He needs to pull back to help his team in this fight. Doesn't even matter. As there we go. Alpha 7, you hear the cheers. You see the disappointment in Regnum Karya's face. The crowd goes wild. Mafioso also, you know, putting up some style points, flying over the compound itself, you know, establishing some dominance in his own way. But right there, that's why
भाई देख लो A7 ये नहीं कह रही भाई जहाँ जोन मिले वो ले ले. वो अपना जोन अपनी मर्जी से बना रही जहाँ उन्हें बेहतर लग रहा कि हमें यहाँ जोन लेना चाहिए, ना कि वो उधर रिलाई कर रही भाई हम पे जोन आए या हमें कोई अच्छी कोई एम्प्टी जगह मिले. नहीं, जो उनको बेहतर लग रही है यहाँ फाइट लेनी चाहिए, जोन लेना चाहिए. उन्होंने सिंपली गई है फुल कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ उन्होंने पुश किया और वो जगह ले ली.
Everyone coming from either direction, and they just caught Regnum Karya on the back foot. Usually you see a couple players up on top of that, just above that hill of that compound. And if they had a couple players there,
let's go boys before the 50 likes.
Like crazy. So a huge heads up play from Alpha 7 to recognize that, hey, the entire team is in this building. This is an easy push, baby. Full 7 on down, get it done. And it's risky because they could have gotten taken out early.
Color change करो ना.
Gotta risk it to get the best.
कलर चेंज करूँ, कैसे चेंज करूँ? बोला था ना SMK को एक चिकन सीधा 270 टॉप 10 अच्छा. कलर चेंज करो ना, राउंड रैप हो गए पाक वाले. ओपन जोन बढ़ गया. ओपन जोन क्या बात है भाई साहब, पुश करके खाली करा रहा. They deserve to be a champion. यानी व्हाट्स अबाउट आईएट मैच. फिलहाल के लिए आईएट के मैचेस नहीं है.
They get the
अभी कोई मुझे लगा सारे सो गए हैं यार कलर कैसे चेंज करूं मुझे तो पता भी नहीं कलर चेंज कैसे करते हैं
Yeah, there's nothing they're going to be able to do against a team like IHC. IHC, especially on Everest, it's like they have a buff at this point. And just boom, just like that. Yeah. Goodbye. Absolutely deleted. IHC is not messing around. Not a good thing for Alpha 7, to be honest, to be have IHC on your back with some high ground. So they're going to have to be careful for sure, especially depending on where this next circle is going to go. And it does pop on over. It's going to be a Ruins finish. Are you kidding me? That is going to make things spicy. Just look how many teams are not even in this next zone.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Ruins exactly. It's that open field finish, Jukes. We've seen this time and time and time again. We're going to get some stake action into the late game. But this makes Alpha 7's position that much stronger. Because right to the east of them, they control all that open field. So when they need to go there on the next circle shift, they are the prime.
फाल्कन के लिए ये फाइट बहुत डिसाइसिव होगी
Alpha 7 though, they just got
नोवा का ऑर्डर देखो फाल्कन कितने क्लोज जाके बैठा हुआ है
Yeah, D plus in a great position too on the north, and look at SUG on
Reverse
the east side.
किया
They control those like bunkers that give them a lot of information into the zone as well. So this is going to be a huge match for a lot of these teams. And where's Rejects? So Rejects are in the zone on the south at a strong compound too. All three teams in the top three, east, west, south. Different
सैनो किसने किया था वंपायर ने चिकन किया था
This is going to be a great match, dudes.
I was about to say when it came to Alpha
एनवी
7,
जिम्मी पता नहीं कौन सी
the worst position for them. And we're have to find out
तो
here
आता हूँ भी
because
देख
that
के जिम्मी
position is one of the most
I think वो
in this circle.
उसमें है जिम्मी
Monster squads completely surrounding it. So it's only the most dominant.
यार वो क्या LGD में है शायद
They're going to have to hold it hard because every single one of these teams is going to be pushing up onto them for sure. So there's a minute 45 on the clock. You can already start seeing some smokes come out.
Wolf Esports से खेल रहा आजकल
Falcons, they're all licking their lips trying to take away this spot from Alpha 7. But if
Wolf
Alpha 7
Esports
is able
PMWI
to
zone
successfully hold it, they are going to have a ridiculous amount of eliminations.
हाँ तकरीबन वैसे zone है
Be the hold of their lives right now with IHC and Falcons creeping closer on the eastern side. Deathwolves have close zone. They're just gonna scooch in. Might have to contend with Smoke Gaming a little bit here as Smoke is not in the zone. Miyaki actually getting the great nade, a great opening, and that player is gonna be caught in the blue zone as it closes. I don't know if they'll be able to get that revive. And Smoke Gaming going aggressive now with those buttons, getting some information, driving up, getting some damage in, and oh, there goes Obscure to S2G. From the backside, Deathwolves not looking too great.
S2G just trying to pick up some scavenger points, get whatever they can as we're seeing.
Jack versus Vampire भी हो रहा है ओए होए
what I want to see is that Reject going against Vampire. That is a huge battle. Which one of those teams
Vampire
gonna win?
गई
Reject currently sitting in first place. I am just is it done already?
I mean, there's one
Falcon
Vampire
versus Nova.
left. Rejects have won that one.
यार Falcon versus
Yeah,
Nova
only one Vampire player left. I think
Falcon का play rev हो गया okay
And hold on, Jukes, look at the mini map here.
यार A7 versus Falcon versus Nova यार क्या किस की फाइट हो रही है
We got Nova, IHC and Falcons all here.
ISC भी आ गई है
Oh my goodness.
5 teams
Exactly what I was gonna say.
यार फिनिश करना किल तो फिनिश कर ऑर्डर का
You got Nova going down their order. Alpha 7 actually doing a great
They still have
job of taking out IHC, but now they got to get inside of the building.
Alpha 7 still have 4 up. One player goes down. It's just Rogue here contending with Alpha 7, but he's got a player behind him inside the building too. Alpha 7, if he can finish this one off, that's a full
second
reset.
match अस्सलाम वालेकुम वालेकुम अस्सलाम आवाज चौधरी ब्रो फाल्कन डेव हो गए फाल्कन सारे डेव हो गए लेकिन ISC मर गई है यार नेट चेक करो भैंस की दुम ओए ओए पुश
also goes down. Now it's only 2 players up from Alpha 7.
नहीं
2v4, but a beautiful shot from McGrellin takes down Action. That's going to buy them a little bit of time to get this res off. Could be a 3v3 situation. Actually,
third party हो गई
that's huge. Are you kidding me?
third party यार
And what a fortunate situation elimination for Alpha 7 as it's Zebra Masters. They're Brazilian brothers all the way from the bottom.
क्या होल्ड अप था यार ये
Try to
सैम का
punch their
लिटरली
ticket
क्या
and
होल्ड
win
अप
this tournament.
तीन
What a wild
तकरीबन
hold.
तीन
That was 3 teams descending up down upon them. That was Nova, that was Falcons, that was IHC of all teams. And they hold, Jukes. They hold with their head held high with all 4 players up.
within seconds कैसे यार मारा
A
उसने
performance right there. It's exactly as we predicted it. That if
यार
Alpha
थर्ड
7
पार्टी
was
ना
able
होती
to
ना
hold
फाल्कन
it,
पे
they were going to get
लिटरली
a
ले
ton
गए
of
थे
eliminations, and they already have 9 with 9 teams remaining. If you were to go out right now, it is
Crowd,
0
huh?
placement points as we watch Royals of War battle it out with Next Ria. Next Ria desperately needs these points, and Colgoat is going to finish off another one of them, leaving only 2 of their players up. Oh, but hey, guess what? Team
let's go
Reject
boys
is
for the
still
150
alive
likes
with 4
oh 50
eliminations,
likes
so Alpha 7, yeah, even though you started off so strong.
जो स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आ रहा है स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना यार प्लीज नाउ एस एंड डिजर्विंग टीम जो बात है बहुत तगड़ा है यार
Rejects to get a bit more
यार वो
aggressive.
चिल
Rejects,
होके खेल रही है
known for
मैं
their aggression, but that's when they don't have the zone. They have the circle. Are they going to seize this opportunity? You can see them getting
कितने
closer.
गंदे आईएससी ने फजूल भाई कहाँ जा पूछे रिजिस पे रुक के भाई फाइट ले सीधा कंपाउंड के अंदर ठोक रही है
Big missed opportunity, and I only say that because Alpha 7 has nabbed so many points. D plus in Alpha 7 now fighting in the north. One of Alpha 7
7 के 2 नॉक है
of Alpha 7 gets knocked to the side of D plus. It looks like D
एक
plus are
3
handling
नॉक
Alpha 7.
एक
The
फिर
Titans
लास्ट
of
रह
the
गया
north side. Alpha 7 getting dwindled down, and Alpha 7 is
ये
out.
साउंडेड
9 elimination points.
और जेट के बाद चांस है वेस्ट जी के पास भी चांस है
Out of all the teams,
आवाम का पैसा पूरा कर दिया जो बात है
take out the Titans of Alpha 7. You can see it on their faces.
यार आईएससी बैंस आईएससी को लगा वहाँ ऑलरेडी कोई नॉक पड़े जैसे वो उतरे उधर ही बंदों को नॉक
They're
पड़
not
गई
able to get it. Now it's up to Team Reject.
ओवरग्रेस
They
कर
saw
गया
Alpha
आईएससी ने
7
तो
go
4
out
मैन
with their
स्टैंडिंग
lead,
थी
and now it's time to soak up some points. Where's the zone going to go though? Will they go hard shift north? That'll be
थोड़ा सा
tough for
होल्ड
Team
करती ना
Reject.
फाल्कन फाइट ले रही तो उनके अंदर
There's
साथ ही
2
आईएससी ओ
seconds left on the
ए7
clock.
डेड हो सकती है ठीक है
And it does center up, so it doesn't go too far north
रिजेक्ट
for
के
them.
बाद
It's
चांसेस
all
हैं
open field. They really need to take this battle with Royals of War as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah, this is a big chance for Rejects to catch up now, and as crazy as Alpha 7's hold was, look at the
पीछे
difference,
रिज है
9 and 5.
जहाँ एसान
Rejects
और
with
उम्पायर की
5
फाइट हुई
elos
थी
is
पीएमडब्ल्यू
pretty
हाँ पता है
close behind
वहाँ भी
to match
एसान के
Alpha
4
7's
मैन
side.
स्टैंडिंग
Alpha
थे
7
जिसको
is out.
आयर ने
No
2
more chance
प्लेयर्स
for his
मारे
ladder
थे
up
एक
on placement
वंपायर
points.
के बंदे ने
Rejects,
मारा था
however, still have 4 up. Let's see what happens on the northeastern side, though, as Boom, we can't forget about this
Oy
team
hoy.
taking
That's
it
right.
on with S2G. Boom, the 4th place team, looking to cement their way into the top 3.
सेकंड मैच है सेकंड मैच है अब्बास ब्रो पहला सैन हो खत्म वंपायर का चिकन था पहले मैच में
Looking to literally run over the competition, and now it's just Hamzi, the last player up for S2G.
हाँ थर्ड पार्टी के चक्कर में गई हो वहाँ भी फाइट हुई नहीं क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा मुझे लग रहा है भाई एसान जीत जाएगा एसान में रिजेक्ट
As that is going to be it. Zebra Master just
और
picking
रिजेक्ट
up
का प्लेट अप
these
हो गया
points. And we noticed the bottom 3 teams, right? Just stealing eliminations, crushing dreams. And that makes it that much more difficult for the teams on top. But Team Reject are
भाई जल्दी से यार 60 लाइक करवाओ यार
Boom. I mean, Boom, if they win this game, I mean, we could see a massive, massive jump for them. They know what's at stake. And all they got to do is take out a few squads in order to do it.
आईएससी का चिकन हो तो चांसेस हैं आईएससी मैच की तुम इस मैच में कुछ कर सकते हो टॉप 5 में से कोई भी ले जा सकता है टॉप 5 का टॉप 7 8 से कोई भी लेके जा सकता है अब इसके बाद 4 मैचेस और पड़े हुए हैं
How many of Royals of War went down, though? 2 of Royals of War, so that's great news for the Reject side. Can they get that revive, though? Regioso a bit far out. You can see Sara running for it. Regi can kind of crawl into this zone. It is all open fields, but with the zone being this small, that grass can still provide you good visual cover. Sara gets
सी घुस किया तो मेरी तरफ से 5 के अच्छा सही का स्तूप वही भी से यार आप मुकर जाओगे यार
So huge.
चलो मैं भाई सही ये मूवी भी से आएंगे भाई इधर भाई बोलना ना रुक जा जरा तो मैं मैसेज कमेंट कर दिया तूने भागना भूगना नहीं है ठीक है ना वो कह रहा सही गैस किया तो 5000 मेरी तरफ से ओके
Pretty much the MVP of Japan, and he just might make it. And it looks like he is going to crawl to safety as Rivas
रिजेक्ट चैंपियन बनेगी. ओके मोहिब हुसैन ब्रो रिजेक्ट चैंपियन बनेगी. अगर रिजेक्ट चैंपियन बनती है तो 5000 रुपया डायरेक्ट इजी पैसा आना चाहिए. ठीक हो गया. भागना नहीं है भागना. अच्छा तो सब खत्म होने टॉप 3 को होगा फिर. बूम चिकन लगता है ऐसा 9 तक चांसेस हैं सबके पास. ठीक हो गया भाई. मोहिब हुसैन को पकड़ लेना. अगर ये भागा ना ये फाड़ के कुटना लंबे भाग के. अल्लाह करे अब रिजेक्ट भैया. अल्लाह पाक रिजेक्ट का चिकन हो जाए. आमीन आमीन आमीन आमीन. सारे दुआ करो अल्लाह पाक रिजेक्ट का चिकन करवा दे. रिजेक्ट को चैंपियन बना दे. बट डन सीन बस. सारे दुआ करो अल्लाह पाक रिजेक्ट को चैंपियन बना दे. ओ उतर जा भैंस की. तुम उतर जा. हम सिर्फ रिजेक्ट को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. लेट्स गो रिजेक्ट. अल्फा सैन रखी है रखी भी उसने जीतना. अल्फा सैन रखो भाई उसने जीतना. नहीं मुझे अंदर से फीलिंग आ रही है अल्फा 7 ने ना बाद में चोक कर देना. तो दैट्स व्हाई आई एम गो फॉर द रिजेक्ट.
Right now have to try and make it into zone. One of the boom players are knocked though. They're the ones gatekeeping.
दुआ करेंगे हमारा कितना हिस्सा है. मैं एकदम कितने बंदे बैठे हुए इस टाइम. 38 बंदा बैठा हुआ है. अगर मैं 38 को अगर रुपया 100 रुपया भी दूँ ना तो कहीं 4000 तो मेरे इधर चले जाएगा. 39 हो गए यार. जल्दी लाइक करो यार. पैसे के लिए कुछ भी. आरसी रिजेक्ट विनर होगी इंशाल्लाह. बूम बूम बूम.
Boom looking to pick up every elimination. They don't care if it's the rejects team or D+.
रिजेक्ट किल उठा रही है. नॉक करी जा रही है.
I was about to say, Boom should care. Shouldn't they want to take out Reject first?
रिजेक्ट ने अपने प्लेयर को रैप दे दिया. रिजेक्ट ने अपने प्लेयर को रैप दे दिया. क्या बात है बाबा जी, क्या बात है.
Placement points, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Boom Esports, yeah, they get up.
चलो लेट्स गो रिजेक्ट. रिजेक्ट्स 11 किल हो गए. मैं इसकी दूं.
This is crazy. Rejects Jukes have made it into zone here with
77 वोट्स आए हैं. और इधर माशाल्लाह 50 लाइक्स 55 लाइक्स हुए. 60 लाइक करवाओ जरा. हैशटैग बूम. नो मैन हैशटैग रिजेक्ट. ऐसे ना करो. ओ नहीं नो कर दिया जाने के बता.
He gets knocked. That's a revive that probably will not come
4v3. ए बूम का प्लेयर भी डब हो गया.
have to be running low on smokes. And if Frenzy fires that shot right there, Jukes, that's another player knocked. He gets the first aid off. Boom with the man advantage. However, there's still one more circle shift to go, Jukes.
Like I said, I was so surprised that Boom didn't focus all their efforts on Team Reject. I mean, they were outside of the zone. It could have been an easy gatekeep if they would have just let Deepaskia live. At the same time, though, maybe Boom was just thinking, you know what? We want to get every single
Boom
point.
के पास ज़्यादा zone control.
The Team Reject, as they're going to go ahead and knock out Sara here. And yeah, he's not going to get rezzed by any chance at all. So Boom Esports, they still have the majority of cover. Team Reject, though, with 11 eliminations. Are you kidding me? That is quite a few more than Boom has. As Boom should spot Divine here if he's really careful. Is he going to see that pixel move to the grass? Maybe not.
Coming up real close. That's a trade. There's only one up now for the side of Rejects. And he gets caught. He gets finished. That is Boom with the big chicken dinner. Did they get double-digit elims, though? No, just one shy of the magic number, 10 eliminations. They only got up to 9. That means I do think Rejects might have gotten more points than them because Rejects is racking up the elim points. And as crazy as a hold Alpha 7 did, Jukes, earlier against 4 different teams crashing on them at the same time, I think that wasn't enough. Not with Rejects performing the way they just did.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. This is the PMGO right here. This is what Brazil's all about. I mean, the fact that you just said, right? Oh, they only got 9 eliminations at a chicken dinner zoo. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's where we're at. That's the time that we're in right now. We're like, oh, 9. Oh, That's tough, right?
Not
That's
enough.
crazy. That's a crazy performance, right? You won the game and took out more than 2 squads. Is insane. But you know what? You're right. It's just not enough in a tournament like this because we got teams just pulling out some of the most insane performances right when they need it. I mean, this gas pedal is just all the way down 7.
Champ भी boom ही हो
Sute, if there was ever a time that I didn't want to be casting a game, it would be this one right here. Especially when the madness of Alpha 7, Team Falcons, IHC, you're getting third party from D Plus Kia, from Smoke Gaming. There was so much stuff going on. My mouth was on the floor that somehow Alpha 7 got a chance to survive all of
Alpha 7 के 119
points
points हैं और S2G के 110 points हैं.
The main team that they are hunting down, Reject, it's like, we're still here. We're going for that bounce back. We know what we didn't do so well in that first Sandhawk, but just like I was saying, last time we didn't see them perform so well in Sandhawk. They had a great, and I mean a great comeback game, and this was even better. Not only did they get the eliminations, they got the placement points, and for anybody that
ऐसा चौक रही जो पहले वोट
Reject
बूम
that
था
was saying,
देख.
okay, maybe they're gonna start falling up. No.
पहला
That's
वोट
not
बूम
gonna be
था
happening
देख.
here today. But on top of that, you have Boom getting into the mix as well.
ऐसी
with those
चैंपियन
points.
देख लेना यार क्यों मेरे दिल को होल डाल रहे हो सारे बॉय जट चैंपियन होगा.
Maybe add one more day to this PMGO.
I don't know if my heart can take it. I don't know if my heart can take it.
मेरे 5000 बढ़ जाने हैं आपके
Look
चक्करों
at the
में.
match ranking here. Boom.
18-19 ना
Oh,
इसमें.
they did get more. And 18 points from Reject. I mean, it's crazy. We got teams winning. And if you don't get double-digit eliminations, and
Champions
win,
भी
you're not
boom
gonna
है.
be
Let's
the
see.
first place team when it comes to points here, Zoo.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. I mean, geez, Rejects, Boom popping off. Like, first it was Alpha 7 popping off, and I think everyone in the crowd, including me, was thinking, this is it. This is Alpha 7's pop-off. They got it in the bag. There is no way they could be stopped now. And then they're not only stopped by the Rejects team, it's Boom too. Boom was in contention for first place, and with Boom getting a big game, now Alpha 7 has to worry about Rejects plus Boom.
And this is why I was actually a little bit impressed there. You know what? Let's look at the MVP real quick. Pmpl from Boom. 6 eliminations, 723
Nice,
damage. But with S2G not being able to get that many points,
Champion
right
भी
next to
boom
them
ही
as
है.
well,
अल्लाह
a team that
खैर
we thought was
करेगा.
gonna start hopefully challenging too.
अब बस
They
कर
didn't
दो
get that
बस
many
कर दो
points.
जालिमों
If
बस
Alpha
कर
7
दो.
wouldn't have clutch up during
रिजेक्ट
those
चैंपियन
fights,
बनेगी
they wouldn't
5000
be
में
able
बढ़
to get
जाने हैं.
even those elimination points in this last match. Oh man, once we go to the overall, I feel like it would be a completely different story. But at least with them being able to put up those points, they save themselves a little bit. They don't allow Reject to create such a big gap. And I can't wait to see Boom with that performance that they just put up, how much they're also going to be jumping up in the leaderboard. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're very, very close to Alpha
62 lakhs हुए हैं.
Oh man, I mean, I'll tell you what, Alpha 7 cannot afford to go out to a team like D plus Kia again.
लास्ट
I mean,
गेम
that
पता
was
चलेगा
so
कौन
tough.
चैंपियन
Once
होता है
they had that
कंपटीशन में.
position, I was like, if they're able to hold it, they're gonna win this game with a bunch of eliminations. That's what I predicted.
हाँ ये बात
And yeah,
अपनी
they
टीम ही नहीं है.
held it, they
चस्सी
got
नहीं
the
आ रही.
eliminations, but they couldn't get the finish 7, and that seems to be their struggle, right? As they get those elims, but where are the placement points? They need them so bad if they want to bring this, if they want to get this championship at home.
Yeah, and once again, they find themselves in a tough rotation going into those later circles. They weren't blessed by the zone. And the thing is that D Plus knew that that fight was going on because they were one of those teams that ended up third partying when they were fighting against Team Falcons, whenever they were, all that craziness was going on with IHC as well. So they were just, D Plus was just waiting for it. Alpha 7 was going to have to push out too. And with that big fight that was going on, we saw how many players from Alpha 7 ended up getting knocked. We saw the utility that was being used as well. And I think Alpha 7, once again, not favored by the circle, hinders them there in a big way. If for some reason though, as you were saying, if the circle does end up favoring them and they get to keep that position, oh boy, it would have been a completely different story. But I'm just happy that they were able to at least get some points to not allow the gap to be so big. I think it was 3 points, the gap between the two first place and second place team going into this last match. So there's gonna be, the gap's obviously gonna be a little bit bigger, but not as crazy as Sute as it could have been.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it could have been way worse for Alpha 7. If they had a bad game, if they couldn't hold off the multitude of teams that pushed into them, they'd be dropping down so far behind the teams of Rejects and Boom. But just like Sandhawk, they managed to put up decent points. And I say decent with the emphasis because Jukes told me earlier, decent is not good enough to be a championship team right now. And you're absolutely right because you got teams putting up 19, 18
Assalamualaikum
points
Ali,
per
walaikum assalam.
match,
Prediction
and those are the
copy kar
teams
do
that
guys
are
share.
looking to take that first place, Hot Jukes.
I mean, they've been putting up more than that. That's the crazy thing is that, I mean, yeah, you said it. You know, we saw a 9 elimination.
Good evening, good evening.
You're like, you know, it could have been more. I mean,
अभी
that's the crazy
BDK
part,
को
is 'cause
support
Boom
करो
backed
मेरे
them
साथ
up
से
in
STG
total
champion.
points. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're in the championship rounds here. There's four more
अल्लाह पाक का
matches
शुक्र ब्रो,
to
आप
get
कैसे
this
हो?
done. You cannot
Let's
afford
let's
single
go.
slip up at this point, especially if you're in that
Jack
top
to
5.
Esports.
You know
You
what's
definitely can.
crazy? Real quick. 4 seems like
ये देख के मीम्स
क्या हाल चाल। आज की वीडियो एक आम वीडियो नहीं है, ये एक गाइड होने वाली है इस बारे में कि YouTube पे व्यूज किस तरह आते हैं। तो इन शख्सियत को तो आप जानते ही हैं, इन पे वीडियो बनाई थी पहले हमने, और हाँ आज फिर आप लोगों को ये चीज बर्दाश्त करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि मैंने एक चीज देखी और वही चीज मैं आप लोगों को अब दिखाऊंगा और मजीद फिर उसी बारे में बात करेंगे। ये इनका चैनल है, यहाँ से क्लिक किया इस पॉपुलर वाले बटन से तो इनकी ये शॉट आती है और इसके ऊपर 248 मिलियन व्यूज हैं, 248 मिलियन। तो अब देखो क्वालिटी तो भाई फुल, यानी कि है कुछ तो भाई ऐसा कुछ होगा जो हम लोगों ने जिंदगी में कभी नहीं देखा। तो चलो फिर पान किसको पसंद है, ये मुझे वो पान वाली तो वो नहीं लग रही, ये कोई गोले शोले वाला सीन लग रहा है, लेकिन चलो लेट्स
ठंडा गोला ले लो, ठंडा गोला।
ओके पान नहीं है ये गोला ही है। ओके खैर चलो तो फिर देखना शुरू करने लगे हम अपना ना, वो थोड़ा सा ऐसे काबू करके बैठो खुद पे। खैर चलो देखना शुरू करते हैं।
गोला ले लो, ठंडा गोला, ठंडा गोला ला।
कैसे जान क्या हाल है? अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र ब्रो, अली ब्रो आप कैसे
गोला
हो?
बनाना एक अच्छा।
ओके वो पान खा रहा है मेरे ख्याल में, तो इसलिए वो पान
ये गांडू क्या लगा दिया है यार, भी वो मैचेस नहीं हुए ना स्टार्ट, दैट्स व्हाई मैं कह रहा हूं यार कोई ना ऑडियंस बोर्ड ना हो जाए।
Squad is going to go lots, you know, because if Alpha 7 wins this, that's going to be a huge thing for their region. So I mean, it's just the name of the game.
You may be trying to make that push as we're going to be looking here.
Reject 130, 11 पॉइंट की लीड। Yes, let's go Reject.
20-point difference.
You can do it boy.
Alpha 7 and Boom Esports tied at 119.
5000 रुपया हमारे क्लोज आ रहा है, थोड़ा सा रह गया बस डिफरेंस।
If I was in this game, right? And
मोहिब हुसैन ब्रो कहीं गायब ना हो जाना यार,
we do get that dream scenario
समझ
where
जाओ
top
फिर।
5 are all like pretty much just the last game going to find out where the
Falcon
championship
के
team is
78
going to be.
points हैं।
If I'm Deathwolves, Zebra Master, Smoke, our Brazilian teams, we know that the championship squad is going to go ahead and get us an extra qualifying spot at the World Cup.
वही 5000 रुपया मिला, 5000 रुपया अगर डीके चैंपियन बन गई तो।
Huge thing for their region. So I mean, it's just the name of the game at this point. Anything can happen.
What were you saying there? Oh, too. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, Jukes, I don't know, Jukes couldn't have said it any better, right? With the champion team getting an extra qualifying spot, the Brazilian brothers in here have some incentive, you know, to maybe help out Alpha 7. And I mean, that's not even just the case itself. Like, you want to knock out the #1 team to move yourself up the leaderboard too, because there's still a chance that, you know, you get into that top 3 to get the money. So there's just a lot going on right now. Look at this beautiful shot. All
Reject, let's go boy. You king, you man, you Shizade. You Tyson भाई, Tyson भाई के 5000 रुपया आएगा बस। आलो इन लगे रहना। I8 नहीं है, प्लीज बता दो। नहीं है ब्रो, I8 नहीं है इसमें। I8 का वीजा नहीं लगा था, दैट्स व्हाई वो नहीं जा सके। I8 का वीजा नहीं लगा था, ना 7th एलिमेंट का लगा था। नहीं तो मुझे उम्मीद तो I8 तो 7th एलिमेंट दोनों से किसी को ये मेन स्टेज तक तो जरूर जाता यार।
Can Alpha 7 start getting those placement points and not just those eliminations?
पिन पूंड रिसर्च करो, मजा आएगा।
There's just so many
अभी मैच
questions
देखते
that I
हैं।
can't wait to get an answer to here in this next match.
रिजेक्ट वेयर इज रिजेक्ट रिजेक्ट साइड एम्स को रिजेक्ट कर देना आपने
Boom is up there too now, but of course rejects. That's what everyone's eyes are on. They just closed
11 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है रिजेक्ट का कोई ज़्यादा ओवर नहीं खेलना आहिस्ता आहिस्ता स्लो खेलना रिजेक्ट को बस
I think it was 20 points difference and 20 points is a lot.
With S2G is a 20-point difference. Up to the second place is 11-point difference. So 11. Not that much. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Only 11. I was before you stopped me. I was gonna even say 20 points.
आयर जरूर जाता मेन इवेंट तक हाँ मोहिब सैम भाई आपने जाना नहीं है मोहिब सैम ब्रो गायब नहीं होना आपने यार ओए जोन अगेंस्ट है सेम
I mean it's a great spot to be in, don't get me wrong, but at the same time it's not that great of a spot with we see this very
रिजेक्ट ओके फार्म है इंडिया की टीम आई है बता दो प्लीज नहीं ब्रो इंडिया पाकिस्तान की कोई टीम नहीं है आईएससी इज माय फेवरेट तो हमारी फाल्कन आईएससी दोनों है लेकिन इस बार हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं रिजेक्ट स्पोर्ट्स को रिजेक्ट स्पोर्ट्स जिंदाबाद
I want to possibly see how some of the other team like being next Ria right now in 97 points. They're currently 33 points away there from the first spot. If for some reason and we see
Jack farm in
the PMGO,
but done scene let's go boys for 70 likes यार लाइक क्यों नहीं कर रहे आप लोगों को क्या यार क्या कर रही हो यार आप लोग
I'm hopeful here that if for some reason that does end up happening going to the last match we could have not just
मुझे कंफर्म में रिजेक्ट हारेगी नहीं यार नहीं रिजेक्ट जीतेगी
5 teams contending as S2G
definitely
needs those points. It's going to start getting those
जरा
points.
शर्म नहीं है
That's going to be one elimination going their way, and that is for S2G a way that they want to be able to bounce back, especially after that last match.
Yeah, you can see teams fighting for like scrap points right now, scrappy methods.
दो आपको रिजेक्ट पसंद है मुझे आईएससी भाई पसंद नहीं है रिजेक्ट भाई रिजेक्ट जीतेगी तो 5000 आएगा हमारी फेवरेट तो फाल्कन है और आईएससी है और 9 है आज का रिजेक्ट को पहले आईएससी फाल्कन को ही कर रहे थे हाँ ना भाई फाल्कन आईएससी हमारी दिलो जान की टीम है वो हमारी सीएसए की टीम है लेकिन रिजेक्ट के ऊपर हमने भी समझा करो ना दम जरूर किए हैं कि रिजेक्ट जीतेगी we just want a champion or reject Esports here from Japan to Pakistan love फाल्कन अब कसम से अगर रिजेक्ट को किसी ने मारा ना आईएससी फाल्कन में से मेरा फड्डा हो जाना इन दोनों के साथ पहले जब इनको सपोर्ट कर रहे थे मैच की तो इनसे फाइट नहीं जीती जा रही थी अब रिजेक्ट को सपोर्ट करने जा रहा हूँ शायद ये दोनों कुटना शुरू हो जाए आईएससी अगर अभी एक भी चिकन निकाल लेती है टॉप 2 इजीली आ जाएगी टॉप 2 या टॉप 3
They had to land Lipovka. The good thing that we've been seeing now out of Alpha 7 this year and the previous year as well is they're starting to
let's go for the 70 likes let's go thank you for the 70 likes 71 likes thank you so much boys love you हो गया और लास्ट डे है बॉयज स्ट्रीम का देन फिर शायद आपको PMSL नॉर्थ अमेरिका में स्ट्रीम देखने को मिले या शायद PMSL CSA में और मैं पहले तो ना PMSL CSA की सबने स्ट्रीम इधर देखनी है सबने इतना खपड़ा हूँ आप लोगों के लिए समझ रहे हो फिर वैसे ना ट्राई करेंगे गेमिंग गैलेक्सी के फाइनल्स की भी स्ट्रीम करें अगर परमिशन मिलेगी मैं उससे पूछा तो है कह रहे हैं कि बता देंगे after the game message करूँगा उनको
for the average because we saw Alpha 7 go earlier for the average unluckily for them the circle ended up not going in their favor but we seen what can happen whenever a team does control average and it's a fragging power team and on top of that they get blessed by the circle.
Yeah, we'll see where the circles go. Maybe we'll get the same exact zones, who knows, as IHC making their rotation right now. Only one vehicle, you never want to be all in one vehicle, and they're driving right next to next Ruya at that radio tower. We may see IHC just bow out right now.
किधर लैंड हुई रिजेक्ट फार्म में लैंड हुई है
That's one player knocked from IHC.
PMSL नॉर्थ अमेरिका जरूर करना यार अगर नॉर्थ अमेरिका ना फेस 1 और फेस 2 होना फेस 1 में अगर क्वालिफाई हो जाती है डेड एज स्काई फेज 2 के लिए देन फिर हम फेज 2 करेंगे, नहीं तो फेज 2 करने का फ़ायदा नहीं है। इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह। इफ्तारी किया आपने पाक में किस टाइम होती है? इफ्तारी क्या किया आपने पाकिस्तान में किस टाइम होती है? मेरी लाहौर में ऑलमोस्ट 6:28 PM होती है लाहौर में, बाकी सिटीज़ का नहीं पता।
has that information too. They know where that team most likely went to, which is the compound right next to them. So Nova can take advantage of that if it comes to be on the next circle shift.
And for IHC, they're in 6th place, not what they wanted to do in regards to losing a player. I'm sure they're looking to close that gap. The current champions of PMGO.
ब्लेड को देखना, हाँ जरूर यार, लीड ले ला गए आरसी। हाँ हाँ आरसी वाले फुल बूम बम चुक के रखेंगे। फाल्कन किन की टीम है? फाल्कन स्टारवेड स्पोर्ट की टीम है। फाल्कन वही जो वो अपनी टीम थी, फाल्कन मीनारी जंगी टीम है। और फाल्कन की 2 लाइनर्स हो गई हैं। आईएससी को बचा सकते हैं, वो कोई रेव नहीं दे रहा आईएससी को, रोक को। ये क्या किया है इन्होंने? हाँ ब्लेड इंशाल्लाह, ब्लेड अगर ब्लेड के मुझे ब्रॉडकास्ट हुए ना इंशाल्लाह करेंगे। फाल्कन किन की टीम है? फाल्कन स्टारवेड स्पोर्ट की एक्स रोस्टर है। आरसी इक्वल टू 5000। जो बात है, रिजेक्ट जिंदाबाद, रिजेक्ट जिंदाबाद। यार ये इन्होंने आईएससी को वो रेफ क्यों नहीं पकड़ा? ये पागल हैं। क्लोज आ गए बैन स्मोक करके। अच्छा नेक्स्ट रिया ओपन में थी, ओके।
That point gap is just getting bigger and bigger, and at this point, if they don't do it now, it's going to be too big in my opinion. But you can see, man.
नहीं नेक्स्ट रिया तो अभी आई है। नोवा ने किल उठाया आईएससी का। स्मोक करके रेफ दे देते ना बैन के तुम।
All the way as close as he can to his teammates from the open roadside into the little dip. So
बाबा तुम कब से ब्राजील की स्ट्रीम करने लगे? मैं रोज ही करता हूँ, आप पहली दफा ओपन में था इसलिए। नहीं फिर भी कुछ कुछ ना कुछ जुगाड़ तो लगा ही सकते थे ना। अगर वो आ रहा है तो ये भी जा रहा है, अगर उसको फिनिश नहीं किया जा रहा है किसी ओपोनेंट की तरफ से, ट्राई कर लेते यहाँ से थोड़ा पाथ बना के स्मोक का गाड़ी में बिठा के ले आते, रिस्क ले लेते। वो कोई बैंस है 6 पे बैठे हुए हैं। लेट्स गो बॉयज फॉर द 100। आज हमने 200 लाइक्स कंप्लीट करने यार लाजमी।
That's where your number 1 team is going to be. Boom, meanwhile, are on top of Mount Everest. So Boom.
रिजेक्ट को दिखाओ, छोड़ो सारे टीम्स। वेयर इज रिजेक्ट? ओके रिजेक्ट थोड़ा बच के बचाते, पानी से रोटेशन करके ना हॉस्पिटल के अंदर सेंटर में चले जाओ। ओपन में था डर था। रिजेक्ट भागो भागो भागो। रिजेक्ट अच्छी रोटेशन, वेल डन बॉयज। ज़ेब्रा मास्टर के साथ पंगे ना लेने, ओपन में रुके फायर ना करना, नहीं तो बैक से जो टीम आ रही है ले जाए। लास्ट मैच में फाल्कन ओपन में थी, नोवा विदाउट नो का पुश कर दिया। लास्ट मैच में फाल्कन ओपन में थी, नोवा विदाउट नो ही पुश कर दिया।
To the 2 players from Alpha 7 that ended up going there to the South George. And by the way,
नोवा समझ रही है ये चाइना रीजन, उनको पता नहीं भाई मंगोलिया के प्लेयर्स बैठे हैं। अल्फा 7 बूम एसटोजी ये चारों टीम्स मर जाए, आपस में लड़ो। एक 7 एसटोजी बूम तीनों के पास अच्छी जोन का कंट्रोल है। जेट की तरह ठीक है भाई। मुनी बादाम नहीं रही तो मुझे भूल गए, जो बात है मनदीप भाई। आरसी अब फिनिश है भाई, नहीं फिनिश होती है आरसी, इतनी बददुआएं ना तो आप 5000 रेडी रखो।
Of Everest, and here we go. We were talking about them. IC needs to have pop-up performances, and now they're starting 5D plus. It's going to be an easy elimination there for them, as All South also knocked, and they're going to
ड्रीम ने उठा लिया।
I mean, they got nothing to lose at this point. They're a team.
For Ami ने ये टूर्नामेंट रजिस्टर नहीं करवाया था, that's why.
I think they might want to challenge that.
या ये द माफियोसो के ऊपर पुश है ना,
that a team is going to be towards
मर जाए वो।
They're not going to know though that that team is S2G.
या पहली टॉप 4 2 3 पहली नहीं, पहली को छोड़ के जेट को छोड़ के बाकी 5 टीमें मर जाए ना, लास्ट मैच है। नहीं नहीं, ये तो अभी सेकंड मैच और थर्ड, ये तो अभी थर्ड मैच स्टार्ट हुआ है, अभी 3 मैच। ब्रो आपके चैनल ग्रो क्यों नहीं होता, पता नहीं आ रहा क्यों नहीं होता। ऑडियंस ही वो एक्टिव नहीं है ज़्यादा, पता नहीं क्यों। भाई जो भी इस चैनल पे न्यू आ रहे हैं, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करके बेल आइकन ऑल पे करते हैं ना करंटली। Let's go, let's go। इंशाल्लाह PMRC से पहले ना फुल बूस्टअप हो जाएगा चैनल अपना। ग्रो हो रहा है आहिस्ता, हाँ आहिस्ता ग्रो हो रहा है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा टाइम मजीद लगेगा इसको।
Because not only do they have death wolves close by, they also have Team Falcons setting themselves up. These squads are going to be outside the circle.
Where is reject?
And this is great.
ठीक है, जहाँ रिजेक्ट जा रही वहाँ अंपायर ने जगह छोड़ दी है। लेट्स गो, रिजेक्ट जोन में आ गई, जेब्रा मास्टर भी वहाँ पे आ गई। बस रिजेक्ट ज्यादा अंदर नहीं जाना, बस काफी है, ये कंपाउंड्स पकड़ लो। रुक जाओ, नाइस वन। जेट के बाद जोन आ गया। नो आइजरिंग इशू, कॉलिंग इशू बहुत है। हाँ ये बात है, कह सकते। यस, अल्फा 7 और बूम की फाइट हो, दोनों मर जाए, थर्ड पार्टी हो कोई टीम की।
Boom Esports is going to end up losing one player and Alpha 7 having a 3-1 split here.
Yeah, I think it was
हाई फाइव से यस अल्फा 7 हाई फाइव से यस अल्फा 7 डन बस सारी मर जाए, सारी टीम मर जाए, बूम भी मर जाए, अल्फा 7 भी, S2G भी मर जाए। हाई फाइव ले जाए चिकन। चैंपियंस को कितना प्राइज मिलेगा? चैंपियंस को बताता हूँ। फाल्कन वैसे नोवा से SM के हैवी। जी फाल्कन को H1 वाले को 1 लाख $US मिलेगा। नाइस वन फाल्कन 3 की जी। S2G आ रहे हैं। पुश करो, डीके भी आ गए, डीके पुश करो, बूम पे पुश करो, अल्फा 7 पे पुश करो। ज़ेब्रा मास्टर भी पुश करो, सारे पुश करो, सारे मर जाओ, बट रिजेक्ट जिंदा रहे। आवाज चौधरी दुआ करो या अल्लाह पाक रिजेक्ट स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियन बन जाए PMGO 2024 की, आमीन सुमा आमीन। बट इफ फाल्कन मेक्स अ चैंपियन, फिर तो हम दिल से खुश हो जाएंगे यार, फिर हमें 5000 भी नहीं चाहिए। जाओ ले लो अपना 5000। ISC भी चैंपियन बन गई ना, फिर भी हमें 5000 नहीं चाहिए, ले लो। इन दोनों में से कोई ना बने, फिर रिजेक्ट बनेगा, बनना तो रिजेक्ट बने, नहीं तो फाल्कन ही ISC बन जाए। यस फाल्कन ऑन टॉप बॉय, 4 किल्स हो गए जी। यार होल्ड कर क्या उन्होंने अगर RC करे तो मुझे क्या फायदा होगा? अगर RC करे तो मुझे क्या फायदा यार? मुझे नहीं, मुझे 5000 मिलेगा ना इंशाल्लाह। RC इंशाल्लाह। यार होल्ड कर लिया उन्होंने। फाल्कन का चिकन हुआ तो कमबैक पॉसिबल, जो बार बूम बनेगी। भाई मिस्टर ड्रीम कह रहा है बूम बनेगी यार, ऐसे ना करो यार। बूम और अल्फा जाएंगे दोनों एक डेड है। ISC करे तो टॉप पे आ सकती है, हाँ ये बात भी है। ISC चले जाए, फाल्कन चले जाए, रिजेक्ट चले जाए, तीनों में से कोई भी चैंपियन बन जाए मंजूर है। अगर RC हारे तो नहीं ये बात नहीं है। मोहित भाई अब हट रहे हो, ये बात नहीं। आज मुझे ये नहीं बोला था कि अगर हारे तो, जो हमारी डील हुई थी, अगर RC चैंपियन बन गई आप 5000 दोगे, अगर नहीं बनी तो उसका मुझे नहीं पता। भाई RC का सर्कल आ गया। मोहित भाई इधर तकरीबन कितने बंदे बैठे हुए हैं? 36 बंदे बैठे। 36 बंदे ने आपकी टिंडे कर देनी अगर आप भागे तो।
The friendly neighborhoods might be coming to
बूम का एक और नॉक हो गया।
a little bit more active as well. Alpha 7 is going to have that player now, but they're going to be able to revive him. And
5K के लिए अपनी फीलिंग को सेल करना कोई अच्छी बात नहीं। अगर ISC या फाल्कन बन गया ना, फिर 5000 नहीं चाहिए, फिर 5000 ले लो। फिर ISC चले गया, चलो कोई ना। भाई फाल्कन ISC चैंपियन बन जाए मंजूर है। रिजेक्ट भी चैंपियन बन जाए फिर तो 5000 आएगा ना अपन उनके पास। 41 बंदे हैं। हाय हाय भाई लाइक कर दो 41 बंदे बाद टिंड कर देनी है मोहिब हुसैन भाई की। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 80 लाइक्स भाई, लेट्स गो फॉर द 100 लाइक्स। किसी ने कहीं नहीं जाना, जब 5000 निकलवा के हमने बैठना। रिजेक्ट के बाद अच्छा सर्कल है बॉयज। यस यस मर जाए, हैश 5 वाली भी मर जाए, 4 वाली भी मर जाए, 3 वाली भी और 2 वाली भी। अल्फा 7 मर जाए ना और साथ में बूम, इन दोनों का मरना लाजमी है यार। क्या इधर रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं छंकरे के बच्चे, इधर लड़ ही नहीं रहे दोनों। साथ साथ कंपाउंड है, तो मैं इधर चिकन ड्राई इन्होंने कंकरर पुश करना है। अल्फा 7 बूम पुश ही नहीं कर रही। S2G भी मर जाए सारी मर जाए। डीके पुश करना अल्फा 7 पे के दूं। चैंपियंस को कितना प्राइस फुल मिलेगा? 1 लाख $US ब्रो। अगर SM की जीती तो मैं भी 10K दूंगा यार। बात आ
Look at that interesting split right now. S2G has a 2-2. Two players kind of at that hospital
नहीं
compound,
बूम
not the
नहीं।
actual hospital.
चलो चलो ड्रीम भाई के लिए बूम नहीं, बूम ना मरे। अल्फा 7 और S2G दोनों मर जाए। अगर फाल्कन चैंपियन 1K मेरी तरफ से, फाल्कन अल्लाह करे यार, फाल्कन या रिजेक्ट में से कोई एक चैंपियन बन जाए। 5000 की लालच ज्यादा नहीं है टाइसन के अंदर, 1000 भी चलेगा। 5 किल नोवा फाल्कन। जी देख लो अपना दूसरी टीम्स को सपोर्ट करना शुरू हुआ है ना, फाल्कन कमबैक कर, ये समझ रहे हो ना यार। ये स्ट्रीमर कर्स है, दोनों ग्रेनेड भी नहीं कर रहे एक दूसरे पे। हाँ ना बड़े भाई कंगरा पुश कर रहे हैं कि फुट स्टेप ना आ जाए। हैश 1 से हैश 4 तक सब मर जाए। नहीं हैश 1 ना मरे यार, हैश 1 ना मरे। 2 से लेके मर जाए आगे जितने मर्जी, 1 ना मरे। 2 से लेके 8 तक मर जाए बूम स्पोर्ट को छोड़ के। नहीं तो इधर से मुझे फिर ड्रीम भाई ने कहना यार नहीं यार। चलो भाई साहब बूम इस बार पुश करो, हम आगे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। अल्फा 7 को मारो बम्पर आप नोती थे यार भाई। जो बात फाल्कन यू कैन डू इट, बॉयज नीड अ कमबैक। वो हाई फाइव कहां से भाई पानी से वो करके आ रही है रोटेशन। रिजेक्ट का सर्कल आ गया फिर से, रिजेक्ट का सर्कल आ गया। रिजेक्ट भी 5000। अल्फा 7 बूम फटाओ हाई फाइव पीछे थर्ड पार्टी करे, पानी से निकल ये थर्ड पार्टी करे। चल लास्ट प्ले रह गया। एक तो डेड हो, कोई दोनों में से एक तो डेड हो, दोनों के सेम पॉइंट है। चल बूम डेड। ओह मिस्टर ड्रीम ब्रो यार सॉरी यार, दिल से दुख लगा यार। ड्रीम डेड होगी कोई बात नहीं। अब अल्फा 7 की बारी है। अल्फा 7 को क्रॉस ही ना करने दो डिक्के वालों। 5000 रुपया आ रहा है। नेक्स्ट सर्कल भी भाई रिजेक्ट के पास ही है। मछली रोटेशन, हाँ मछली गई पानी में चपैक। अब S2G मरे ना, S2G और अल्फा 7 दोनों मरे। फाल्कन के 5 किल्स हो गए। फाल्कन मैंने कुछ भी नहीं देखा। अच्छा मैंने कुछ नहीं। बूम चिट्टी करो देखा। छुट्टी करो। चलो नोवा वर्सी ROW। चल फटा नोवा मार, दोनों को मार। नाइस वन नोवा कम बैक। जी 6 किल हो गए। नोवा भी फटा। नोवा के भाई 7 किल हो गए हैं भाई। फॉर्म में आ गई मैं क्यों फाल्कन के 2 नो को। फाल्कन का एक रैप हो गया। नाइस वन, वो भी रैप हो जाएगा। फाल्कन वर्सेस नोवा ओके 4 रैप हो गए। बस फाल्कन वर्सेस नोवा होने जा रहा है अब यार। S2G को छोड़ो। चल हाँ S2G को भी मार दो यार। S2G से पहले अल्फा 7 का एक नॉक हुआ। फिनिश A7 का फिनिश। रिजेक्ट के 4 मैन शट आए। ओए रैप हो गया वो बैंस की। तो रिजेक्ट ने एक डेथ ओवर्स का मारा। ओके एक किल आ गया रिजेक्ट के पास। आई थिंक फिनिश हो जाएगा।
as there is only going to be 2 players
S2G बैंस की तो 5 kills करके भाग गया
making a push over.
नाइस नाइस उतार S2G को फाल्कन के 6 किल हो गए यार फाल्कन थर्ड पार्टी हो गई है अल्फा 7 के कार्डियो के 2 नॉक अल्फा 7 के लास्ट अल्फा 7 गई मजे मजे मजे मजे नाइस 5 पॉइंट्स से कोई ना
This is the perfect time here for Reject.
Falcon action बैंस की तुम
Rejects now might want to start peeking out a little bit as the battlefield.
Falcon action अच्छा Falcon से नोवा हाँ लेकिन पीछे थर्ड पार्टी हो गया ओए ओए पहले टॉप की 7-6 गई नाइस वन यार थर्ड पार्टी हो गया नाइस नोवा भी डेड फाल्कन टॉप Falcon नोवा किल बैंस की तुम वो गई इसे पढ़ कहाँ से रही है यार जेट फॉर्मेट ट्रेंडिंग 3 किल्स नाइस वन
quickly. Actually, 2 points. 2 points? Well, I mean, when you're in first place, that's good enough.
Again, back-to-back chicken dinner. Oh, पहला तो मिस हो गया.
Looking to third party.
Reject जिंदाबाद.
Between Hi-Fi's and
Again second jet का. आए हाय 5000 और करीब आ रहे हैं अपने. अल्लाह पाक रिजेक्ट को चैंपियन बना दे. आमीन आमीन आमीन.
They do not want to allow Vampire Esports to end up after this fight with 4 players because we know what Vampire Esports has to do. If they want to even try to challenge them, you can see Vampire Esports is running over the players from Hi-Fi's.
4v4.
Not able to hold up Vampire Esports.
Talk ने मार के रख दी BC.
We, at least from my perspective, we didn't get a chance to see any reject players trying to shoot on this action.
4v4 fight.
Tires of buggies. They could be a little bit far away. And for Vampire Esports, this is going to be into the circle. But if they're able to do it, it's going to be great for them. They just need to be careful as well with the reject player that's up in the mountain, getting that off angle.
Yeah, I mean, rejects had no reason to push that. They didn't have the sight lines, but they see the zone. It's pretty much wide open. And
Tyson 5 के मुबारक. Thank you.
Vampire's team to work with.
9.39 और 9.09 भी निकालना है. चिकन आना चाहिए यार रिजेक्ट का और ये 4 किल्स भी आने चाहिए.
Could be the saving grace for the side of Vampires because on the next zone shift, if it goes to Vampires, well, Rejects got like almost.
ज़्यादा होल्ड वैम्पायर के पास है शायद.
Yeah, they're gonna have absolutely nothing, and this is
6 से दो टीम्स. वो सर्कल ही वैसा बना था ना.
I was hoping at least one player from Rejects would end up pushing.
भाई वैम्पायर का भी कमबैक आ गया है बैंस की तो. वैम्पायर लेगी तो मजा आ जाएगा यार बस कर दो यार जालिमो 5000 आ रहा है तू आने दो.
And they're both at 4 apiece. And look how many points Vampire Esports now has. They have.
अरे ब्रो ये वाला मैच नहीं तो पिछले मैच में आखिरी स्टेज तक जा रही थी ये जोन ही वैसा था. जोन ही बड़ा गंदे हार्ड शिफ्ट थे.
They're just hoping that Vampire Esports is going to be able to clutch this up and they're going to become Vampire Esports fans for a lifetime.
5000 किस चीज से अगर रिजेक्ट ईस्पोर्ट चैंपियन बनी तो 5000 मिलेंगे टाइसन को. मोहिब भाई दे रहे बस बंदा ना भाग जाए. बंदा नहीं भागता बंदे की टेंड कर देनी है मैंने पूरे सोशल मीडिया में. ऐसी की तैसी मोहिब भाई भागे तो यार मोहिब भाई ना जाना यार. अल्लाह रहम करे आपकी यार ईद आ रही है यार. सो वोट हुए लाइक्स कितने हुए यार. लेट्स गो फॉर द 100 लाइक्स यार. क्या कर रहे हो ये मैच खत्म होने से पहले 100 लाइक्स कंप्लीट करो भाई. वैम्पायर के किल्स हैं. वैम्पायर भी चैंपियंस की रेस में आ गई है. वॉच पार्टी सेल पार्टी यार रिजेक्ट का सर्कल है भाई. दुआ करो मेरा कल पेपर. अब यार टोक्यो के लिए पूरी दुआ करो यार. अल्लाह पाक से आरसी मरेगी तो क्राउड का रिएक्शन देखना यार. साथ बाद आ यार रिजेक्ट का सर्कल. ओके दोनों के पास सर्कल है. ओके लेकिन नेक्स्ट सर्कल वैम्पायर से कटेगा. कल मेरा भी पेपर है. अल्लाह पाक कामयाब करे. अल्लाह पाक कामयाब करे जिनके पेपर्स हैं बॉयज.
I wonder what they're going to be doing here because they're the ones that are going to have to push out first. I feel like especially with the next circle.
मेरा ईद के बाद यार ये क्या है नॉक हो जाना है 002 ने.
I mean Am I seeing this correctly? This is
अब
stage
जोन
6?
वैम्पायर का यार नहीं जोन नहीं
Oh,
जोन अब
okay,
कटेगा.
stage 7. There we go. So we still got one more circle shift.
Let's go for the
So
boys
it can
100 likes
still
यार.
Bless Rejects or it could bless Vampire, but there's no way it's blessing both of them again. Yeah, that's not gonna. That is one thing that's not gonna happen. So, there is.
I like that out of Vampire. I don't know if you were able to catch that, but I like that Vampire is already starting to cause some damage there to those vehicles.
जो पहले गलती करेगा ना वो मरेगा. ओए नो कर गया. Push.
Oh, they're gonna push. Aggressive team.
Okay.
Really? They could end up going for that push. Tony K, being the aggressor, is making the push and he's gonna try to get an off angle. He will have some rocks to work with. This is very aggressive from Vampire Esports, as they do have one player behind them. Schweppes, Tony K, and Stone.
Nice one. यार भाग क्यों रहे हो यार?
Two players are knocked there from Rejects, and Vampire Esports trying to make the push with the other players behind. Here comes the grenade from Reggie. Is this nade gonna hit?
Oh, nice one.
It does end up hitting.
Oh,
And now it turns it into a 2v1 for Vampire Esports, the aggressor team, taking the fight to Reject. Who is it gonna win it here? There's only one player left from Reject. Can he clutch it up for his team and be able to extend the lead even more? Or is it gonna be Vampire Esports trying to hunt them down in the final matches of the PMGO? The grenade is gonna come through, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire Esports with an unlikely win. They saw an opening and they went for it.
अगर ये 7 में लास्ट मैच में रेडी
The
ना
Alpha 7 crowd cheering for Vampire Esports.
भाई फाल्कन का कमबैक आ गया है.
Back in the days where
फाल्कन का 19 और 23
push that team and it'd be so messy. It would
23 पॉइंट निकालने हैं इस
never
मैच
work
में.
out. Even the top tier teams.
यार कितने बदवा लगाई है यार, कितने मैं क्या बनूं यार. यार क्या छंकने भैंस के क्यों नो यार. वो भागता नाना जिसने पहला नॉक किया इजी होगा. डीबीएस से फाइट ले बैंक के अंदर कंपाउंड के अंदर जाने की क्या तेरी जरूरत है यार.
He knew he had to make a play, so instead of running back in the building and healing, he ran out into that smoke that he pre-deployed, because that was the only chance he could have made a wild card play to help the
लास्ट मैच तक गेम जानी जो बात. वही लेट्स गो फॉर द 100 लाइक्स यार. जो भी देख रहे हैं ना, जिसने बेल आइकन ऑल पे नहीं किया हुआ, काइंडली बेल आइकन ऑल पे कर दो. डेली बेसिस पे, डेली बेसिस के लिए स्पोर्ट्स न्यूज़ अपडेट्स के लिए. वैंस को ये देखना, मैं आपको एक चीज दिखाता हूँ, सबको वेट करो. हाँ ये देखो, यहाँ पे पूछ जा रहा है. रुको, इधर नॉक किया, ठीक है.
Schweppes is now going to be able to find a cover here. Vampire Esports is an aggressive team.
Really?
They could end up going for that push. Tony
No
K,
way.
being the aggressor, is making the
Vampire
push. He's going to try to get an off angle. He will have some rocks to work with. This is very aggressive
देखना
from
जरा.
Vampire Esports, as they do have one player behind them. Schweppes, Tony K.
एक नॉक किया. ये देख, ये अंदर जा रहा कंपाउंड के अंदर. बहन की तुम फाइट ले उसके साथ.
But Tony K is going to end up getting knocked. Two
Yeah,
players are
yeah.
knocked there from Reject, and Vampire Esports trying to make the push with the other players behind. Here comes the grenade from Reggie. Is this nade going to hit? It does.
कोई ना यार.
And you were right. The Alpha 7 crowd cheering for Vampire Esports. That was, I mean, I remember back in the days where people talked about getting one knock and you push that team, and it'd be so messy. It would usually never work out. Even the top tier teams at the time, this is a few years back, wouldn't be able to pull something off like that. Vampires, though, I mean, they made it look so easy. Just one knock, push on through, and that got it done. And shout out to Regioso there, by the way. He knew he had to make a play. So instead of running back in the building and healing, he ran out
RC Kira कर रही है.
because that was the only chance he could have made a wild card play to help the Rejects team to clutch that fight up. So like when push comes to shove, this Reject roster knows what needs to be done. Unfortunately for them, when Schweppes hits you with that mini, I mean, you just get hit with the mini. Look at that table slam. That was an absolute huge win for Vampires. But Jukes, what does that mean for Vampires? Where are they now on the leaderboards? Are they able to be number one?
Are you kidding me? I mean, I think 9 out of 10 teams there. Just chill. Just wait to see who gets the circle. But you know what? They put that.
कोई ना.
And it's possible now. It's possible. I mean, the gap is definitely going to be bigger now that we see Reject just constantly having great performances here. But man, I mean, Vampire putting those in the running the hard way.
Anything can happen here, especially after that last match. Reject could have expanded their gap even more. They do get those placement points, but we'll have to win it. Yep, we're going to take it to James Chang.
Congratulations for you. And now here in our stage in São Paulo, Brazil, we have a very huge announcement from a very special person, and I hope the Brazilian crowd receive it really, really well. I'm going to receive here, welcome on stage, please, James Young, the Senior Director of Global Esports, Level Infinite. Please come here on stage, honey. Thank you so much. The stage is yours now. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world and in Brazil. I'm James Young, Senior Director of Global Esports, Level Infinite. What a great competition so far! PMGO Brazil had everything we love. We love PUBG Mobile. We love esports. We love Legend stories. We love under the stories. We love all
3 रहते हैं अभी, कितने में 3 रहते हैं, 3 रहते हैं।
chicken dinner. So let's watch the video together about what we love more this year.
मोही भाई बैट लगाओ ऐसे चैंपियन।
Building on the momentum of being the most watched battle royale esports game in 2023, PUBG Mobile is setting the stage for an even more exhilarating year in 2024. The journey begins with expanding our regional tournaments, following the success of PUBG Mobile Super League in Southeast Asia. We're thrilled to introduce PMSL to the EMEA, CSA, and Americas, with 2 seasons throughout the year. PMSL Southeast Asia will of course return, this time with 3 separate seasons throughout the year. We're committed to improving the competitive landscape and fan experience of PUBG Mobile.
So we are delighted to announce that for 2024, we will have more than 40 professional teams as part of our partnership program, with even more teams set to join in the future. 2024 marks the inauguration of our first global event, the PUBG Mobile Global Open. This event is designed to offer ambitious players at every level the chance to compete
Esports roadmap बता रहे हैं वो।
best teams. The PMGO will join PUBG Mobile Esports as an annual event, and we're proud to present Brazil. 168 teams have already registered to battle through rigorous qualifiers for a chance to face top teams such as IHC, Alpha 7, S2G, and more. Besides winning the lion's share of the $500,000 USD prize pool, the winnings team region will also win an additional slot at the PUBG Mobile World Cup in Riyadh. The results of the PMGO could have a huge impact on who wins the
second week में होगा, second week मई में PMSL CS से मधुनी ब्रो PMSL CS से होगा second week में।
Riyadh KSA this summer. We're bringing our mid-season tournament to a whole new level with the PMWC, featuring a 3-stage
PMWC का रोड मैप है, ये मैंने ऑलरेडी बताया हुआ वीडियो में।
of the world's most powerful and consistent teams. Selections for PMWC
तो 5 स्लॉट PMSL CSA से 5 स्लॉट जानी है CSA से ना।
PUBG Mobile has ever hosted. For the first time, PUBG Mobile players can design.
मधुनी भाई साउथ एशिया हटा दिया हमारी टीम्स। नहीं साउथ एशिया नहीं हटा, CSA है अभी भी। रुको यार ये ना थोड़ी सी लोडिंग ले रहा है, वेट करो। क्या बात है, क्या बात है। 70 लाइक्स इधर हुए हैं PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स के ऑफिशियल चैनल पे, तकरीबन 92 मेरे हुए। क्या ही बात है। साउथ एशिया अब CSA, हाँ जी जी यस साथ भाई। सेंटर साउथ एशिया जी। आई8 का नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट कौन सा? आई8 का नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट वो है रूथलेस का क्लैश ऑफ जायंट सीजन 4 15 मार्च से और 15 अप्रैल से स्टार्ट हो रहा है। देन उसके बाद गेमिंग गैलेक्सी का है, देन फिर कोड वाला होगा, फिर देन PMSL CSA होगा। PMWI की जगह PMWC हो रहा है ना माज हमीद ब्रो। ये PMGC स्लॉट है भाई, ये देखो हाँ आ गया। ये देखो CSA फाल सीजन के अंदर ना 8 टॉप 8 टीम्स ने क्वालिफाई होना। बाकी देखो पाकिस्तान से कितनी टीम जाती है वो शुक्र है, मैं इसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लूँ, वेट करो। 48 टीम्स होगी। ये GC का था वो, इन्होंने PMRC का भी बताया होगा मैं इसकी दूँ GC। अच्छा जो चैंपियन बनेगा, अच्छा ठीक है, अच्छा ये वो ठीक है। मई के सेकंड वीक में होगा। स्मोकी लाइन का नहीं आइडिया ब्रो जोहर ब्रो। टॉप 8 टीम फ्रॉम PMSL CSA फाल से जाएंगी GC। पहले GC में होता था PMGC पॉइंट, लेकिन अब GC में PMGC पॉइंट्स खत्म हो गए हैं। तो पहले होता था हर रीजन को एक स्लॉट मस्ट मिलती थी, लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं होगा। अब जिसने GC के लिए क्वालिफाई होना है उसको टॉप 8 आना पड़ेगा। भाई PMG के इस टूर्नामेंट वाचिंग बहुत घटिया है क्योंकि वाचिंग वाली टीम्स रखी है नहीं। वाचिंग वाली टीम्स क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई, जैसे साउथ एशिया से कोई नहीं। साउथ एशिया से 2 टीम है मुद्दोनी ब्रो, फाल्कन और सामने आई थी, दोनों साउथ एशिया से ही है। 3 तो पाकिस्तान होगी इंशाल्लाह साथ भाई। चलो भाई ये क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी इंशाल्लाह। ये फाल्कन भी है, ये साउथ एशियन टीम है।
Everything out on the table, right, to make sure that they can get themselves there as soon as they possibly can.
Maybe that's why we saw Vampire Esports come off with that performance there, being able to just fully send it. They saw the opening, they took it because they heard.
लेकिन ना अब PMGC क्वालिफाई
in KSA,
वो फाल्कन 15 पॉइंट निकाले हैं।
23 points for that team. Team Falcons actually there with 15 points, and the thing is,
लाइक ना वो 12 पॉइंट लाइक ना कह लो कि अभी PMSL पाक क्वालिफायर्स होंगे, उनमें से जो भी टॉप 16 टीम्स होंगी वो फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई होगी। देन वहां से टॉप 3 या 4 टीम्स होंगी वो क्वालिफाई होंगी PMSL CSA फाल के लिए। I8 या जोन से भी टीम इनवाइटेड होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान में होता है PMSL फाल तो 1 स्लॉट एक्स्ट्रा मिलेगी, भी 5 स्लॉट्स हो जाएंगी। देन वहां से जो भी टॉप लीग स्टेज होगा 20 टीमों का, 20 टीमों के बाद जो 16 टीम्स होंगी फाइनल्स के अंदर PMSL CSA फाल, वहां से 16 में से 8 टीमें PMGC के लिए क्वालिफाई होंगी। लाइक थोड़ा जल्दी हो गई, हाँ ये बात है। थोड़ा क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई ना मेन इवेंट के लिए, और फाल्कन को मिली कितनी जाएगी।
As for rejects, they get a couple points and their gap closes up just a teeny bit.
Voice kindly handle likes complete karo yaar.
Their reach to get that championship spot.
Yeah, and for all the teams that do want to end up challenging for that first place, as we take a look here at the MVP, Tony K, the man
Pakistan में मुश्किल है, दुआ करो क्या होता है।
650 damage was
ज़्यादा चांस ये है कि पाकिस्तान से मेजॉरिटी टीम्स ज़्यादा जाए ना उसके अंदर, लाइक CSA में परफॉर्म करे तो देन शायद पाकिस्तान को चांस मिल जाए कि CSA होस्ट करने का। बाकी देखो अभी तो नेपाल में हो रहा है पहले वाला।
There was no questioning about it. They knew exactly what they were gonna do, huh, Jukes? And they went for it, and they got that chicken dinner.
Wow, I mean, instant knock, instant push. I mean, I don't even think Team Reject expected that coming. And as soon as I saw Tony K get to this hill safe, I was like, oh, Vampire's gonna be a problem. He ended up getting knocked, but man, I mean, just the team effort from Vampire is just crazy here. As we're about to take a look at the standings and see just how big
जी ब्रो CSA ही खेलेगी ब्रो, CSA
problem I'm having here, Seven,
जी में से कोई 4 हो गया। बाकी देखो यार फास्ट सीजन में कुछ भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि स्प्रिंग सीजन 2023 में 7th एलिमेंट है 16 पे थी, और फास्ट सीजन के अंदर वो PMGC के लिए क्वालिफाई हुई थी टॉप 5 के अंदर, तो कुछ भी हो सकता है फास्ट सीजन में। और अगर टॉप 3 हुआ तो मेरे ख्याल से इन्हीं में से 3 या 4 स्लॉट्स ही मिलेंगी पाकिस्तान को, 3 से 4 ही स्लॉट्स मिलते हैं।
30 points behind. We know Vampire Esports can definitely string
यार वो ब्राजील की एक टीम लूप्स भी थी जिसके ड्रॉप क्लैश हुआ करता है 8 के साथ, वो जो लूप्स थी ना वो अब टीम लिक्विड में उसका प्लेयर्स चले गए सारे के सारे, और वो क्वालिफाई नहीं हो सकी मेन इवेंट के लिए PMGO के लिए। वो टीम लिक्विड ना प्रीलिम्स में डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गई थी, एलिमिनेट हो गई थी। फाल्कन कमबैक मैंने यार रिजल्ट से नहीं देखी यार, आप लोग बातों में लगा देते हो।
I'm with you because
S7 रुको 39 और 15 पॉइंट्स की लीड है। ओके 15 पॉइंट्स की लीड है, कोई मसला ही नहीं है।
Boom could still get it done as well, and I mean, sure,
39
Vampire have the momentum right now after that huge chicken dinner. They're riding high, but still, as far as the points are concerned,
मधुनी भाई I8 भी अब बहुत ग्राइंड किया है, गन पावर बहुत इम्प्रूव है बेशक इंशाल्लाह। यार मेरी तो दुआ है कि पाकिस्तान से ना PMWC, PMRC, PMGC में एटलीस्ट कम से कम भी 2 स्लॉट्स मस्त जाए, ज्यादा 4 भी चले जाएं, 4 की 4 चले, लेकिन कम से कम 2 जाए। और PMRC के लिए तो भाई टॉप 8 क्वालिफाई होना है, उसके अंदर तकरीबन 4 ही चले जाए। अल्लाह करे यार, सीरियसली PMRC और PMWC बहुत मजा आएगा।
And I think we gotta switch that topic now to that team that's currently in first place.
हुई है I8 की उसम की भी गन पावर, हाँ गन पावर तो सबकी बहुत अच्छी है।
The worst mistake they can make.
I agree. They cannot afford it. They cannot afford it at this point because we're at a stage now with only 3 points, 3 games left.
जी आई
These
नो
guys
अब
need a
आई इंशाल्लाह जिसके
ridiculous
हर
amount of
ड्रॉप कर
points.
लेगी
So
तो जीत
yeah,
जाएगी
they gotta
इंशाल्लाह
just completely
इंशाल्लाह
step on the pedal here.
मोहित ब्रो
Can't wait to
मोहित
see what's
हुसैन
gonna
ब्रो
happen on that
गए तो नहीं हो
last
कहीं यारा
Erangel here on day 3. But before we even go to Erangel, don't forget about the Realme 12 Pro Plus, the elevation photography experience with 120 times super zoom and performance in games.
How to be a portrait master.
One, two, three, yeah. Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
यार बोलो बातें करो जवाब लो टाइसन भाई 96 लाइक हुए हैं यार रजी साइड के सारे प्लेयर चले गए हैं कोई बयान उधर चला गया ब्लेड भी उधर चला गया बॉयज मैं आपको एक चीज कल स्पाइक ने आईक्यू पे रिएक्शन दिया है स्पाइक देखूंगा बॉयज देखूंगा मैंने देखा नहीं भाई ये देखो ज़रा मैं आपको एक चीज़ दिखाऊँ यार सब्सक्राइब आज कोई एक सब्सक्राइबर ये देखो ज़रा ये दोनों कॉपीराइट आए हैं दोनों स्ट्रीम्स पे जो हमने की थी दोनों स्ट्रीम्स पे कॉपीराइट आए हुए हैं देखो कितने ज़्यादा कॉपी ये तो मैंने कॉपीराइट खुद कम किए हैं कर कर के म्यूट सॉन्ग कर कर के कि भाई हो जा तू हो जा बड़ा औखा काम है बॉयस ये वाला देखो इसके ऊपर भी ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा कम हो गए नहीं तो तकरीबन 10 के करीब ये हो रहे नहीं डिस्प्यूट अ क्लेम इफ़ यू हैव नेसेसरी टू राइट टू कॉन्टैक्ट ओन वैलिड रीजन 30 डेज ये देखो इसकी तो ऑप्शन ही ये चलेगी है हाँ यार ओहो मैच की तुम फिटे मुँह मैं वो कुछ और देख रहा था ओ बनना रेस का गन पाप बहुत अच्छा था हाँ रूटर पे दोनों भाई रही जगह ओ वरना रेस कौन सी स्ट्रीम पर हाँ मुझे लगा मैं आप लोगों को दिखा रहा हूँ, लेकिन वो मैं दूसरी गूगल ओपन किया था, वो हो नहीं रहा था जो कल स्ट्रीम्स नहीं की थी। देखो दोनों दोनों स्ट्रीम्स पे कॉपीराइट आया है, इस वाली पे भी कॉपीराइट आया हुआ है, इस वाली पे भी कॉपीराइट, इनएलिजिबल मोनेटाइजेशन ऑन नहीं हो सकती। बताऊँ, ये देखो ये है ना, एनालिटिक्स में गए $0.20 बना, लेकिन जो अभी मिला मिला नहीं बिकॉज इस पे कॉपीराइट आया हुआ है। डॉलर तो पे क्या तो गए ₹55 मिलने थे आपके भाई को। पूरे कितने घंटे की स्ट्रीम्स है वो, रुको 5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम के मुझे मिले थे ₹50, लाइक घंटे के ₹10 मिलते हैं मुझे, समझ रहे हो, और उस पर भी कॉपीराइट आ जाता है। अच्छा वो वरना अच्छा कौन मोई भाई रूटर पे की थी, किसने रूटर पे की थी? अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा रूटर पे, ओके। एमजीएस को भी मैंने पीएम कौन सा इवेंट था नेम नहीं याद, उसमें देखा था, फिर वो एमजीएस और एज एक ही टीम है बॉयस, एमजीएस और एज एक ही टीम है यार। और 3x भी गायब हो गई यार, 3x गट्स एंड ग्लोरी है यार। यार आप लोग कितना वो रहते हो, डिसअपियर रहते हो। टीम्स गायब नहीं होती, टीम्स बस अपना वो स्पॉन्सर वगैरह इधर उधर चले जाती। जो गट्स एंड ग्लोरी है ना, वो अब 3x ही थी, 3x के सारे प्लेयर ना, पता नहीं अब इधर आ भी शो हो रहा है XR3X, ये देखो ये थी XR3X, ये देखो ये गट्स एंड ग्लोरी में सारे चले गए हैं, लेकिन क्या पेज नहीं बनने तो मैं आपको दिखाता। ना पेज नहीं बना हुआ गट्स एंड ग्लोरी का, रुको ज़रा। नहीं लास्ट लास्ट टाइम कौन सा इवेंट हुआ अभी अभी? PMSL पाक हुआ ना, PMSL पाक, PMSL पाकिस्तान, गट्स एंड ग्लोरी, ये देखो गट्स एंड ग्लोरी के अंदर मेमोरीज है, आयरन नाइट है, हुजैफा, ये वही हैं जो दूसरे प्लेयर हैं। अच्छा स्टार मशीन भैया, ओके। इधर शीन भाई है, जो TNL की सोर्स 7th एलिमेंट वाली थी, और जो 7th एलिमेंट के प्लेयर हैं वो 52 में चले गए हैं। अलियान गोकू शमीर 224, समझ रहे हो जिस बातों को? कायनात बाजी कह रही है कि रिजेक्ट, छोड़ो यार क्या मैसेज। अच्छा 3x, अच्छा मुझे पता नहीं चलता कहाँ स्टार का मैचेज नहीं आइडिया ब्रो यार, फिलहाल के लिए ना नहीं आइडिया मुझे किसी के मैचेज, ना 8 के मैचेज का आइडिया ना स्टार के, बिकॉज कोई टूर्नामेंट ही नहीं हो रहा जिसका मैं देख सकूँ कोई अच्छा सा। रेस तो अब ख़त्म हो गई ना, हाँ रेस अब ऑलमोस्ट ख़त्म हो गई क्योंकि प्लेयर्स इधर उधर चले गए हैं। मैं करते रहो जानी, इंशाल्लाह कामयाब हो जाए इंशाल्लाह। अरे बीच में एग्जाम आ गए थे ऐसे, अच्छा अच्छा हमें तो 0 मिलता है 5 फोर्स में, क्या बात है। तो सारी इन्फो से महरूम रह गए। अच्छा अच्छा, ओके ओके, लेफ्ट राइट, सही बात। जी भाई आजकल किसी इवेंट में नज़र नहीं आ रही यार। जी आजकल ना नेपाली इवेंट खेल रही है, दैट्स व्हाई हमें नहीं पता। गैरेज खेल रेज खेलेगी PMSL CSA, अगर वो स्प्रिंग तो नहीं खेलेगी, फाल में आइडिया नहीं है। अरे साउंड ऑफ कर दो, कर दिया। अयान बेबी स्किम्स का क्या बना?
Esports coming off with that last win, Hodgix.
Oh yes, they do. I mean, honestly, there's still 3 matches left. A lot of teams, I think they can still take away first place. But at this point, you know, Team Reject has got to get stopped. So these
हाँ
top
ये बात
teams, I
भी
think,
यार,
really need to start
मैं बताऊँ
considering that
टीम्स
is a
टूट
possibility.
क्यों नहीं है? बिकॉज उनको पता लग गया PMSL पार्क में पैसा नहीं है। मेहनत करेंगे PMSL CSA में जाएंगे, देन इनको पैसे मिलेंगे, नहीं तो जीरो प्राइस होता PMSL पार्क का। दैट्स व्हाई सारी टीम्स अब कह लो कि अब ना वो चीज़ें ख़त्म हो रही हैं। मेहनत करोगे तो भाई वो उसका फल मिलेगा, नहीं तो भाई फ़ायदा नहीं। स्लॉट का फ़ायदा ही नहीं अब आपको। पहले होता था भाई PMPL के अंदर पैसे होते थे, लेकिन अब नहीं भाई, अब नहीं मिलना आपको, 1 रुपया भी नहीं मिलना। जिस वक्त उसमें ऑनलाइन होता उस वक्त मैं नहीं होता। चलो ब्रो, PMSL CSA तक मैं भी एग्जाम से फ्री होकर आपकी स्ट्रीम देखूंगा इंशाल्लाह। जज़ाकल्लाह ब्रो। मैं PMSL CSA ऑलमोस्ट कह लो कि मई के सेकंड वीक में शुरू हो जाएगा यार। PMSL CSA स्प्रिंग के अंदर ना PMWC और PMRC दोनों की वो होनी है, क्वालिफिकेशन होनी है, बहुत मजा आना है। मेरा भी बोर्ड 28 अप्रैल को है, देखूंगा। ओके जज़ाकल्लाह मेहताब इसरार ब्रो। स्टार PMSL फाल जी खेलेगी। PMSL फाल में सेम टीम्स होंगी जो PMSL स्प्रिंग में थी। टाइसन स्किम्स की क्या टाइमिंग होती है यार? स्किम्स की ऑलमोस्ट 3:30, 6:30, 8:20, 10:20, 12:40, 2 AM ऐसी होती है। हाँ वही ना, हमारे 20 अप्रैल से 6 में, हाँ तब तक हो जाएंगे। इनको रोजी रोटी लगी हुई थी, खुद को इम्प्रूव नहीं किया स्वाया हाइट की। हाँ यही तो बात है, यही तो बात है। अब वो रोजी रोटी खत्म हो गई है, अब इनको लगेगा पता। बट PMPL से एक्सपीरियंस तो मिलेगा, एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा, लेकिन उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई, एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा। उनको पैसे चाहिए, वो पैसे अब वो नहीं मिल रहे। विदाउट स्पॉन्सर पैसा नहीं है, तो उन्होंने भाई कहना भाई छोड़ के कोई बिजनेस करो। घर वाले भी कहते हैं भाई पैसा ला कर दो हमें। PMRC जी PMRC लैन होगा ब्रो, PMRC लैन होगा। लास्ट टाइम भी तो लैन ही हुआ था। आरसी ड्रॉप क्लैश में मर गई। RC ड्रॉ नहीं कहाँ मरी, वो तो फार्म में जा रही यार। मोहित ब्रो क्या कर रही हो यार आप? और यार PMRC तो चाइना में होगा लैन ब्रो। लेफ्ट राइट आपके आईडी का नाम। PMSL फाल तो बहुत दूर है अभी। हाँ PMSL फाल तो अभी होगा जुलाई अगस्त सितंबर के करीब शायद होगा। मैं बताता हूँ PMRC। मैं बताता हूँ आपको। स्प्रिंग मई जून में होगा और फाल होगा सितंबर अक्टूबर में बॉयज। और PMSL फाल से टॉप 8 टीम जाएगी GC के लिए। स्प्रिंग के अंदर PMWC के लिए क्वालिफाई होंगी।
Maybe even all the way down to Regnum Karya. I mean, possibly. I mean, that's going to be a massive stretch, right? For sure.
यार let's go for the 100 likes यार। क्या कर रही हो यार? थैंक यू सो मच शहजादो 100 लाइक्स करवाने के लिए। हमारा आज टारगेट 200 लाइक्स का है, तो काइंडली यार 200 लाइक्स करने। स्टार कल स्लॉट तो बढ़ गया। नहीं सबको स्लॉट मिलेगा बॉय, सबको स्लॉट मिलेगा। PMSL स्प्रिंग में जितनी भी टीम्स हैं, PMSL फाल में 28 की 28 टीम्स खेलेंगे। क्या एक्सपीरियंस यही कि PMPL में कट लो और सैक में हक दो स्वाया इम्प्रूव किया, बाकी सब हर बार हकते हैं। जो बात है PMSL CSA के बाद PMRC यहाँ है या PMWC या PMRC। आई थिंक PMWC पहले होगा। हाँ PMWC पहले होगा, देन PMRC होगा। अच्छा लेकिन देखो अब 7U-I8 के स्पॉन्सर इतने मिल गए हैं, उनको अफसोस नहीं होगा कि उन्होंने PMPL खेल के अपना नुकसान किया। नहीं नुकसान किस बात का भाई? उनको CSA के लिए CSA में पैसे मिलेंगे। अगर वो ना खेलते, वो क्वालिफाई ना होते तो फायदा भाई, पैसे से ज्यादा स्लॉट्स में मायने रखती है। स्टार को स्लॉट मिलेगा, कुछ नहीं हुआ स्टार के स्लॉट को बॉयज। RCG ने बहुत इंप्रूव किया गोश्त के बाद। हाँ RCG ने पहले भी गोश्त के पहले भी इंप्रूव किया, लेकिन गोश्त के आने की वजह से मजीद इंप्रूव किया। जिन टीम ने क्वालिफाई किया था सैक के लिए, उन्होंने वैसे परफॉर्म नहीं जैसे PMPL में किया। हाँ जो बात है, मतलब मेन के क्वालिफायर्स का तो है।
You are
हाँ
absolutely right. I mean, you're gonna
ये
have to
बात
get
है.
moving as soon as possible because we've seen
Reject
so far. I
Esports
mean,
जिंदाबाद.
center
A7
zone,
Boom
if you get
Esport
blessed,
S2G Vampire
your chances of winning are
Falcon
just
है
through
7
the
आगे
roof,
क्या
you
बात
know,
है.
and not to mention in a lobby like
मधुनी यार
this, you
बात
don't
को
want to get
समझो.
stuck on
पाक
the
में
outside having
परफॉर्म
to
इसलिए
force your way in.
देते क्यों
It's
यहाँ
just so
कंपटीशन नहीं है.
difficult. I
असल में
mean,
कंपटीशन
even
तो
in
सेट
that
में था जो बात है.
Eric Gale that I just casted a couple games ago, you know, Alpha 7 was gatekeeping all of these squads. I mean, and we're talking just legends in the lobby, in the game in general, right? Nova,
यार फाइनल में से कितनी
IHC,
टीम्स
the
आगे
previous
जाएंगी
PMGC winners, and they were able to
फाइनल्स
hold
में?
them all
किसके अंदर?
back.
PMSL
Yeah,
फाल के
G
अंदर
plus
पूछ
Kia was
रहे
able
हो?
to get the last laugh on them.
अगर
But it just goes
पाकिस्तान
to
को
show
4
you how
स्लॉट्स होगी तो
powerful
4
those
जाएंगे, नहीं तो
positions
वैसे
are,
तो 3 ही
even when you have
जाएंगे.
all the odds stacked against you, and then you
अगर
know
अगर एक
Vampire,
स्लॉट ज्यादा हो गए
you
क्योंकि
know,
इस बार
pushing
ना
out in the wide open
पहले होता था
against
8
the
टीमों
top
ने
team
क्वालिफाई होना था,
while they're
लेकिन
in a
इस बार ना
building
उन्होंने
with
ना
cover
वो
and
भी डाल
winning.
दिया, सेंट्रल
Anything can
एशिया भी
happen.
डाल
So,
दिया, तो दैट्स
you
वाई
know,
ना थोड़े
I'm
से ऊपर
looking
नीचे
at
हो
the
रहा.
map right now. Vampire, of course, coming from Primorsk. They're going to be pushing
जब मैं
on
मास्टर
out.
जीते तो
I am
1000 रुपीज
trying
सुपर
to
चैट
find, okay,
करूंगा.
yeah, Reject. They are all
अगर
the
ख्याल
way
से
down
क्रिप्टो की
in
कितनी
farm.
सैलरी
So
होगी वैसे ही बोलो.
this is going to be
यार
an
सैलरी
interesting
नहीं
game for
आइडिया
them
कुछ नहीं
because
कह सकते,
now they
लेकिन
are
ना कम
on
अज
the
कम भी
back
कह लो कि
foot when
कम
it
अज
comes
कम
to
भी ना
being circle blessed.
अगर
They're going to have to push
अगोन
their way in
और
the hard way.
एएच की
What do
मिला
you
के
think about that?
ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट कम
I mean,
अज
if you
कम
think about it, last match
70,000 की
Rejects
करीब
was
होगी.
on the edge every single time
ऑलमोस्ट
too. It was
पर
until
मंथ
like
की बता रहा हूँ
Circle 3 that
तकरीबन,
they
मुझे
got
एग्जैक्ट
so
नहीं पता,
blessed
लेकिन
over
इतनी
and
होनी
over
चाहिए.
and over again. So that might happen again
टाइसन
as
भाई पक्का
Falcons
समझे 5K
getting
अगर
into some
रिजेक्ट
very
जितनी
early
जीती
action.
तो मुझे
So
मोड बनाना.
Falcons sitting at 93 points.
अरे यार स्टार
If
मोटर
they
तब भी
pull off an
डोंट लाइव
S2G
करेगा ना.
yesterday,
अच्छा
it is still doable for them.
मोहित
But
हुसैन
that
भाई
means they
किधर हो
have to
आप?
take
मोहित
pretty much
हुसैन भाई
almost
इधर ही
every
हैं,
fight
नहीं तो
early
टंगे
on
जा.
and
टाइसन
win
भाई
it, and
ज़ेब्रा
they
मास्टर
continue
जीता
the
था
game. So here's that
$5,000
first
सुपर
fight,
चैट.
and it's not going
ज़ेब्रा
their way to
मास्टर
start
हुआ
off.
है इसकी.
One of them is already knocked. Action
ईशान
going
भाई
down
पता
on
नहीं
top,
आज
trying to hold
इधर
it
ही
down
हूँ
for the
मैं. हाँ
team.
भाई मोहित भाई
He
इधर ही
will
है,
get
इधर ही है.
knocked.
बार बार
Dodges
पूछते
that,
रहा
knocked,
करो कि वो इधर उधर तो नहीं हो रहा. अगर
most
स्मोकी
likely
जीतती तो
confirmed. That's
मैं
gonna
1
be a
लाख
tough
की सुपर
revive
चैट करूंगा.
for the
अगर
side of
स्मोकी में
Falcons to get.
जीती
Yeah,
ना.
no, he's gonna get confirmed.
फारकर मर्ची ROW.
Worse and
नाइस
worse
नेट.
now.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was scared of. You know, I didn't
Falcon
want to
3
see
man.
teams make even the slightest mistake here because anything could happen. And, you know, Team Falcon could not afford to lose one single player. And to lose a player like Top that early on, I mean, I wish I had a player cam because his hands have got to be on his head at this point. I mean, maybe not because he's definitely going to be trying to feed his team
Nice
all the
nade.
information he can.
Nice nade.
But,
वो
I mean,
नौके
a
गया.
brutal position to be in regardless. Nice nade there. Actually, that was a double nade. Oh, but
Aid के
Tonka
मैचेस
just
नहीं
got
आइडिया
that
ब्रो.
instant thirst
2 नॉक
is
2
brutal.
नॉक.
IHC just third partying already too, by the way. IHC actually getting close. So even if Falcon wins this, IHC is gonna definitely
यार
clean house
उसके
here.
मुंह पे यार हील
Tonka
कर रहा है.
doing everything he can to get as many elims on the board for his team. I think Tonka took down 2 by himself. I don't think he's gonna get those revives. And yeah,
ISC
may as
भी
well
आ गया.
crawl over. Not much else you could do because Tonka's not crossing over to
Got
you
him.
guys in the wide open.
जी भाई फाइल का
They
पूछो.
will
जी
go
जी
down there.
फाइल का टॉप 3 या टॉप 4 अगर पाकिस्तान की स्लॉट बढ़ जाती है तो यार ये सारा काम सेंट्रल एशिया ने खराब किया. लिटरली सेंट्रल एशिया नहीं थी. 8 टीमें वहां से जाती थी, 8 वहां से जाती थी, लेकिन मैं इनके स्लॉट से मारती हैं.
That's not bad, and we've seen how fast these points.
फाल्कन हार्ड जाएगी ये फाइट शायद आ रही है
Team
यार.
fight that's 9, and that's still like what 13 teams left in the lobby, and 2 like you're only in stage 2 of the match, right? So this is exactly
I
what
think they
IHC
could
needs to
निकाल.
do if they want a shot at first place, and that is what they're doing.
Beautiful done. This is so far outside of the circle as well, but this just goes to show, right, the strategy that they have to utilize considering where they're at on the leaderboards. They're in 7th place. They need to have crazy games, right? We're talking 15 eliminations chicken dinner right here if they want to kind of make that crazy, just remarkable run.
So you
here,
the
as you can see
CSS
them hunting down the final player, but they also have to prioritize zone. So I wonder if they're going to try to go actually into that warehouse and see if they can catch Icy out, or will they just leave this and go towards the circle?
4MVE ISC के साथ क्यों नहीं खेल रहा?
It's a long way away. It's going to be in that
4 Miracle East 1 SC में थोड़ी क्या 4 Miracle का जो ईस्ट
man. They
रहने वाला
need
था वो
every single
स्ट्रॉन्गर
point they
ईस्पोर्ट
can
में
get,
गया
but
ब्रो
at this point where the zone is, you can see them
सीओ
just trying
साउथ
to
कम थे
figure
अब
out what
सीएस
to
से
do.
भी डाल दिया
Yeah, looks like IHC is going to disengage and leave.
हाँ
Where
नहीं
is
आइडिया
IHC playing actually?
वो ऐसी बैठी भी
Is that
बैठा
the
भी
inside
कहाँ
of
पे
the? I don't think I've ever seen that spot being used before.
ओए होए होए
Wow, yeah, he's gonna be
Yeah,
safe. Yeah, he's
they
safe.
they weren't gonna find him. They definitely
हीलिंग भी नहीं है
unless
उसके
this is
पास
a somewhat common spot now in the world of esports or competitive PUBG Mobile. But I have
Alpha 7 got knocked.
Oh,
Alpha 7 got knocked.
Oh, that's on the east side. Oh, no, that's on the north.
ऐसे अपने भाइयों का खेल दे रहे
And they end up getting an elimination. So that is gonna
अल्फा 7 से पढ़ दो अल्फा 7 का एक गया यस यस चीज अल्फा 7 को मारो अल्फा 7 को मारो
not helping them out at all right here as they're getting a nice
ग्रेड भी तो डीई में चला
के
क्या आप देखें कैसे देखते कैसे हां अल्लाह खैर
to lose another player. I mean they could still definitely get it done with 3 for sure.
नहीं स्ट्रॉन्गर में गया ब्रो
definitely be careful
स्ट्रॉन्गर में गया ईस्ट
and the rest of these teams
यार लेकिन मसला क्या है नॉर्थ अमेरिका के अंदर ना सिर्फ 2 ही स्लॉट्स हैं
you know what we were
दो ही
able to
स्लॉट्स
get
हैं
it
उसके
done, maybe
अंदर
not during the early part of the tournament but towards the end we showed up
नेक्स्ट क्वालिफिकेशंस के लिए लेकिन क्या होता है जीसी के लिए क्वालिफिकेशंस हो जाए
we are out of here.
Yeah, that is tough for Alpha 7. I do think that was Revo that got finished there. You can see right there on the, or no, McGrellin. You can see on the player cams he has his phone on the table. That is rough. For rejects though, they saw that in the elimination feed.
स्ट्रॉन्गर Esports में गया ब्रो वो
A little bit happy about that, but they gotta worry about Boom and S2G still and
reject आ गया
Vampire could be the contender for that #1 spot as well. Here is the rejects team.
यार कुछ नहीं करना बस चिकन के लिए खेलो छोड़ दो किल्स बैंस की दूमा 5000 में वर्थ है ना
away from the river that does put rejects in a great position actually, but the circles could still go anywhere right now, so we'll see in the next couple of seconds what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens indeed as we're going to see the zone shift. The river's still in play. That doesn't make things easy by any means here. And Team Reject, they are starting to creep their way through here. They just patched up Smoke Gaming. They are
पाकिस्तान से 3 या 4 टीम्स जाएंगी पीएमजीसी पाकिस्तान से नहीं ब्रो पाकिस्तान से तब जाएंगे अगर पीएम पाकिस्तान से कोई नहीं जाएगी जीसी के लिए पीएमएसएस सीएसए से टॉप 8 नहीं जाना अगर पाकिस्तान टीम वहां टॉप 8 आएगी देन जाएगी अदरवाइज नहीं
They went crazy on this game on forward yesterday. Let's see what happens.
और से एसी को जाकर किल दे दो
That is the question. It looks like it did hardship south. That is so brutal for teams like Alpha 7
no
and
वाली बात
IAC,
आरडी विंकी
and a really
नो
huge
स्टार
favor for the
विंकी
side of
ओके
Team Reject.
हां स्ट्रॉन्गर Esports तगड़ी टीम है
Oh boy, what is going to happen here as we're going to be taking a look at Nova still holding it down in that corner. Meanwhile, you're going to see this is a Hi-Fi and D plus Kia just going at it. Pretty kind of insignificant fight when it comes to the leaderboards. But these are also eliminations that a lot of these teams are going to need. So definitely not the best situation here. And
हाँ जो बात है भाई 5000 चाहिए भाई
So school is still in play.
भाई मसा 5000 आ रहा है मेरा इतना बिजली का बिल आ जाना है
They're like pretty much unstoppable.
No again.
I'm not surprised to see some teams that are like in such desperate need of points.
Boom भी आ गया
battling
back
it out
side
here.
से
Boom is on the outskirts of this. Who knows? Maybe they even might try to third party the situation. Schools are very difficult to third party though, so I'm not surprised to see Boom just, you know what, just drive on by, try to get a little bit of intel.
Nova
say,
again
okay,
zone
school's taken. Let's just go ahead and take on this edge of Rozhawk.
भाई जा रहा 200 लाइक्स करने 3 स्ट्रीम से ज्यादा पैसा मिल जाएगी 3 स्ट्रीम से ज्यादा 3 नहीं
This is the calm before the storm, folks.
100 स्ट्रीम से ज्यादा पैसा मिल जाएगा 50 को करो ना अगर 100 के साथ फिर 5000 होता है ना यार फाल से जाएगी ना पाकिस्तान में से पीएमजीसी के लिए हम नहीं फाल पीएमएसएल सीएसए के लिए जाएगी नहीं मोटा ब्रो गलत कह रहे हो पीएमएसएल पाक फाल होगा देन उसके बाद 4 टीम्स या 3 टीम पीएमएसएल सीएसए फाल के लिए जाएगी फिर पीएमएसएल सीएसए में टॉप 8 नहीं जाना जीसी के लिए उसमें से टॉप 8 में अगर जितनी भी पाकिस्तान टीम्स होंगी वो सारी चले जाएंगी वो फास्ट स्प्रिंग सीजन में नहीं स्प्रिंग सीजन में पीएमडब्ल्यूसी और पीएमआरसी जाएगी फाल सीजन में करना पड़ेगा जैसे वो स्टडी कितनी हुई है आपने यार मेरी माशाल्लाह से सेकंड ईयर इंटर मेरा कंप्लीट है क्या पता वी पे जीत गए एज क्या है आपकी यार मेरी 22 है इस बार 23rd होने लगी है जून में जाके
So I guarantee you a lot of the teams,
अबे
everybody
क्या
in
मुसीबत
the
ऐसी ऐसी
current
मैं बताता
stands
हूँ
right now in Brazil are hoping
यार
the
वीडियो
zone
देखा
goes
करो ना
north
मैं
because
वीडियोस
Alpha
नहीं
7
देखते
really, really needs
PMS
it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't just have to go north. It has to go north multitudes of times, because if they lose that zone near the north and they have to cross in, S2G is right there waiting for them. So we'll see what happens. New zone does pop up, Jukes, and it does go north. Gives a little bit of circle luck for Alpha 7, but this could still go anywhere, as this circle will ensue in madness very soon.
Alpha 7 were so fortunate they were able to cross that bridge and make it into this zone
ऐसे में तो
safely,
एक से
which was
बढ़कर एक टीम
really,
हाँ
really big
भाई
for
यही तो
them.
बात है ना
Now we're gonna
जीसी
see
अब
teams like
ऐसे
Team
नहीं
Reject now on
ऐसे
the
नहीं भाई
outer
पाकिस्तान
edge,
की
so they're
टीम्स
gonna
अब
have to have a fun time
लाइनअप्स को
getting on into
तोड़ रही
this
हैं भाई
zone.
रेज खत्म हो रही
Find a
है
way
डिफरेंट
in. It
टीम्स
looks
जा
like
रही
they may have a
बिकॉज उनको पता
similar
है भाई मेहनत
idea
नहीं कर रहे हैं हम
what
हमें
Alpha 7
भाई
has.
पैसे नहीं
Looks
आएंगे
to be
हम
going
ना
the
रहे तो
same
घर वालों ने
direction.
गाली
We'll still
निकालनी
play,
पैसे
so
दो
that's
पैसे
these
दो
two teams are totally
तो
fine right
भाई
now.
वो
Alpha
कंपेटिटिव छोड़
7, yeah,
देंगे
you can see they,
इसलिए
it
तो
was
न्यू
not an easy
इमर्जिंग टीम को
rotation.
मौका
Their
मिल रहा है जो
vehicles are
मेहनत कर रही है वो आगे
quite
जाएंगे
on
जो नहीं करी
fire,
बाहर
but they made it safe. High fives are right next to them right now as Zebra Master steals that elimination. So if there is going to
मैं
be a battle
रेगुलर
between
वीडियो
these two
देखता हूँ आपकी
squads,
जैसा
it'll be a
करा
3v3.
वंपायर जीतेगी PMG यार बाद आओ यार मैं ताब ब्रो क्या पता वंपायर जीत जाएगी नहीं यार ऐसे ना करो यार अल्फा 7 की फाइट हो जाए यार बहन से तो मर जाए PMGC में जाने का तरीका बिल्कुल केमिस्ट्री की एक क्वेश्चन लग रहा है सिंपल ये याद करो PMS से CSA फाल से टॉप 8 टीम्स ने जाना 16 में से बस ये याद कर लो
this circle, Jukes, it is so hard to get any clean fight in. It is going to be
जब भी ब्लेड ने भी DE ज्वाइन कर ली हाँ हाँ भाई ऐसे वही तो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ उनको पता भाई टीम्स नहीं वो कर रही लाइक परफॉर्म तो टीम टूटेगी जब पैसे नहीं आए घर वालों ने कहना भाई छोड़ कोई बिजनेस कर कोई नौकरी कर ऐसे सब नहीं चले जाना और ये है यही चीज़ होनी चाहिए भाई ऐसे एटलीस्ट पाकिस्तान से वो टीम्स आगे जाए जो असल में कैपेबल हैं लाइक पाकिस्तान के फ्लैग को रिप्रेजेंट करने की बिकॉज नाउ ये क्या होना वाला है जो बात है प्रैक्टिस मेक्स मैन्स परफेक्ट जो बात है ब्लेड 120 MS देखिए चलो मैं तरावी पढ़ के आया ओके ओके SMK वर्जन नोवा एक घंटे ओके ओके ओके मधुनी ब्रो नोवा बैंस कहाँ जाए कम बैक है पाकिस्तान से टॉप 4 टीम्स क्वालिफाई होंगी फॉल के लिए टॉप 4 या टॉप 3 अगर पाकिस्तान को 100 मजीद बढ़ जाती है अगर पाकिस्तान टीम परफॉर्म करती है तो 100 मजीद मिल जाएगी तो फिर वो ISC आ गया
that could always be a backup location. It's not the best spot,
पैराबॉइड की
but
लोकेशन
man,
बहुत
it's a
गंदी
great
है
cover, especially if that zone were to hard shift to that field.
जीजी भी जब भी नेपाली स्कीम्स खेल के कर हाँ हाँ मैंने देखा था जीजी TBRZ के साथ ना नेपाली टीम से खेल रही है नेपाली लॉबी खेल रही है
They're not in a great one. They're 30-point differential away from first place. But with what we've seen so far,
ओए होए होए EMP वर्सेस DBS है
IHC, yeah, IHC pushing on Nova.
Yeah, IHC wanted to. They got those elims early. I was saying it earlier, Jukes. They can still get it done. And they have to fight constantly on their way in. That's exactly what they're doing. Look, I said if they get 5 early, that could easily go up to 9 if they win another fight. And, well, they're about to do just that. Surely they could take out the last member. Yeah, clean. Oh, wait, they got 9, and they still have one more that they can get. That means they can go up to 10. This should be easy 10 points for them. And look at
the 10 kill माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह ISC कमबैक आ गया चिकन चाहिए बॉयज अब
Actually, I'm not going to say it. Not yet. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it
Reject.
at the end of this match, depending on what happens. But here comes Rejects on the north side. By the way, with this zone shift, Vampire could be in a great spot. They are in that bowl you're talking about, and they can control the Razak Mountain if they could survive this circle.
Team Reject so sneaky, driving their way all the way around that edge line, and they are able to make it in a safe spot.
Reject
but look at that
STG.
Zebra Master knocking out another player of Alpha 7.
जो भी पाकिस्तान में गेम को रिप्रेजेंट करती है अल्लाह उनकी दादे हम गेम के लिए पैदा हुए हम गेम के लिए पैदा हुआ
wrap around and get this hillside to themselves. Now it's up to them to eject Team S2G. If they do, they will have a great spot in the zone.
वंपायर डेड हो गया नेक्स्ट रोइया बैंस की तुम कितनी अल्फा 7 की फाइट हो गई अल्फा 7 का एक नॉक और 1v3 करके गया
not able to get it done. If they won that one fight, it could have been huge. But IHC will be the next ones. You see right here, contending for this very spot.
कितना गंदा नेट था ये
IHC can eject next Ruya
हो गया नो IHC पुश करेगी
still 2 players up, but knowing where IHC is on the leaderboards and
हरून खान
on 10 elims,
जो करते हैं अल्लाह ने उनकी रोजी गेम में signal for them जो भी पे बाय ऑर्डर गो टैंकिंग बॉस ओ नाइस वन व्हाट टीम IHC ओए ओ गिर के नॉक हो गया
Demo does get knocked though. That's not going to slow down.
डेमो गिर के नॉक हो गया ग्लिच हो गई थी इसकी गाड़ी जैसे क्रिप्टो की नहीं थी
rampage right now, looking to take out everybody, especially next Ruya, who's the team right above them on the leaderboards. They know who they're going against, so they want to be able
ब्रो
to
आज आपने एसटी वाले रोस्टर वाली वीडियो नहीं डाली यार कुछ न्यूज़ ही नहीं थी यार पाकिस्तान से रिलेटेड मैं इसलिए नहीं डाली मैं कहा यार मैं क्या डालूं यार
very easily nadeable and the rest of IHC need to take him out. Here comes Yol on the drive over. He does get the intel. Actually runs over his teammate, but that's not a problem right there. As they do finish off next
14 kill bans के तुम 11 टीम्स में 14 टीम 4 टीम इन्होंने डाल छोड़ी है
This is not the first time
Predator team their teammates ब्रो आज हम यार बस कोई न्यूज़ ही नहीं थी पाकिस्तान esports से रिलेटेड तो मैं कहा यार अगर मैंने सिर्फ साउथ एशिया की डाली ना तो व्यूज ही नहीं आने लिटरली यार व्यूज आ ही नहीं रहे बॉयज काइंडली लाइक कर दो यार जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं मर के 1000 व्यूज होता है मेरा ऊपर से रोजे भी हैं तो लोग बिजी होते हैं लेट उठते हैं टाइमिंग स्केड्यूल चेंज हुआ है पेपर हो रहे हैं तो यूट्यूब वगैरह नहीं ओपन करते तो थोड़ा सा मैं कहा यार चलो आज ऊपर से मैं 4 बजे डालने लगा मैं कहा 1 घंटे में अगर मैंने डाल दी लाइव स्ट्रीम करूंगा तो वीडियो बहुत कम लोग देखेंगे तो दैट्स व्हाई मैंने डाला आई सी पुलिंग वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट कमबैक जो बात है
14 eliminations and there's still 11 teams remaining. These guys are going to have, if they continue this, they are going to have the performance of 2024 and we're just getting started.
ओए डीके ने मारा यार डीके वर्सेस आईएससी नाइस वन नॉक और नाइस वन तेरी डीके को भी ले गया
Gets it done.
16
Back
kill.
up to 4 they go and they're going to need
greatest comeback है अस्सलाम वालेकुम हामिद ब्रो वालेकुम अस्सलाम जानी कैसे हो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम
the side of rejects. So
16 kill ओए होए
pretty S2G also in a great position center zone at probably the best position at that string of compounds right on top of the hill. They're going to be able to see everything and everyone but rejects could get a big backstab. You do have to worry about IC though Falcons the lone solo at their very top.
अच्छा एसटीजी आगे चलेगी रिजेक्ट के बाद सर्कल है
performance that we needed to see from so many squads. I'm talking about Regnum Karya, Team Falcons, right? They needed to do what IHC just did. Push everything, right? This is what you got to do if you want to make it if you want to even stand a chance at really pushing yourself into that top 3 of where they're at on the leaderboard. 16 eliminations already? Are you kidding me? But you're right, they are in a terrible position on the zone. You can see there in the mini mapper there on the top right. They're all the way on the south. They are not in this next circle. This is stage 6. The blue zone will chunk you. Papa Blue is going to lay down some punishment. So IHC have to find a way in, and there's not anything really available. They're going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, they're moving. They're swinging out to the west. I see that right now.
What a bold push.
I mean, they're running straight into another 4-man team of Regnum Karya. I don't think this is going to go well. Actually, Demo stops out on the west side, kind of in the open. I do believe there's a rock there that he's using as
Jack towards the RCB.
So it is a tough rotation no matter where they go. But here comes Regnum Karya straight into the side of Reject. Rejects need to hold this down. I don't know if they're ready for this push as they do look a little bit split up. And the nades are good by Regnum Karya. This could stop Rejects dead in their tracks.
Nice
nade.
They
have to. They know it's Team Reject. They know if they even want to have a chance here at that top position.
They
gotta take them out here and now. And the DBS is
nice. तीनों को ले गया.
Duello is holding it down there with those critical knocks. And these are some huge elimination points that Team Reject needs.
ओए फाल्कन का ऐसी पानी में है वो थोड़ा गंदा ना कर दे.
Prioritize those points, get them locked down, and then worry about that final player. Where's Silas? Silas, you have to push this. You can't chill.
फाल्कन का ऐसी पानी में है.
Trying to hold an overwatch position a little bit further back.
क्या भाई बचाया
Did
यार.
not go according to plan. IHC. Show me
PMSL में है ना प्राइसफुल PMSL क्वालिफाइड नहीं PMSL CSA में प्राइसफुल है
I know they got some cover, but what shape are they
ISC
in?
मेरे पैसे सेव कर रही
Should be able
है
to get at least one knock. I know there's trees, there's rocks
नहीं
out
रखना
there,
चाहिए बॉयज
but
क्यों
also, I
रखे
think there's that little hill. I think
अच्छी
they're
बात
using
है
that
भाई
small little hillside. Cameraman, please pan the camera to the left. We gotta see what IHC is doing. Actually, this is pretty good too. Alpha 7. This is another team we really gotta keep our
PMSL
eyes
CSA
on.
में
Three
है
still up. Only one elim on the edge of zone. They're gonna have to fight their way.
फोर मैन स्टैंडिंग माशाल्लाह ISC
IHC's timing was legendary because there's all the teams
Boom
that are
भी
in
आ
the
गई
buildings right now
यार
have been hunting each other. The zone goes to them. So
Wait,
IHC are actually in a great spot. Here goes Boom. Boom has to take out
Oh,
Team
nice
Reject.
one.
The strafing
दो
left and right,
knock.
but man, Team Reject are just
तीन
too
knock.
good
Boom
in the
last.
close quarters combat. And look at that. Boom in big trouble. It's just the final player. He's trying to go for the res, but here comes Regioso with that DBS. Is he going to get it done?
नाइस बचा लिया 6 किल बहुत प्यारा बहुत प्यारा
And now here comes
मेरे पैसे वापस आ रहे हैं
That's exactly what they got to do.
IC से बच के
So the god right now, I don't know how he survived that. That player popped out in the most unexpected way, but he still won that. Rejects.
ओए होए क्या बच्चे क्वालीफाई में प्राइसफुल होगा तो टीम वही खेल के खुश होती है हाँ टीम्स वही खेलेंगी टीम वो ग्राइंड करेंगे एक साल फिर उनकी स्लोर निकल आएगी
They're using that little hillside, and they do get that circle.
बूम पिंच थी ना बूम ऑपोजिट साइड से पिंच थी ओए
Can they get a chicken dinner here? Alpha 7. What can they salvage with 3 players being in a terrible spot in the circle? They can salvage one more point there. That is a crucial point. Wait, did they get that? Yes, they did. They're up to 3. They got to get the revive. They got to go.
That is so hard. That revive may even be too much time. I mean, there's a minute left on the clock. They're going to go for it, but they're going to have to push through the Death Wolves who are
ISC है कहाँ अच्छा ISC की बात जोन है
this is the worst case scenario here. Here comes Ronaldo here with the nade. Does get it. So he gets that confirmation. That's the door
S2G की
open
फाइट
now.
हो रही है
They need
बस
to go ahead and take out Guizal, keep all 3 up, and then push this position because it's desperate time.
ISC और Reject की फाइट हो गई है
have 6 eliminations. So with Alpha 7's current performance, it's not enough. And then you got to worry about IHC with how crazy they've been going.
Oh, yeah, it is not enough. Alpha 7, Carrillo goes
Carrillo
down.
gone.
Rivo, the last one up. Can't even just get one more point here. One more elim
Jet
points.
का प्लेयर
Can
डेड
take
हो
that
गया
1v1 with Guizal, but it's gonna be tough.
ओ नाइस
1v1
ऐसा भी गई
hold that thought. It is IHC to
शुक्र है
shoot
ऐसा भी गई
down
S2G भी गई बूम भी गई S2G
जेट
को सरवाइव करना है यार बस वो कुछ नहीं किल्स चाहिए नहीं चाहिए बेंच में 19 kills हो गए हैं
considering that Team Reject is still alive. These guys just refuse.
ISC का
to go
चिकन आ गया
down
ना
the
ISC
hard way.
माशाल्लाह से
It's
टॉप 3 तक
unbelievable.
इंशाल्लाह आ
IHC
जाएगी
matching
अगर
the
S2G जल्दी बन
elimination
जाती है
record so far, and they're not done yet. 6 teams still remain.
19 kills ISC के जीतने पर भी 1K मिलना है ISC के जीतने पे नहीं फाल्कन का बोला था फाल्कन का किसी ने बोला था
But 4. I think this is like the first time we've seen a full 4-man squad of IHC into the very, very late game. Surely this is a chicken dinner, but hold on, this is a big fight too. S2G versus Hi-Fi's. S2G, they need to hold this one down. They need to win this one without losing a single player. They need points. S2G has 0 elimination points.
And then here comes Hi-Fi's looking to
यार
just
S2G
crush
कितना
the
वो
dreams
हुई है एक ही
of
कंपाउंड के
S2G
अंदर बैठी हुई है
as it's raised
GC
up on
चैंपियन
top
4
with
आउट
some
इज
smokes here,
जो
trying to
बात
make
है
something happen. It is a 3v3, and it's going to be a 3v3. They do have to watch out for that backside, though. Hi-Fi's are definitely going to be looking for some offense.
साइलस ने गेम खराब
Trying to
कर
put up
देनी
some
है
points. Silas is still up for Regnum Karia, but yeah, these guys are out of the running at this point. So S2G need to stay alive if they want to make it happen in Miramar.
ओह नाइस है 20 किल हो गए हैं
Another one, a new elimination record for IHC. 20 eliminations, the first time we have seen that this year, and could well be the last.
That is 1/3 of the lobby, Jukes. 1/3 of the lobby. 64 players, 4 being your own. Hamzi trying to defend it. Gets one, gets 2. Ray-Z goes down. It is just all up to Kelsey. He needs to get in here quick. Save his teammates. Oh, the shotgun. It is done. It is done.
ISC आ गई ISC फ्री किल्स ISC फ्री किल्स
IHC with the third party. These guys are not messing around.
They do not stop.
They know the circle's going into nothing. They're gonna take the fight now.
Oy.
The hurt team. But oh no, Garlus goes down. They're down back to a 3-man.
Hey, it would not be a game of PMGO Brazil without IHC as a 3-man in the end game. This is their strategy, Zute. They wanted to lose one player because this
Molly
is where
lag jayegi.
they
Molly
can't lose another though. Rogue gets knocked. That is not good. And meanwhile, here
Nice
the
one.
jump out should be an easy knock for Demo, and the Papa Blue should be able to take out this remaining
Oi.
player. No, he doesn't. He actually jumps out the last second. IHC falling apart. What is happening?
Yaar.
Shotgun.
Oh yes.
Shotgun out of Robs is decimating and crushing dreams out here.
1v1.
It's actually rejects in a 1v1 for the chicken dinner. Regioso out of all the reject players too. Oh, this is his. This is as good as done. Regioso, the god player out of Japan, in a 1v1 in a favorable position with the DBS. He's about to get this chicken dinner.
No
Unless
way.
he gets panned. Unless he gets panned. That's the only way. The pan is it. The jump. Wait a second. Regnum Karya with the jump out.
Look at the last though. Hey, you know what? I think Team Reject is not mad at all.
Nice
about
one, Silas.
that
Nice
because
one.
with that performance, these
Silas
guys are
बताता भाई
looking
ये
too
क्यों
good
है
going
भाई?
into the final two matches
nice
of the
one.
day. Silas able to finish out with that chicken dinner, but you can just see there's no excitement from this squad because they know it is not enough. Team Reject all smiles.
ISC को 30 से ज़्यादा मिल जाने थे, 35 कुछ मिल जाने थे. अभी तो इतने प्लेयर्स लाइव थे.
refuse to go down. Honestly, that should have been their chicken dinner. But before we say anything more,
कोई ना वही 15 पॉइंट्स उन्होंने फिर निकाल लिए हैं.
Hi-Fi Robs. Hi-Fi Robs. In particular, he is
मजा आया यार
robbing
इसका.
everyone's streams. He is shutting down S2G's streams because Robs was the last one up, and then Robs hit the craziest shotgun shots towards the end onto IHC. I mean, we said this way earlier, right? We said this way earlier that when teams have their backs up against the wall and they have nothing to lose, they play like completely different players, and that is what's going on, Seven.
They definitely are. Rob Saab, I mean, not only just an IC, before that too, he was able to take the fight towards S2G as well and win that fight, and then Silas being able to clutch up there that finale, not giving the extra 4 points that Reject would have gotten if they ended up getting that chicken dinner. But overall, Reject doing exactly what they need to do to not get pushed off that first place. IC with a massive performance. They weren't able to get the chicken dinner, but I think they ended up
इसको कीड़ा चढ़ गया अच्छा खेलने का.
eliminations.
कितना मैचेस बाकी हैं? 2 मैचेस रह गए. 2 रह गए, 3 रह गए.
Point mark, Hajux and Sute, and they were
ये कौन सा मैच था? मुझे तो खुद नहीं याद. सिर्फ
what
एक
an
मैच
insane
खेला.
performance out of that
2
team.
रह
As
गए
we're looking
शायद.
at the team performances here so far today, you can see Reject is the one that's staying the most consistent at being able to get those points. And if any of those teams hunting them down, you can be as good as IHC. But if Reject's still alive towards the end, it does not matter. You're not going to be able to close that gap. These teams need to start reacting to that, Hajux. And I think it might be time for
मायूस
that
हैं bro,
hot drop.
टेंशन नहीं लेनी. रिजेक्ट का और ये चैंपियन बन रही है. रिजेक्ट
These guys don't go down.
और इस मैच में जल्दी ना मरे यार. इस मैच में अगर जल्दी मर गए ना.
They find the perfect spot. They go ahead and they'll be down a man in a 1v2 situation. Regioso's gonna just bust out his DBS and squad wipe everybody. You have to stop them. They need to pull out a 0-point game if anybody wants to stand a chance at passing them up on the leaderboards and winning this grand championship. So Alpha 7, I'm looking at you. I think that if anyone's got the grapes to do it, 7, it's them, and they need to here and now.
It would be them. And like you mentioned, they definitely need to. This team has not been able to be consistent whatsoever today.
IC in GC won by the elimination point, but they have also to improve their present. हाँ, try कर रहे होते हैं.
They just
26
haven't been
point
there. But a team that could possibly clutch up, a team that can definitely take the
14,
fight to
15,
reject.
16,
We're
26
looking
होगा.
at them. IHC,
आके
as
बोला
I mentioned
PMGC के
earlier, 22
PMGO
eliminations,
ISC
26
champions
points total. But they need to
लास्ट में
stop
2 मैच है
Reject
PMGC
from
के बाद
getting points,
PMGO
because
के
Reject end up
ISC
with
चाहिए
14
हमें
points,
जो
Alpha
बात है
7 with
टाइसन
just
छोड़ 5
4,
के ISC
and
को
some
छोड़
of the other
यार
teams
ISC
that
मैं तो
only need
चाहता हूँ
the points
ISC
like
जीत जाए और
STG,
क्या चाहिए यार मैं कह रहा हूँ
only
ISC जीत जाए
we're seeing
5000
more
नहीं
and
चाहिए
more
भूल
of
जाए
a sponge
5000
points here
ISC
to
कमबैक
take,
करेगा
and I feel
इंशाल्लाह
like it's only gonna get
ISC
worse and
कमबैक
worse as we have
ISC
fighters
चैंपियन
to
बन
say
जाए
what
फिर
to
नहीं
do.
5000
Some of the
चाहिए
other teams are going to be looking at that
अगर
and
नहीं
gonna be
बनती
like,
फिर तो हमें
okay,
5000
we want
चाहिए
to have our highlight moment now.
Yep, things are gonna just get crazier from here on out. And I heard the term hot drop being used. Problem is, I think Rejects have only lost 1 out of the 5 or 6 hot drops that have happened. I don't think you can hot drop Rejects. I think you gotta do something else to deal with the Reject team, Jukes.
I mean, I see where you're going with that,
153
but you don't have a choice. That's the problem.
ओए
It's like, yeah, you know what? If you want to become the champion,
28 पॉइंट का
you're gonna have
डिफरेंस
to
आ
beat
गया एक
them.
मैच
And
हार भी
honestly,
जाए ना
right now, Team Reject are already going to crown
हार भी देना
themselves
फिर भी
if they're
भाई
not
इतने
stopped,
पॉइंट्स हैं
right? So Alpha 7, look at this gap. That is a 25
काश इधर पाक की भी टीम
point
होती
gap.
यार कोई ना यार
With 2
बॉयज कोई
games
ना
left
यार
and
अब
how
क्या कर
Reject has
सकते
been
हैं
playing, they got to be stopped. You have no other choice. At least in my opinion.
And you want to know what's the worst part? We're going to be going into Miramar. If you're Alpha 7, if you're
दो
avoiding
मैचेस होए
STG, IHC now wanting to go for that challenge, not only are you wanting to close on the gap of points, but you're also going to have to deal with maybe one of the best maps for Reject.
28 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है रिजेक्ट का वर्सेस A7
maybe
का
not even just a hot drop, maybe some possible rotation stops.
Now, when we have a really special moment with our crowd really soon, and that's something that I've been really curious about, because basically we have a dance in Brazil, and I have to warn you, I'm not gonna do this because I'm a horrible dancer, the horrible that you can
once again
ever
A7
imagine.
चोक जो
But
बात
we
है
have
RC
people who
चैंपियन
dance
जो
really
बात
good,
5000 आ रहा है
and we're
हमारा
gonna try to put our crowd in it too. So
IC का गन पावर जो बात
No,
वही
you're
लाइक
gonna
कितने
do
हुए
it.
यार
No,
अपने
you're gonna do it.
109 लाइक्स हो गए यार ऐसे तो मुझे लगता है 200 लाइक्स नहीं
E já
होंगे
estamos de volta aqui na nossa arena, família. E ó, seguinte, tô vendo que tá todo mundo muito animado por aí. E eu quero ver a animação total, porque PUBG Mobile tá completando 6 anos aí de história e nós preparamos
esse é
uma
a first day
dancinha
performance
muito
पे ज़्यादा
especial. Não sei se vocês estão
ओका
sabendo,
हो
se não sabia,
ओका
agora
हो रहा
vocês
था
estão sabendo. E eu quero a
esse
participação
has
de
to
todo
as
mundo pra
always
estar dançando. E nesse momento queria chamar aqui dois cosplayers
चेंजिस
do nosso
खान
jogo
बन
que
गई
vamos
ISC
ajudar
वाले
e
जो
nos
सामने
guiar
आए
aí
वो गया
pra gente dançar.
चंगेज खान
Podia,
बन गया
gente,
ISC
vamos
वाले जो
levantar,
सामने
vamos levantar todo mundo ficar de pé, por favor. Vamos lá. Stand up, please, guys. Come on, come on.
everybody stand up, and we have 2 cosplayers from the game that will help us to do this dance. That is the dance that we're gonna basically do to cheer up for the 6th year anniversary of PUBG Mobile. That's a very special moment, not only for the game, but for our country as well, because we have these huge dancers here that are gonna help us with that. So let's
do it. Vamos começar?
22 एलिमिनेशन कोड है कह रही बनता नहीं बनाना होता जो बात है so much consistent जो फला का गेम प्ले लगाओ ओके
They're doing that shimmy. They're doing that dance. And
कह रहा है ये सब क्या देखना पड़ रहा
है.
चलो खत्म ही हो गया खत्म ही हो गया
because Reject
ये सही कह रहा है,
last two matches
आपकी इनकम
in
हराम हो
Miramar,
जाएगी, ये
one
बहुत
of
सही
the
बात की है
strongest
उसने।
performing maps for this team. First of all, they've gotten a chicken dinner already in Miramar, and yesterday they were able to finish off the day with 2 top 4s and back it up with eliminations. So this is why I'm starting to and I'm usually against it too, but I feel like with the scenario that's given,
इसलिए तो भाई बाद में हाल होते थे भाई सी ओके नाम है सैक में भाई परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ रही, फिर गाली लगा। अच्छी बात है ना, सैक में जाए वही टीम जो परफॉर्म कर रही है। पहले 8 स्लॉटें होती थी पाकिस्तान के लिए, अब 3 स्लॉट्स है ना भाई, कंपीट मेहनत करनी पड़ती है टीम्स को थर्ड आने के लिए। पहले थे 8 स्लॉट थे तो एवरेज भी खेल लेते थे, उनको स्लॉट मिल जाता था। हार्ड वर्क एंड नमाज द की टू सक्सेस, जो बात है कोड कास्टिंग जो बात है। Watch party at team press party. Namash key to success.
Just like tripping over a banana and going out. Like honestly, like how could that happen?
You put some respect.
Let's go boys for the 130 likes.
He's not a banana peel.
Banana with a shotgun.
Decimated S2G and IHC in the
क्या
final
पागल हो गया
moment.
मोटा?
So, I mean, you gotta put some respect to that.
Aaron, what place again? Let me look at the scoreboard.
Or who?
Hey, don't worry
10th
about
place? 10th
Don't
place?
worry about it.
High
Don't worry
fives?
about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
High five.
Okay, yeah, you know what?
They're in 10th
अब
place.
मिरामर के मैसेज जी अब
Great
मिरामर
job
के
of that
मैसेज।
player.
It was
Great
a
job.
great play. It was a great play by him.
It was, right? Okay, I'll give him the props. But what IHC did, what could have been legendary. It could have been legendary. But still, you know what? I mean, it hurts because, I mean, if they would have finished that off, they would without a doubt be in a chance to go into first place.
Hello
That
chat,
hurts.
hello
We
crypto,
need to
Falak
see
Gaming
some
Verti.
performances like that in the last
Hello
few matches.
chat,
Is that
hello
possible,
Falak
though?
Gaming
Is
Verti.
that possible, Seven? Considering everything that's
I
at
see
stake
chicken
and how many
coming
teams
for
desperately
the
need these
best.
points.
I feel like that's why I'm mentioning, Sute, the scenario where these teams have to make sure that Reject gets eliminated very, very early. I mean, in the past 3 matches, that is now 3, if I'm not mistaken, 3 top 2s for Reject. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
For this team to be able to be so consistent, we were maybe giving them a little bit of criticizing them earlier in the previous Aaron Gill, not the one that just happened, but the one before that, because they weren't as aggressive. But second place, 3 eliminations, they're doing exactly what they need to do. They're going to continue to do this, and we can see them.
यार boys 5,000 subscribers कब होंगे यार अपने?
Anything that they have to push, they're going to make sure that they position themselves in the best way
टाइसन ये
possible to get just
आपका
enough points
माइक कितने
to keep them in
इंच
that first
है
place,
और
and right
कितने
now
का
it's working
लिया
out
है?
wonders, and that's why, Sute, I feel like some of
यार
these
ये
teams,
तकरीबन I think
IHC,
4
if you are feeling so
inch
hot,
तक
they're
4
gonna
inch
have
क्या है
to
ना 4
possibly go
feet
for that
तक
hot
का।
drop or that rotation surprise.
They have to. Yeah, they have
यार
to.
यार
just
मोस्ट मैंने
stop
लिया था
rejects.
5500 का।
Be it hot drop, be it
अंडरग्राउंड
camp
होने का
rotation,
टाइम आ
but
गया।
it's so difficult on Miramar to camp rotations,
Yep.
right? Because the plane path, the circle, it changes things up so much. So hot drop,
कुछ लगाते हैं यार।
ही रहती है, इसीलिए कई बार इनकी चोंच इतनी ज्यादा बढ़ जाती है कि इनके लिए कुछ भी खा पाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। ऐसे में अगर सही समय पर इनकी चोंच ना काटी जाए तो ये मर भी सकते हैं। अब आप सोचोगे कि पालतू तोते की तो हम काट देते हैं, लेकिन जंगली तोतों का क्या होता है? दरअसल जंगली तोते ज्यादातर हार्ड खाना खाते हैं, जिससे उनकी चोंच धीरे धीरे घिसती रहती है। क्या आपको पता है कि तोते की चोंच पूरी जिंदगी बढ़ती ही रहती है? इसीलिए कई बार
किसी को पैरेट पसंद है, किसी को पैरेट पसंद है। मुझे बहुत पसंद है पैरेट्स।
चल चल चल चल चल चल
गोटी कल्टी मार।
अच्छा अंडरग्राउंड पीएमजीसी में भी एक्सट्री को रुलाया था एसी ने। अब आरसी को रुलाएगा। क्लियर व्यू 2 कास्टिंग से कितना मिलता है? लाइक पीएमजीसी कास्टिंग यार पीएमजीसी का बहुत ज़्यादा भाई, बहुत ज़्यादा मिलता है भाई पीएमजीसी कास्टिंग से। इस मैच के बाद मुझे बताना, मैं आपको ना देख के बताऊंगा अर्निंग वगैरह वहाँ शो हो रही है क्लियर। थोड़ा सा होल्ड करते हैं, इसी तरह पार्टी करते सत्यानाश करवा दिया। इस मैच के बाद बॉयज आपको मैं वो अर्निंग वगैरह बताऊंगा कास्टर्स की, अगर शो हो रही है ना वेबसाइट पे, वहाँ शो हो तो रही होती है भाई। कास्टर के पास बजट हैवी होता है, पाकिस्तानियों को थोड़ा सा कम मिलता है, लेकिन दूसरे जो हैं उनको हैवी मिलता है।
Yeah, that's so smart.
That's
Well,
their
I mean,
drop spot. But that means
I'm gonna say
anyone can
this.
drop on them right now. But I don't see anyone dropping on them.
I mean, honestly, if I'm Team Reject, I'm not dropping in the same location at this point. Like, I know that they kind of want to. I know that's their thought process. But, I mean, I would expect a hot drop. And if we don't see...
मैंने रखे हूँ भाई, मैं वो पैरट्स का चैनल बनाऊंगा, उसको भी जाके जरूर सब्सक्राइब करना, ठीक है ना?
Wow, I can't believe it. I really can't. I mean, at this point, I don't
मेरे
see
पास रात
where
होते
else
कश्मीरी
your head
राह,
is at. I mean, if you're IAC,
मैं उधर टिप्स वगैरह दिया
37 point
करूंगा,
difference.
उनको
Yeah,
बोलने
I
का
know
तरीका
that
सारा कुछ
you could
बताऊंगा
have had
A
a
to Z।
37-point game in the last one, right? With how good you were doing, but you didn't get it done. You didn't get it done. And
Where is reject?
regardless if you had a 37-point in the last one, Team Reject was in second place, right? So you got to shut them down. They have to go out with a goose egg if you want to even have a chance at a miracle first place run.
Reject
IAC.
किधर है?
And yeah, I mean, they're going to stick with the tried and true here. Maybe they're going to go for a vehicle rotation. I don't know. But like
Picardo.
Seven was mentioning, the second Reject player gets knocked and thirsted, and they realize it's
Let's
them,
go
the
boy
whole
for
lobby's gotta
120
come after
lakhs
them.
यार। तो मिलते हैं bro
And
6
also,
मई के
if you
बाद।
can't even get up to the top 3, I think you still go
6
and trying to eliminate rejects
6
just to
मई
keep
के
things
बाद।
interesting, right? I know if I was a competitor and I was like down and out pretty much, I would want to keep things interesting. You know, it's entertainment still, even if you're not a spectator. Take out rejects, keep things interesting going into the last match. We'll see if that happens. The zone is up on your screen to the northeast. No one really will be able to get into that zone for free besides Nova, because that is their drop spot location. Minas, Cernrales, everyone else will have to end up rotating in. And I mean, Rejects has a great spot.
Boys मैं ना आ रहा हूँ नीचे ना, गेस्ट आए हैं, मैं ना 10 या 5 मिनट तक आ रहा हूँ।
pickings for center zone too.
Yes, they do now. You know, like we mentioned, you know, I know I may or may not have called Rob's a banana, okay? You know what I'm saying? He's definitely not no banana. That's true. I mean, and one of the big things is that, you know, High Fives is a team that got this position by doing something different, right? They hot dropped Team Falcons, took them out, and were able to get a golden ticket to the finals from the qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
Now, the great thing is, though, like a player like Rob's, even though, like, yeah, High Fives are in 10th place, there's no chance we're going to see them in the top 3, right? The fact that we're seeing some star players come out, we have seen time and time again, Zoo, right? During different tournaments, players like Rob's get taken to a different team, not just a different team, but sometimes a different region, right? These star players get picked up. So I do like the fact that we're seeing teams and players that, you know, that don't have a mathematical chance of winning this, still try to put it all out on the playing field, because honestly, this is how you pat your resume. And this is really the main way to do it, right? You got so many eyes on you. You got to perform all the way up until the last second.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely so. And I mean, IHC, I feel like if any team can do it, it's IHC. I feel like Alpha 7, they're just cracking under the pressure again, man. They have been in this spot so many times. Second place. Again and again and again.
It hurts.
And I think they are just, I mean, we saw them last match, you know, one of their members got knocked and thirsted, and they instantly turned tail and ran away. And strategically, yes, that's sound, but I just feel like the way they did it, how instant that turnaround was, it was like, I feel like mentally, they just don't have the right mindset. But hey, who knows? Two games left. Rejects, go out early, you get a decent game, it is all but still doable.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult. Honestly, like I said, I don't envy any of the players from Alpha 7 right now. They've had so much success in this game. There's just so much pressure on them. I mean, could you imagine? Anybody right now watching, put yourself in Alpha 7's shoes, okay? Yeah, like Seven said, time and time again, you've come up just short, right? A lot of people said that you choked in PMGC. You know what I'm saying? You're at your hometown where Everybody is expecting you to win first place, not second, not third, first, you know?
Yep.
You were behind a crazy amount of points going into the last 2 matches of the day. I mean, the pressure is, it's ridiculous, you know, to say the least. More than anybody else in this lobby, without doubt. So, I mean, they have everything going against them, you know, and it's so tough that if they want to become the champions, they have to overcome it. Right? They have to settle their minds, settle their voices, not get frustrated with each other, make those clear call outs, and play the game that they have. But we're all human at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? These players are playing with gyroscope. You know, any nervousness, those hands are going to shake just a little bit, and you're missing your shot, and it's all over.
All I gotta say is rejects, man. They have been playing so well. Like, sure, you could say the circles towards the end kind of worked out in their favor and blessed them. But the thing is, rejects, when you called out that sneaky rotation, rejects have constantly rotated in a way where they keep their options open, right? If they have to crash into, you know, the center zone where Alpha 7 is, they'll do it when the circle gives them only that option. But otherwise, rejects, they're always playing for the long game. They always keep their options open with their rotations, and that is what the most high-level skilled teams do, and that is why rejects are able to capitalize on these circles time and time again. So we'll see what they can do this match. Right now, zone slowly closing in. A lot of teams rotating in off-center locations because the center of zone is pretty taken up right now. Vampire firing off some shots onto Falcons. Vampire, another team that needs that huge pop-off performance this game and the next if they want to have a chance at first place.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 43-point difference. I mean, they need to have what IHC did and win back-to-back games.
Rejects.
And Reject has to go out. I mean, yeah, it's just, you could just see the look on their faces. Like, yeah, I mean, they're not happy, that's for sure. But I mean, that's what happens. It's so tough because you know what, Seven, we've talked, or sorry, Zoo, we talked about this before, right? We've talked about how much when the pressure gets crazy, sometimes you just revert to what you're used to, what you're most comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
We see some teams like when the nerves start cracking, they start going passive, right? Or they start playing safe, they start doing stuff. I think that's the reason why we see Team Reject at the top right now. Because when the going gets tough, they're so used to just pure aggression. You know what I'm saying? So when the time comes where it's like, yeah, we got to hit a 1v2, 1v3, they're not even thinking about that. They're just doing where they go on autopilot. And their autopilot is just CQC in insanity. And they win those fights. It's just so crazy to watch.
New circle. It does come up. It goes down south, favoring pretty much rejects. And I mean, I'm saying favoring lightly because they're just in the circle, pretty much. But with how good rejects are, you give them an inch, they take a mile. And that could be what's happening now. And, well, I mean, as for Alpha 7, they got to fight their way in like they always have. Same with IHC. We'll see where the circle ends up. We'll see how many fights Alpha 7 can win. Boom! Is going to take that fight right now with the Rejects team. And the first knock goes over to Rejects. Rejects finds the opening. Sara looking for a second. And Duelo does get finished, though. So this will be a scrappy fight. Boom in third place. They need to win this one. They need to win it clean. They get Sara. They're going to be able to get the revive, too. Rejects, is this it for them? Can they finally be slowed down?
Uh-oh. Flyboy gets knocked, though. There's back and forth knocks. It's a 2v2 scenario at this point, and you can see Regioso looking to try to at least get a thirst. Can he be able to secure a point? Boom, knowing who they're going against. They're in third place. This is the fight of the tournament right here. They have to win it. Regioso does get the confirmation here. Boom's not going to be able to get the res, so it is going to be a 2v2 between Reject and Boom. Regardless, Reject is going to be hamstringed, but 4 eliminations with their lead could be enough. So Boom cannot afford to go out here. If they want to win first place, they have to win this fight.
Yeah, they have to win it quick. Zebra Masters is here, though, to third party. And I mean, there's no way Rejects as a 2-man wins this fight and survives Zebra Master, right? Surely Rejects go out now, but even then, 2 points. They already got 2 points, and that's a lot given how much of a point gap they have. So 2 points is good
for Rejects, and they could still get more. They could even somehow turn this around and take out Zebra Masters. This is not the first time they've been third party and they come out on top.
And you know Zebra Masters looking to make a name for themselves, trying to take out the top squads in the lobby right towards at the end. Here they go on the push, looking at that third party. Boom, though, shutting down Reggioso is going to be huge. They try to go for the combination. Demine not letting it out, going out without a fight. He takes them out. The 1v2, he secures some placement points, but down goes Reject, and boom, the crowd goes nuts because the door is open for Alpha 7.
But how big is that door opened up? It's opened up like a millimeter. I'm going to say this now. Calm down, Alpha 7 crowd. Calm down. Alpha 7 still has a long way to go. They still need a great game here. And Alpha 7 coming in from the east side, well, I mean, if they third-party these two teams here, there's a chance. There's a way. Next circle is about to pop out too. We'll see where this goes. S2G on the west, same with the IHC. It is a messy zone, Jukes.
Alpha 7.
Yeah, it shifts to the east. It does give it over to Alpha 7 just a little bit. Alpha 7 needs to get this opening, which they have, and take out Vampire.
They heard the shots. They heard the shots from that fight earlier on. They knew the teams that were going against each other, so they were looking to push to clean things up. Zebra Master already getting it done, though. So Alpha 7 are going to be able to get another point on the board, which is critical. You're right. Job's not done yet, but that door being open is huge. There was two different things that needed to happen for Alpha 7 to win this tournament. One, Reject going out. Two, Alpha 7 having a crazy performance. One of those is now done, right? So now it's all on Alpha 7's shoulders to just finish that second part. And I will tell you, Zute, it's going to be a lot easier considering you got teams like Reject and Boom already out.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot easier, but it is still a tall
Yeah, you're right.
task for Alpha 7. It's
easier,
like,
but still hard.
yeah, easier, but still hard. Like, they still got to win a game of PUBG Mobile, which is still extremely hard. Hi-Fi is coming in here uninvited, gets taken out. Vampire forced to go back just a little bit. And I think Alpha 7's got the info now that this is not just the one team. This is at least two teams here. So I think that is forcing Alpha 7 to slow down just a little bit.
And that's so hard. This is where it gets tough because, you know, Alpha 7 can start getting in their heads so easily here because they know that the door's open and they have to win this game, right? So maybe certain times where they would normally get aggressive, they know they cannot go out under any circumstance, and that could make them second guess themselves a little bit. That is a curse that happens plenty of times at this level. So Alpha 7 are forced to really make the right decisions no matter what, and that little hesitation at this level is all it takes for teams, especially at the bottom who have nothing to lose, right? They're not hesitating at all. They could take advantage of it, and we could see a team on that bottom of the leaderboard, just like we've seen so many times, take out Alpha 7. I'm talking about D plus Kia just a few matches ago.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Things are going to slow down for just a tad bit here as the next circle is about to shift. I see the mini-map. Everyone's pretty much in zone and just waiting. So while we have this time, Jukes, I just want to say, man, shout-outs to the Rejects team for how far they have come. And,
True.
You know,
Most
Jukes,
improved, by far.
Most improved, by far, for sure. And you know, Jukes, how, you know, back in the days, Japan was calling me to maybe coach or even play for them.
I remember that. Yeah. You were going to go there for a while.
I think I'm going to hit them back up. I think I'm going to jump on the Japan train. Like, Japan, here I come. I am repping Japan now. But in all seriousness, man, with how good Rejects are doing, I'm curious as to what they're doing. Like, way more curious in the PMJL, their Japan league. So, hey, Jukes, I might just start viewer partying that, you know? Like, I used to watch China all the time because they were #1. But, hey, if Rejects get it done here, they are the new #1 region. And that new circle has popped. We are going north. Alpha 7, they're forced to wrap around to the northwest now. They're going to be fighting with the Death Wolves very soon.
Here they go. This is going to be a huge one. I really want to see this rotation because Alpha 7 have to make it safely. They cannot afford to go down to a team like Death Wolves in this scenario. If they're able to secure that junkyard position, they'll have the whole north completely clear. But like I said, they're going to have to get past that team in the first place. Meanwhile, some other squads that are still in the running here. I'm talking about S2G, IHC, maybe even Vampire, you know, they could definitely make something happen here. They were very fortunate that they didn't have the hot drop. And well, look at this. You can see right now, here they go. Vampire putting in the work on the Regnum Karya. Here comes down a vehicle. Schweb said, I didn't like that. Starts shooting some shot at it just in case to make sure there's not a person in there. Meanwhile, Silas is already on the run. And man, this is just worst case scenario for Regnum Karya. A great start to the tournament, but just a really rough finish.
Yeah, Regnum Karya being torn to bits once again. And even if you somehow weasel your way into a chicken dinner like they did last match, it is not enough. They need elims upon elims upon elims and the chicken dinner. Here, Alpha 7 play zone. Hold on. That should be a revive. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, the blue zone isn't doing that much damage. I think he just took a lot of damage from Death Wolves rotating in. Can he get revived? Wait, I don't think he can. He's way back in the outside. Alpha 7 loses a player. I thought they would take the fight with Death Wolves and control that eastern side. But instead, they're just taking the long way around, and that's going to cost them a player.
It is, and that's a tough one there. So they decided to take the player sacrifice because they know that they couldn't go down, so they didn't want to risk the fight. And that's what I'm talking about. Is I seriously think if this was the start of the tournament, they would have pushed Death Wolves.
They would have
pushed Death Wolves. Yeah, 100%. But with everything that they have going on right now and all that pressure, they're reverting to safety, Zute. And I'm telling you, this little decision here could mean their end.
That's what I'm saying. Like that last match when they lost that one player and they instantly turned tail and ran, strategically it made sense, but the way they did it, it just shows where their mental is at. And I said, I don't think their mental is in the right place. And with that kind of wraparound rotation, losing a player, it's not good.
I'm telling you, Alpha 7 in the end game are not showing that they have that killer instinct that we saw like from IHC the other game, right? Or IHC just pushed everything in sight. The second they saw an opportunity, they went straight away and got it. S2G putting up some points against Nova. Nova long out of this one already, but you know what? A nice nade there. Does get a couple players. That's long. Looking to get another one here. If he gets another knock, this will be huge.
Yeah, S2G, point standing wise, they also have a chance, but I don't think S2G has that killer mentality. For me, it's really just Alpha 7 or IHC. But with 4 elim points, S2G, I mean, if they're forced into the fights, they could get it done. But I think they need to force themselves into some more fights. Next zone pops up, they get the edge of zone, which is good for them. New circle forces Alpha 7 to move, and IHC, meanwhile, has 4 players up. They're out of the zone. I think they're looking at the Falcons position next.
Well, let's see what happens. You know, Alpha 7 are going to have to take on the Death Wolves here eventually to get into this next circle. And if they're able to do it quicker than later, they're going to be okay. But they got to watch out because here comes IHC. IHC is going to be coming on the backside, looking to do a wraparound here. And Alpha 7 do not have the high ground. They're going to have to be very careful because IHC is way too close for comfort.
Yeah. IHC not going to go for the Falcons like you mentioned. They're going to wrap all the way to the east. Blue zone's closing in. That doesn't give a lot of time for IHC, Alpha 7, or the Death Wolves here to finish out a fight before being forced to rotate in. And D Plus has already kind of secured that edge spot right outside the Vampire's position. This could be bad for all 3 teams I mentioned.
It's totally possible. Next Ruya go down. That's the 7th place team. And that's going to be a brutal loss for them. You can see the frustration on the players' faces. They know it's over after that performance right there. So... we'll see what happens in the last match coming up soon. But man, this is a huge one. You can see the frustration all over these players' faces. Yep, that is that's what it comes down to here. I mean, so much is at stake, so much is on the line, and you can see everybody's just giving it all they got.
Yeah, we keep talking about first place, but honestly, 3rd place is really close.
30 grand. Yep.
For all of those teams, and yeah, that is a big pay jump. So even if they can't get first, everyone is still so close to 3rd. And Boom went out early too, right? So that, I mean, that frustration you see on screen,
here
that's
comes
a
Alpha
sign
7.
of dollar signs going away. But yeah, here comes that fight. Alpha 7 versus IHC, Jukes.
So huge. Here they go. Revo up on the high ground. Needs to get an additional knock. He does get some nice shots, though. Oh, it's actually top from Team Falcons, helping out Alpha 7 with a couple of knocks from that third party. But Revo getting knocked is brutal. Carrillo, it's really up to him to get a huge knock here. Revo is finished. So it is down to 2 players left. of Alpha 7. And you know, Team Falcons, they got nothing to lose here. They can push this fight. That knock on the Rogue is going to finish out IHC, though. Some good elimination points. But you can see the crowd. They're cheering it up, but they are so nervous here. Seeing two monsters from Alpha 7 getting knocked early.
Yeah, man, Alpha 7 down to 2. It's not enough, Jukes. It's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, there's still one more game after this, sure, but it is just not enough. And I'm disappointed in IHC. I thought they were going to take that fight to Falcons, but instead they put themselves in a worse position, getting third party. So IHC, maybe a little bit lapse in judgment. Maybe Falcons' position is just too tough to crack open with 4. But either way, IHC is out. Alpha 7 is still alive with 2. They need every singular little point they could get, because if they go out now, they close the gap.
We are back. क्या बना मैचेस का?
And that is it.
Just मर गई 156 पॉइंट कोई ना
What is going to happen
here? ASM versus Falcon के 4 प्लेयर पुश करें बैंस की दो
They don't have anything to lose here in this scenario. They know for a fact it's Alpha 7. They know Alpha 7 is hurting. They're trying to hunt those leaderboards. And if Team Falcon wants a chance at trying to even get some taste of this top 3, they want to take out the top dogs here and now.
वैसे 5K आने वाले हैं जो बात है. Last match इसी बार last match है.
Himself. We've seen this man pull
तो
off
होल्ड करने
miracles.
शुरुआत.
He's going to have to do it again.
नोवा स्टूडियो ऐसे के बीच में और सी ऐसे हमारे होम ग्राउंड. इसके बाद लास्ट मैच है 5K आने वाले हैं जो बात है. इसके बाद लास्ट मैच है जी मारो आरसी को आरसी का लीड है बता लीड लास्ट मैच जो बात है आरसी के दफा करो आईएससी को फाल्कन को देखो आई सेड टू यू इन 30K कम तुम्हारे को फर्स्ट कच्चा का इलाका फर्स्ट कच्चा का इलाका वो कहाँ चल फाल्कन ऐसे हमको मार
Yes, Alpha 7, and look at the frustration. You can see them just they're devastated right now. This is not
comeback match आ रहा है
the final game from them. You know, you see some
अच्छा कितने पॉइंट हैं रुको जरा
trying to show their players some love.
156 minus.
The door's now open for S2G and Vampire.
24 पॉइंट की लीड है अभी भी वो एक मैच है 24 पॉइंट की लीड लाइक एसएम को 24 पॉइंट इससे ज्यादा निकालने पड़ेंगे कहाँ मोहिब भाई इधर ही है मोहिब हुसैन ब्रो इधर ही हो 5000 रुपया रेडी रखो यार मैं इजी पैसा अकाउंट में आपको लिखवा देता हूँ यार अभी लिख लो यार
But instead, I think the pressure is getting to them. They lose that one player, and then ultimately they close the gap by just 1 point, Jukes.
Oh, that's tough. That hurts so bad. I mean, this is what I was talking about is, you know, you second guess yourself and one little wrong decision, it means it's over. And, you know, I mean, it's not over yet with considering there's one game left, but they are not in a good spot by any means. They're going to have to pull off the comeback of a lifetime in the last match of the day as we're watching. So there's a lot of teams at the bottom of the leaderboard still alive here, Zoo. Yeah. And this is what happens, right? When there's nothing else left to lose, we start seeing those teams that were nervous at first just start playing their own game.
Yeah. And if S2G right now with 4 players up gets a decent game right here, they're taking second place. They're going to be the ones looking to take first place. And S2G is the previous champion, so S2G, if they ramp up their aggression a little bit here, pick up a Elims, get the chicken, it could be done. Falcons fighting with Vampires. Vampires with their backs
okay परेशान आउटसाइड वैसे भी हारना है आरसी नहीं एसटी की लीक्स नहीं आई यार मैंने वीडियो नहीं अपलोड की यार काशी आज और मैं वीडियो अपलोड ही नहीं की कोई आज ना पाकिस्तान की कोई न्यूज़ ही नहीं
They're in a position to get second place as well, so we'll see what happens here as Vampire know what's at stake. And they're not done yet. Team Falcon, mathematically, out of the running at this point. Well, actually, maybe not. 93 points, 6 eliminations. Ain't too bad. But yeah, they're going to have to take out everybody if they want to stand a chance.
Yeah. And it's funny that, you know, every team we look at, maybe, right? But we're saying that because we've seen it done. We've seen chicken dinners with 15, 16 elims. So it is very, very possible. And Falcons get the chicken dinner here with a bunch of elims. They are right up there in that top 3. And there we go. They're starting it off. They're up to 8. 3 players up. New circle. They get the zone too. So they are not done yet.
Now we've officially reached top 7. So now placement points are going to be accumulated by the teams that go out. And the only 2 teams that really stand a chance here is S2G and Falcons. And S2G is the main one here. But they are getting shot up by the Falcons. Oh, that is a huge loss. And Royals of War Rivas looking to clear him up. See you later. Going to try to be able to get one of the finishes. Can he do so? Nope, he can't. He's going to have to win another 1v1. He gets it. He's going to get the thirst. No, he can't. So, man, see you later is taking a whole squad by himself. And he can't do it. And look at that. Oh, the frustration. Because he wanted to do that miracle run. And all the top teams are gone. Somehow, Team Falcons are still alive. 10 eliminations. They got to win this. They have to win this. Let's see what happens. This action
Falcon
with
10
the
kills ho gaya. Nice one.
Oh, actually it was a smoke grenade. Ooh, gets knocked. That's tough. Tough situation here is top. Trying to throw that smoke as well. Throwing some pre-fire out. And it's D plus Kia. Why is it always D plus Kia? Taking out some teams right when they need to. Oh, an absolute brutal loss there. All the top teams are out of here. We're going to watch the bottom squads now fight it out. Trying to get a chicken dinner here in the PMGO. Smoke Gaming, Rolls of War, just having their last little rally cry. Miyaki is one of those big names, I think, here. He really stood out in this tournament. He had some shining moments for sure. Unfortunately, him and the rest of the team just wasn't able to really put up points together.
Yeah, Miyaki by himself, though. The rest of the team way back. They need to make a decision. Help him out or just eject out of there. Both teams with the zone, kind of. Definitely favoring. Oh, wait, no, that is not his team. That is D plus Kia. Sorry, the blue color caught me off guard for a second. So there we go. It is down to the 4v4. And like you said, why is it always D plus Kia? Well, slow and steady doesn't win the race.
कोई ना लास्ट मैच A7 का है कोई ना भाई A7 को लास्ट मैच के लिए ना अब तकरीबन
So D plus Kia versus
ताना किसके साथ चिकन डिनर निकालना है अगर वो जल्दी मर जाती है रिजेक्ट अगर जल्दी मार जाती फिर भी अगर रिजेक्ट भी 5-6 पॉइंट निकाले तो फिर 30-35 पॉइंट्स के साथ निकालना पड़ना वो मैच
just out here just crushing dreams of the PMGO and they're going to be battling it out with Rules of War.
मोई भाई बस आप रेडी रहो यार
just who's going to end up getting a chicken dinner
इसके बाद लास्ट मैच
here and they're saying you can see the prediction up there pretty much almost a 50-50 either way. It's starting to favor D plus Kia with their position, rightfully so, as Rivas all the way in the back there. Blue zone's gonna start pushing him out. Not looking good. Jumps into safety for now. And we're gonna see who ends up winning this. But you know what, Zute? It's gonna come down to the last match here. The last game. It is just
it's gonna be brutal. RC सबसे पहले finish होगा.
Last match of the day. I mean, the point gap is still pretty big. Reject just can't mess up.
यार सबसे पहले भी फिनिश हो जाए ना फिर भी उनको तकरीबन 24 पॉइंट की लीड है कह लो 17-15 केस के साथ चिकन निकालना पड़ना है A7 को बाकी टीमें हलवा तो नहीं है ना
D plus had it in the bag. I don't know how Royals of War managed to get out with all 4 up, but D plus Kia still has the advantage here. They have all of the terrain, and Royals of War working with just the edge of that zone. Is there any more nades left for D plus Kia? Surely they got to throw it now.
Yeah, if they had it, they'd throw it, I think. You saw Molotov come out there, but that's about it. We're going to see who wins this game. Tried to pull off a sneaky little off angle. No, sir. Denied. Meanwhile, Royals of War, yeah, now finally starting to throw out their util. I'm surprised they didn't throw it out a little bit earlier. But trying to go out for the fight. The Mexicanos trying to get their chicken dinner here. Oh, the toe is getting shot up, though. It's down to the final player as D plus Kia win a chicken dinner here in the PMGO. Oh, boy. One more game left. Who is going to win this thing? Team Reject looking really good right now.
Team Reject.
Yeah, Team Rejects are... You can almost say Team Rejects are chilling. Like... I mean, seeing us as spectators, right? Seeing how Alpha 7 is playing and reacting to things.
चलो यार ड्रॉप कैश कैन सेव इसे
even if they
यार वो भी नहीं सेव कर सकता
इसे
उनको
circle blast, right? That means they're not going to be able to get too many eliminations either. And if they get circle blessed, seeing how they're
Moi
playing
भी
right now,
Sam
I
bro
feel like they're going to be way too passive.
ये आप ना
They're
रख
not
लो
going to be risky and, you know, leave the zone a little bit to look for point opportunities, which is what they're going to need to do to gap that point. It's I don't think it's possible, Seven.
Boys,
What do you think? What do you think,
with
Seven?
a performance like that, it is gonna end up coming down to the last game, and Alpha 7 just makes their life a lot harder. And for the other teams, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what the overall actually ends up looking like. How big is now that gap that Reject has been able to build up on the other teams? And for some of these teams, something that you've been mentioning throughout the past 3 days, Hot Jukes, has been that prize pool. Remember, after 4th place, that prize pool is pretty much, it's only separated from 5th all the way down to 16th by $3,000. So you do want to end up being in the top 3. And for Alpha 7, then you start posing the question, how important is $50,000 for you, or how important is that first place for you? Which one would you rather end up getting at the end of the day? And the thing is, usually we would end up picking money every single time. But the thing is that they are currently in Brazil. They have their fans in front of them. And I will be shocked if we don't get some kind of reaction here from Alpha 7. If they don't try to take their destiny into their own hands in this last match. As Reject, you said it perfectly, Sute. They're going to continue doing what they're doing. Yeah, this wasn't a great match for them, but with the gap, they can afford this kind of matches. And the crazy part is that they still got points, Sute.
Yep, they still got points. They got one less point than Alpha 7, even though they went out like what, a good solid 15-10
या
minutes
वाइब के बाद फिर भी
earlier.
15-14
And
केस
that's what
निकालने के बाद
hurts me the
होगा
most, Hot Jukes, seeing what Alpha 7 did, right? You see Rejects go out so early, and you fizzle out, right? Not only do you fizzle out, you just get one more point than them, but you're alive in the game for like 15 minutes longer. It's just, oh man.
It's demoralizing for sure. I mean, it hurts to watch because, you know, I could just tell, you know, I know this team so well. Seven, you know this squad. You're the #1 Alpha 7 fanboy, right? Can you honestly say, can you look me in the eye and tell me that Alpha 7 is playing the game that they normally play here in the final matches of the day so far?
They're not. They're definitely not. I mean, they're starting to doubt things too. The crazy thing is that they haven't even had any favorable circles going their way. That's something that they saw a lot of in the first day, and that's possibly why we ended up seeing so many chicken dinners out of them. But besides that, whenever they didn't have those favorable circles, we didn't really see them get displacement points. We would know that they could put up the eliminations, but it came down to displacement points. It came down to that consistency. Alpha 7 right now at this point starting to doubt.
तीन चैनल है इसके
तुमने ये नहीं देखा होगा भाई, एक अकेला प्लेयर पबजी मोबाइल के ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में पीएमएसएल में पूरी लॉबी को अकेले मार रहा है। कैप्किंग मैं बात कर रहा हूँ फलक की, बट ये जो तुमने आज जो गेम प्ले दिखाऊंगा ना मैं तुम्हें, मतलब उससे पहले तो यहाँ पर भाई फलक पे एक रश हो गया है और ये लोग यहाँ पे ना होल्ड कर रहे हैं। 3-4 भाई पूरे स्क्वाड आई है मुंह के भाई ने नेट फेंका है, एक बंदे को बोला, दूसरे बंदे के मुंह पे क्या बनने वाले, लेकिन राइट साइड दूसरा ये कब मर गए भाई? मुझे तो लगा कि एक ही बंदा नॉक हुआ, बट इसने तो भाई सबको दे दिया।
फुल पीछे भाग रहा तू यार, थोड़ा पीछे।
गेमिंग वर्ल्ड से रिलेटेड एक इंटरेस्टिंग अनाउंसमेंट, तुम सब लोग यहाँ पे 25 से ज्यादा स्पोर्ट्स है जिसपे वो बंदा देखा यहाँ पर, बता रहा हूँ फलक और क्रिप्टो कॉम्बो रहा नेक्स्ट लेवल है। लिटरली फलक यहाँ पे 1 HP पे रश कर रहा है एनिमी पे भाई, ऑल्डेड हो गए। वाओ फलक भाई आया यहाँ पर, लेफ्ट साइड फुटस्टेप आ रहा है भाई, ये पास यूएमपी, सामने बंदा अंदर देखा, फ्री फायर मारा है, ओ उसमें डीबीएस है, लेकिन भाई पे यूएमपी और सामने वाला बहुत लो है। 4MV के डॉग को मारा भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट प्लेयर्स को बचाता है ये वर्ल्ड की टॉप बेस्ट 5 टीम है एट दिस पॉइंट। अगर तुमको पता ना हो तो इनकी जो लाइनअप है क्रिप्टो और फलक की इजीली वर्ल्ड की टॉप 5 बेस्ट लाइनअप्स में आती है।
ये सामने लेटा है
क्योंकि उसके अंदर भाई फलक जैसे प्लेयर है भाई, क्रिप्टो जैसे प्लेयर से लिटरली पूरे सर्वर को अकेले मारते उठा करके। ये बुगाटी लेके भैया घूम रहे हैं, फुल पार्टी पे आए हुए हैं यहाँ पर।
नीचे से मार।
ये क्या हुआ? अब कैबिंग तुम ये गेम प्ले देखोगे ना जो अब यहाँ पर दिखने वाला है तुम्हें, तुम शॉक में जाने वाले हो भाई। ठीक है, शाइनो का मैच चल रहा है, 46 प्लेयर्स अलाइव है। इन लोगों को अभी तो जोन इनके ऊपर ही है, यू नो ऑफ कोर्स इनके चारों प्लेयर अलाइव है। तुम यहाँ से जो देखने वाले हो ना, मतलब तुमने नहीं देखा होगा भाई, ठीक है, आज से पहले
देखना है।
वो एक और है क्रिप्टो, दो।
अरे इनका नंबर 4 प्लेयर नॉक हुआ है पीछे से।
मैं ओपन में रुक जा।
क्रिप्टो को भी ऑलमोस्ट हाफ एचपी कर दिया है।
ओपन में हूं ना अभी।
आईक्यू है, फलक है।
नहीं कर सकते।
वो मैच शुरू के नहीं।
चालीस प्लेयर अलाइव है, गाड़ियां आ रही है, फुल रोटेशन चल रहा है इनके सामने से, मुंह पे से। वो गाड़ी वाला क्या कर रहा है? उसको कहीं जाना है, नहीं जाना है? आई गेस रश होने वाला है इन पे यार।
नहीं इधर ही आ रहा है।
रश होगा भाई, रश हो गया है। ओके, इनके ऊपर हुआ है रश।
मारो ना।
बचा। आईक्यू ने एक बंदे को शायद से नॉक किया है। बंदा घर के बाहर से एंगल बना रहा है।
हाँ,
नंबर 4 का तो बचना मुश्किल लग रहा है। फलक है और यहाँ पर आईक्यू और फलक यहाँ पे होल्ड करके बैठे। एक बंदे को नॉक करा, दूसरे को नॉक निकाला है भाई साहब। जो होल्ड करी थी पोजीशनिंग फलक ने, एनिमी को उम्मीद भी नहीं थी। 1v1 की फाइट भाई साहब, 3 बंदे अकेले ले गए। ठीक है, पूरा रश अकेला रोक दिया भाई ने भाई। जो मारा है पकड़ के भाई,
ऑब्वियसली ब्रो।
अब जोन इन पे से जा चुका था तो ये लोग रोटेट करके जोन के अंदर आ।
Hey, Grant Cardone here. It took me 4 decades to figure out how to get wealthy, but I'm going to teach you how I did.
शुरू हो गया मैच।
Seventh, so close to break into that top 3, and we've said it over and over again. 4th and downwards is pretty much the same prize money. There's a big jump in 3rd, a bigger jump in 2nd, and that's the more feasible potentials for all of these teams middling around 5th, 6th, and onwards.
What's crazy too, I'm looking at Reject results here for a second, and Reject for the last 8 matches, they've been able to get 6 top 5, and out of those 6 top 5, 4 have been in 2nd place. I've been asking for consistency for the longest time. I've been asking for consistency since we started this PMGO, and they have been giving it to me. They have been excelling at consistency too, not only with the placement points, being able to back it up with eliminations too. So far, honestly, I don't see anybody contending on Reject, and that's why I was kind of posing that question too, Sute, in regards to the prize pool. How much is that going to come into play, and which teams are going to be looking to maybe move out that prize pool, or still trying to just, send a statement here in the first PMGO ever? Are they going to want to become villains? We have seen that happen in PMGC when S2G decided to stop Alpha 7 from getting higher placement, from being higher in their own home country. What's going to happen here? Could S2G decide to put on the evil hat on and be like, Alpha 7, we're at your house. Remember what happened at PMGC? Let's see if we can make that happen again.
Oof. Man, you know what? I talked to Seven's dad, the accountant. I had him crunch the numbers. I asked him very nicely. He said the only chance that Reject lose this is about a 5% chance, right? So it's going to be up to Alpha 7 to try and make a miracle happen here if they want to win at home.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But the way the real me, 12 Pro Plus, elevates your photography, experience with 120 times super zoom and performance in games.
How to be a portrait master.
1, 2, 3, yeah.
ये जो मोबाइल आके सामने आ रहा है इसी के ऊपर खेला आरसी चैंपियन। जो बात रियल में 12 प्रो। दो मिनट की ब्रेक आई है। अभी कोई नहीं जीता, अभी कोई नहीं जीता, अभी लास्ट मैच पड़ा हुआ है।
जोड़ी भाई आग लगाने वाली है।
उस तरफ मेरे मार्कर पे है भाई शॉट्स।
हाँ ना।
हमारे तरफ
लेफ्ट साइड से भी आई गेस। मेरे को स्मोक देगा लेफ्ट में। नहीं कोई नहीं है। अरे नंबर 4 वापस नॉक। फिनिश ना हो जाए वो इस बार। थोड़ा ओपन में रुके हुए पहाड़ पे, कहीं से स्प्रे आएगा तो नंबर 4 फिनिश हो सकता है। सामने बंदा दिखा, इंस्टेंट नॉक निकाला भाई, देखते हैं उसकी पतंग काट दी भाई, फिनिश डायरेक्ट भाई।
जो बात है साथ भाई,
जो इंस्टेंट हेडशॉट जाके उसे लगा।
थैंक यू।
पहली गोली टकले पे जाके लग गई भाई ये। लेकिन पीछे अरे मेरे को लग ही रहा था ये लोग बहुत ओपन में थे। क्रिप्टो भी नॉक है, ये बहुत ओपन में फंसे हुए हैं यहाँ पर। आई डोंट नो अभी लोग बचेंगे कि नहीं, यू नो मेरे को लग नहीं रहा। आई थिंक सो क्रिप्टो फिनिश हो सकता है यहाँ पर।
मेरे आगे लगा, मैं मेरे पे आ गया स्मोक, मेरे पे
तू भी सेफ है, इधर आ।
मेरे पे मेरा तीसरा ना हो क्या
उसको उठा। ओए बोतनी मार।
फलक कवर फायर देने का ट्राई कर रहा है, लेकिन वो बंदा पता नहीं कहां से एंगल बना के मार रहा है भाई।
Watch out.
अच्छा खैर है, चिल चिल। ओके ओके, गाड़ी
बंदा है तो है किधर भाई? अरे एक और नेड आ गया, रश हो गया भाई लेफ्ट साइड से। लेफ्ट साइड से बंदों ने क्लोजन कर दिया है। फलक के पास बहुत प्यारा एंगल है, लेफ्ट साइड से बंदा ऊपर में भाग के आ रहा था, उसको दिया, डायरेक्ट फिनिश करा है।
पहले मेरी एचपी बहुत कम है
भाई साहब, क्या चल रहा है यार यहाँ पर ये।
उसकी एचपी जा रही है, सही है, उसको भी उठा।
अब देखो यहाँ पर दिक्कत हो सकती है जोन की थोड़ी सी, क्योंकि जोन बाबा चलना शुरू कर चुके हैं।
नहीं अब नहीं उठूंगा, वेब देख
बच जाएगा कि नंबर 4? नंबर 4 बच गया क्या?
सेकंड जीने दो।
नंबर 4 बच गया, लिटरली ना के बराबर एचपी भाई उस। अरे क्या बचा है वो?
फिर से ना
एनिमी क्या करना चाह रहा था? आई गेस उसको लगा मैं ओपन में रोटेट करके जाने का ट्राई करूंगा तो बच जाऊंगा। आई डोंट नो।
यूएस ठीक है, यूएस ठीक है।
देखो अगर उसे जोन में जाना ही था ऐसे ओपन में भाग करके, तो उसने गोली मार के फाइट ली क्यों? वो चुपचाप कैंपिंग करके छुप के आराम से पीछे से जोन में आ जाता। लेकिन भाई उसने सोचा क्यों ना पीछे लड़ाई ले
यार, इसको मार के।
ओ जोन भाई साहब, जोन बाबा बी लाइक। अरे धोखा तो हम देके दिखाएंगे तुम्हें बेटा, ऐसा धोखा देंगे भूल जाओगे कि एक्स ने कैसे काटा था। भाई साहब कहाँ कटा है जोन? लिटरली मैप के बगल मिरामर में ही कट गया भाई, क्या कटा है? ओके भाई साहब, क्या स्प्रे मारा उठा करके आईक्यू ने, चलती गाड़ी से। आईक्यू के स्प्रे तो मैं ऑलरेडी मैंने दिखाया है भाई, लिटरली गॉड लेवल के स्प्रे। और राइट साइड से फलक ने भाई बंदा निकलने की कोशिश कर रहा था, उसे दे दिया।
बच्ची गई।
मैंने खेल रहा भाई।
देखो भाई के 7 किल ऑलरेडी हो गए, ठीक है। 16 प्लेयर लाइव है।
देखो डेड मॉन्क से बंदे आएंगे।
थैंक यू।
नंबर 4 5-6 बार नॉक हो गया, अगली बार नॉक हुआ तो शायद इंस्टेंट फिनिश हो जाएगा भाई वो।
टेटमॉक में कोई नहीं था, यही थे टेटमॉक वाले। ओए
अच्छा हां हो सकता।
हां
भाई सामने मुंह पे लड़ाई चल रही है, फलक क्लोजिंग करता हूं यहाँ पर। ये लोग यहाँ से थर्ड पार्टी करने का फुल ट्राई करेंगे भाई साहब। जो रिज है, गजब की रिज है भाई, गजब की रिज है। एक बंदे को देखा, दूसरा बंदा भी दिखा, बच गया। बट वो यार वो बच गया कैसे तो? बट फलक का कंफर्म कर दिया आईक्यू ने।
Everything that you just said, because I mean this is just getting absolutely crazy here as we look at the overall standings, and oh boy are these standings looking mighty crazy. I know, Seven, you were talking about, you know, during the break, right, just how well Alpha 7 has done in the past, and I think that with the math that you were giving me, correct me if I'm wrong, they would have to have the best performance of their tournament right here if they want to make a miracle happen, right?
Correct.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's crazy. It's very like the chances you were saying earlier, what, 5% that reject doesn't end up winning this, but there's still a chance. But then the thing too is we were bringing it up, and even Sute alluded to it even more. That prize pool for those top 3, like these teams are gonna be switching their focus. Like S2G for sure knows that we are way too far away, right? Some of the other teams as well, Vampire Esports, IHC, they're going to be looking to get into the top 3. Boom Esports as well, they're going to be looking to get into the top 3 because they want that prize pool money at this point, since first place is just so unreachable. That's why I'm trying to figure out what Alpha 7's mentality is going to be going into this last match. Are they just looking to secure that second place, or are they just going to be looking to actually make that full push for the final game, Hajuk?
Well, we're about to find out for the final game of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil. It's all down to this. Will Alpha 7 pull off that miracle run? And I'll say right now, 7, if I don't see them in Pecado, they gave up. That is my opinion here. They have to hot drop. There is no choice.
I'm with you. You know, the crowd is bringing the attitude. The crowd is bringing the noise. And this is what we need to see. We need to see where Alpha 7, we need to see if Reject is going to be landing in the same spot. They've been consistent. Reject, they're not willing to make any changes to what they've been doing. Everything's been working out so well because even when stuff doesn't go their way, they're always able to clutch up some points. And if I'm Reject, to make it even more secure, I just need to get a couple more points and then you know it's over.
It's true. It's true. I mean, it could be over already if we're being realistic. I mean, in order for Alpha 7 to make this happen, they're the only team that can at this point with the gap that they have, right?
Yep.
They have to take out Team Reject and then have the best game they've had this entire tournament. Alpha 7 is going to El Pozo. It's over. It's over. I'm not even gonna lie. That with this zone, everything, there's just no chance. I don't see it happening at this point unless an absolute miracle happens where some random team takes out Reject first and then Alpha 7 just do what they want. But I mean, what are the odds of that? It went from 5% to 0.5%, at least in my eyes.
So you're telling me there's a slight chance?
There's a slight chance.
Very,
you know, very slight.
Slim.
Man, you said it yourself. You actually posed the question. I didn't really get to really talk about it, right? When you were saying, what Alpha 7 want more, right? First place or, you know, some extra cash. Knowing these guys, they're gonna take that placement all day long. They want that belt. It's the only thing they've missed. They've made plenty of money playing PUBG Mobile, right? They want that belt around them. They want that watch on their wrist, and they want to be able to put in that good old bio, right? PMGO Brazil Champions. And with the decision making that they're making here, it just doesn't seem that is what they're hunting down. So they're just gonna have to hope for the best at this point.
Yeah, and they have a big final boss. And no, I'm not talking about The Rock. I'm talking about Reject because, my goodness, Reject just has been looking so strong with the way that they have been performing. I highlighted their consistency. We've been able, luckily, to highlight some of their players too. Regioso, he's been able to put up numbers. He's finally getting his roses from all the performances that he has put in the past. It has come down to this. I love seeing that the crowd is still into it. I love the Brazilian crowd because they're always going to be passionate no matter what. And as you mentioned, it is going to be very, very slow to catch up on this. But with the second place position right now,
क्योंकि ये जो 3-4 मंथ है ना बहुत ज़्यादा कीमत है क्योंकि इसी ये 3-4 मंथ के अंदर ना पब्लिक कह लो कि ऑडियंस बहुत ज़्यादा कैचअप होगी क्योंकि ये जो इवेंट आ रहा है ना ऑफिशियल वो 2 मंथ के बाद आ रहा है और सबके पेपर्स खत्म हो गए हैं बच्चों के 9-10 क्लासेस के ऊपर से ऑलमोस्ट सारे के सारे ना बहुत इंतजार किया
I wouldn't even want to be the Alpha 7 IGL nor the Reject IGL.
सबने बहुत इंतजार किया तो जब आएगा ना वो बूस्टर मिलेगा मोमेंटम
Acknowledge me, you know?
28 टीम्स होती हैं लेकिन इस बार पाकिस्तान से 4 टीम्स हैं बस
लाइक
28 टीम्स होती हैं पाकिस्तान से उसमें टॉप 3 या टॉप 4 ने आगे दूसरे रीजन में जाना होता है फिर वहां से आगे जीसी के लिए क्वालिफिकेशन दूसरे टूर्नामेंट्स लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए अब 4 टीम्स हैं जो i8 इनवाइटेड है 3 टीम्स ऐसे क्वालीफाई होकर जा रही हैं
The door is now open
पक्की तो नहीं जाती लेकिन इनवाइटेड मिलती है तो i8 को मिला अब तो 3-4 टोटल 4 टीमें गई हैं
so yeah I mean when it comes to Alpha 7
i8 पाकिस्तान की जो टॉप टीम है
it's
ना
at an all-time high right now. I can only imagine what their heart rate is like. You know how their hands are shaking because
जीसी में चले जाओ ना जो सबसे बड़ा ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट है उसके अंदर कम से कम ना 48 टीमें होती हैं जो 48 पे आती है ना तकरीबन उसको भी ना कम से कम कह लो कि $60,000 या $40,000 मिलता है अगर वो फुल एंड वाले नंबर पे आए 48 नंबर पे
It is, considering that it's the first global event that is this early
48
on
teams होती हैं तो
into the season of PUBG Mobile
हम
Esports for them too.
टीम
We'll have
तगड़ी
to
होनी
wait and
चाहिए
see.
ना
By the way,
डिवाइसेस तगड़ी
Hi-Fi's
होनी
a
चाहिए
team that's
हेडफोन्स
currently in 10th
कोचेस
place. They're going to
एनालिस्ट
be looking to maintain that
मैनेजर
because
यार
from
थी टीम
10th
लेकिन
place
ना
and
उस लेवल
below,
की वो
there is
सीरियस
going to be
नहीं
a
थे
bit
वो
of a
थोड़ा सा
difference
स्टडी
there
की
whenever
तरफ
we are talking about
थोड़े
the prize
बच्चे
pool,
थे
and it's going to be about
तो बस इंशाल्लाह अभी तो
$2,000.
मैं
So
को
even though
मेरिट
we're
छोड़ा
getting
हुआ
so
है इंशाल्लाह
focused there
अगस्त के
towards the
अंदर
top
या
because
अगस्त के बाद
honestly,
डिवाइस
sometimes
लेना
the
तब को
top is the one that matters. You just want
नहीं
to
अभी
worry
मैं
about
गेम
the
खेल नहीं रहा
championship.
मोबाइल ही नहीं
Some
है
of these
गेम क्या
teams
खेलना
are fighting for extra points.
मोबाइल
Some
होगा
of
ना
these teams
दिन
are fighting for that extra prize pool, and right
तो
now,
उससे से बात कर
Hi-Fi's
नहीं
currently sitting
नहीं
in 10th place. They
मैं
are
फिर
going to be
से
fighting
बात
none other
ऐसे
than Royal
मैं
War
को
in 13th
ऑफ कर
place.
लो
And if Royal
इससे ज़्यादा मैं
War
कहता हूँ मैं
can
को
make
नहीं अब
Hi-Fi's
फ्री
get
हो गया
eliminated
बस फ्री
here,
हो गया
that's going to be
मोहिब
massive.
इधर ही
They
है
are
ना
going to be
मोहिब
able to
चैट में है
eliminate
ना
one player, and they're going to be looking for the other ones to try to pass Hi-Fi's when it comes down to that overall and try to secure that extra cash.
Mohib Hussain,
Yeah, it's
are
gonna be
you
massive
here,
for
bro?
them. It's going to be
Are you
massive
listening
to
to
pack
me?
their resumes as well, like we talked about a little bit earlier. But it's also going to be devastating for all these teams, right? Because the teams at the top need every elimination that they can get.
24
So the
point
more
का
that we
difference
see
है
these teams at the bottom, right, just take each other out,
ISC
the
चैंपियन
more
नहीं
the
बन
door
सकती
closes on to kind of have that kind
S2G
of
भी नहीं बन
crazy,
सकती
you know,
A7 या
IHC
रिजेक्ट ही बन
style of
सकती है
run where you just have a crazy amount of
RC
eliminations
वर्सेस
in the last game
तो इससे इस
of
वर्ड
the
की
day.
न्यूज़
So,
लेने आया
I
है
mean, we're already noticing a major
नहीं यार
difference. I mean, in the last game 7, when's the last time we saw nothing but bottom teams, right?
I am
at the
here
end of the
bro
game?
okay
Yeah.
bro
It's we haven't seen that.
ईद
I
से
think,
पहले ईद हो
ever,
जानी मोहिब हुसैन
especially during this
Yeah.
PMGO.
Yeah, it's been nothing but, you know, you just see nothing but the top teams have been point sponges, you know, 10-point
मोहिब ने सर
elimination,
उठा
chicken
लिया
dinner, you
नहीं
know,
नहीं
so
भाई
on
मोहिब
and
ने
so
सर
forth.
उठाता
And in the
भाई
last game, it
उसकी
was just
टीम ने
nothing
कर
but the
देनी
bottom
मोहिब ने सर
squads
उठाया था भाई
just
जल्दी
having it
150
out.
लाइक्स
So
कराओ यार
that just goes to show you how much we say, right? You don't want to wait till the last game because the last games are always different from how the tournament started. And
A7
that's
मर
why,
जाए ना
yeah, I'm
S2G
putting
भी
it down to 0.5% chance for Alpha
S2G
7
भी सैन
to
मारती
pull off a miracle here. They're doing some splits. They're not pushing
S2G
everybody in
almost
sight.
30
It's just,
30 बहुत ज़्यादा
it's
है
not a good
S2G
sign
नहीं
for
बन
me.
सकती बस A7 या
I'm
RC
with
बन
you with this
सकती
up to
है
7 right there from what I know.
A7 तो बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है कि
They might have just realized.
ज़्यादा चांसेस RC के
We're
हैं
not, first place might be a little bit too far. Let's try to secure this extra cash because we do have teams that are kind of close to us. S2G, I mean, X2G is only 6 points away from being able to tie them, 7 points from passing them. And then on top of that, you have Boom, you have Vampire, and IHC. We saw what they were able to do earlier whenever they decided to just
ब्राज़ीलियन की तीनों टीम टॉप बॉटम पे है और सिर्फ अल्फा 7 है S2 पे है बाकी सारी टीम्स नीचे है
when they were taking those fights. So we'll have to wait and see what if Alpha 7 is going to end up in the top 2.
Wow.
Anything can happen here at the PMGO. Next
RC
year
सकती है
as well.
S2G
Next
और
year, this was
फाल्कन
a
से
team that I was actually expecting to be a
लेकिन
little bit
फिर
higher. They were
भी RC का रुक जा थोड़ा लैग यार रुको मैं ना ये स्ट्रीम ना अटक गया ज़्यादा चला के ना रिफ्रेश कर लेता हूँ
Nova, and somebody that's going to be happy about this fight right now is going to be Alpha 7 as Boom is getting into a fight with Zebra Masters.
Oh, I don't know how happy they're going to be about this because Boom is quite close to them on the leaderboards and they are starting to soak up some points. They will be happy if Zebra Master is able to overcome this, but you can see Frenzy with that nade locked and loaded. Oh, not able to get the finish, but he is going to go in with the gun. Oh, actually gets taken out, so he's going to get thirsted really quickly here. That is going to hamstring Boom quite a bit.
Guard this
down to their last player. Oh,
They
they do
will,
get
and
the res
team
off.
that I was hinting at, Nova. I think Nova might end up trying to third party this fight as they're going a full push. Order wanting to go inside that building. He's going to start shooting at everybody. Here we go. Nova, though, Team Y6. Oh my God, it's starting to backfire, and it's actually starting to look good here for Boom. I'm starting to mix up my words because I cannot believe this right now. Boom being able to clutch it up, knocking 2 players from Nova. Paraboy is going to be able to spot a player. That's going to be an easy knock for him, and he's going to be looking to confirm that into an elimination. Now, Order is going to be able to spot the last player there from Boom, Razy, and he's going to be looking to just fully eliminate Boom out of this contention, and Boom trying to secure some extra points, trying to see if they can possibly make it here within the top 3 is going to be so tough with what Nova just decided to do.
Only one player
S2G
left
versus
for
Falcon.
Boom. This is just
You want
absolute worst case scenario. This team could have stolen second place easily with where they're at on the
ओए वो
leaderboard.
A7 चैंपियन
But
नहीं
yeah, with
लगता
that
RC
fight,
को
that is gonna just
मैं
leave
A7
it
चैंपियन
pretty much in
मैं
the
चाहता
dust
बस
here
RC
as we watch
चैंपियन ना
Nova
बने बाकी
now
जो
soaking
मर्जी
up those
बने
points. And that DBS so strong. DBS broken, OP. You know, you just see it. You can just all of a sudden have a 1v2 scenario. You bust out that DBS and it'll even it up. But look at the feed as Carrillo does take out one of the players from Death
Let's
Wolves.
go, RC.
We saw them fight earlier. We saw them back away from each other, and they're going to be close by. But you know what? We're going to be staying on this fight here because right now we haven't really continued to see anything. And to be fair, Carrillo being able to actually confirm that. And then on top of that, something that you don't want to end up seeing if you're an Alpha 7 fan is that Reject is also getting into a fight. They have a player knock, and they're looking to continue to get some extra points here. Nova looking to make this push. They haven't had the best close quarter fights possible. And right now, it's not looking like it's going to continue to get any better as two of the players ends up getting knocked by Zebra Masters.
And it makes sense. I mean, look at this. I mean, I think this is Nova's crippling feat here. The lack of DBSs. We see one player with it, right? Paraboy, you know, runs up there with the UMP. It's over. It's not the meta anymore. With how broken the DBS is right now, it's just all about who's got the shotgun.
Yeah, with
रुको जरा 1 2 3 4 5
the performances that we're seeing out of some of these teams, I can't wait to see how possibly their rosters are going to be switching up. As somebody from Zebra Masters, none other than Tin is going to make the jump there, but now it's 3 players there of Nova, and they are just way too much as Paraboy is able to clutch up that elimination right there on your screen. And that is it for Zebra Masters.
Jet का 1 किलो हो गया, Alpha 7 का भी 1 किलो हो
for
गया.
top 10, trying to at least get some more of that prize pool and not be so low on the leaderboard that nobody expected them to be here. I was talking about it. Now we might actually get a chance to talk about it a little bit more. Actually, you know what? Hi-Fi says, hold on to that thought, 7, because Vampire Esports is crossing by in front of us.
और टेडी अगर आरसी चैंपियन बनी तो 5000 आएंगे, नहीं बनी तो नहीं आएंगे. समझा करो.
in our pockets.
Falcon RC, where is RC? RC save carry भाई, out of zone खेल रही है.
The next zone does go on up. Monte Nuevo now is going to be in play. Alpha 7 is on top. They're actually in a really good position here. So the problem is, even though they're on that southeastern side, they already got elimination point, and that is so difficult here for this team. So let's see which one is going to be able to make it happen. As you know, the crowd is still going nuts non-stop, just at the top of their lungs.
ये बहुत decisive fight होनी है.
You know, all the Alpha 7 fans, you know, owners, voice gone from screaming so loud. So we'll have to see how it ends up happening here. Alpha 7,
अच्छा money, GG, money, Teddy भाई money, समझा करो.
If they don't get at least second place, it's going to be absolutely embarrassing. So Alpha 7 trying to pull out all the stops here, but Reject just seems to be matching no matter what they do. It is just always the similar amount of eliminations.
And Reject already with that 1 point added.
अगर ऐसा ये भी ना जीती तो ये कभी भी नहीं जीत सकती क्योंकि इस बार के बाद fans
they're possibly going to be looking now to close it with some more consistency as Racy from Boom staying alive. Somehow he's able to make it in here and survive the mayhem that happened. Zebra Masters in Nova Esports, but guess what? Reject is going to be able to spot him. Reject's going to start getting shot though. Royal Soul War, okay, that's completely different. For a second, I saw an hour there, and I was like, no, wait, did he actually get knocked? But he didn't end up getting knocked. Reject should be able to recover from this, get back to full health, and I think they're going to be looking to maybe change their positioning as a lot of teams are looking at them.
Here they go. Let's see. Next Ruya.
Total
points. They need to have. Oh, this is it. You can hear the crowd going nuts. The
nice on order भी knock हो गया.
And IHC is very close to them. That's 2 knocks. That's huge. Boom is eliminated. They're done for. And with these 2 knocks, IHC's got to probably start coming down here. But I don't. Was it them that got those knocks? I think it was.
भाग जाओ RC के 2 बंदे
it was Nova on the other side. So IHC pushing up onto Reject is gonna be absolutely brutal. That Molotov though helped stop their push for just a couple more seconds.
And Reject now trying to save some points here, trying to see if they can maybe connect on some players from IHC, as Nova was also taking shots on them. And Nova's going to be coming up behind. IHC is able to spot Nova players, but are they going to end up switching their focus as they know that 2 more players are alive from Reject? Reject maintaining themselves alive.
Need करे ना heavy
a little bit longer, seeing if Nova's going to make that push.
Nice one.
You can see Reject, Divine, very low HP, trying to survive longer and longer. And there you go. He finally gets caught with the grenade. Now it's down to Duelo.
Nice one.
Be able to spot Seal from IHC, and he's gonna get that knock, and he's gonna switch it to Godless, but that's too much. Reject out in 13th place with 1 elimination. You can see the crowd getting hyped, ladies and gentlemen.
कोई ना 20 पॉइंट है
For an Alpha 7 push to be able to make it, not only
24 पॉइंट ओके 24 पॉइंट चाहिए अल्फा 7 को जीतने के लिए नहीं किया भाई नहीं किया मजा आ रहा है भाई
some won the action and all I can say is
भाई नहीं किया अभी भी 24 पॉइंट्स चाहिए अल्फा 7 को 24 पॉइंट चाहिए लाइक 14 पॉइंट्स 15 पॉइंट 15 किल्स के साथ चिकन डिनर चाहिए देख लेते हैं भाई नहीं कोई मोई नहीं हुआ मोई बचा ब्रो टेंशन नहीं लेनी
Oh, and the crowd goes wild because one of the huge factors in order to make the Alpha 7 dream run possible has now been achieved. Team Reject go out.
मजीद 14 टोटल 15 केस का चिकन डिनर चाहिए
Miracle here with only 1 elimination. Alpha 7 still need to have the performance.
A7 जितना वो पैसे खेल रही ना इतने केस नहीं आने.
They know they're gone.
Yes, 15 केस with chicken.
Alpha 7 gonna do? What is the response?
बस भैया 5000 रेडी रखो आप.
Hold on to second place. Or do you start? You pick up.
ये लास्ट मैच है, ये लास्ट मैच है.
Stand up and make it happen.
Go for it.
मुश्किल है बहुत ऐसा उनका हाँ.
Going for it here. They're fighting Nova, and that is it for Nova. A finish to a very
A7 को अभी के लिए A7 के बाद 6-7 किल होते हैं ना ठीक एक किल है उनके बाद अभी उनको 14 किल जोड़ चाहिए शिल दिया चाहिए बोला था लास्ट मैच तक जाएगा हाँ भाई रिजेक्ट चैंपियन है मोहित भाई आप बस ना जल्दी से ना इजी पैसा रेडी कर लो शुक्र है भाई लास्ट मैच से पहले उनके पास लीड थी अच्छी बात थी
I mean, Alpha 7, S2G, Royals Award currently getting knocked by Next Ria. Next Ria looking to see if they can maybe move up the leaderboard too. It's not going to matter in regards to their prize pool, but maybe in regards to their egos a little bit.
Well, let's see if that's going to be possible here as, yeah, we'll see Nova in the future, but Paraboy's going to have to bring a DBS with him. That is for sure. As we start taking a look at the final
मैं NY वालों की बच्चियां दे दी हैं अब
that is huge because S2G was
मैं
one of the
वालों
squads
को
that could
बच्ची की
possibly
बच्चियां दे
pass up Alpha 7. That's why you definitely heard the crowd go wild there.
इजी पैसा खोलो टाइसन का नंबर देखो इजी पैसा खोलो टाइसन का नंबर देखो हाँ जो बात है नंबर लिखो जल्दी से रुक जाए अल्फा 7 को मरने दो यार ये ना हो भाई वापस करने पड़ जाए नहीं
to worry about not taking over that $50,000 prize pool that they will end up getting if they do end up.
भाई 1 लाख US डॉलर मिलना है H1 वाले को H2 वाले को I think 60
trying to move along though, trying to get some angles, trying to see if they can maybe spot anybody. They only have 1 point. We're talking about if they want to see them a little bit passive.
मोहित भाई बस शॉर्ट होने लगे भाई मोहित भाई नहीं शॉर्ट होंगे मोहित भाई चैट के अंदर रहो यार पता लगे मोहित भाई इधर ही है यार ऑडियंस घबराना शुरू हो गई मोहित भाई कहाँ जा रहे हैं
And when we talk about teams that we're going to be able to hinder their performance, getting the points for some of those top teams to challenge the
मोहित हुसैन चैट के अंदर है चैट के अंदर टोक्यो चैट के अंदर पार्टिसिपेंट अब अयान है हर्षित भाई है फोको है कासिम है आरिफ है मौजम है मोहिब है और यारदा ऑफिशियल है
This is so crazy folks. This is stage number 5.
नहीं मोहिब भाई इधर ही है
Alpha 7 was just watching rejects run towards the finish
मोहिब भाई कहीं ना जाना यार संजय इधर ही
all of a sudden they just trip and fall.
ईद से पहले ईद होगी टाइसन की 5000 है 100 स्ट्रीम्स करने से फिर जाके 5000 बनता है
Every scenario is
just
put in their place for them to win, but they still have to run faster than they ever ran. They have to have the best performance we've ever seen from Alpha 7 in the PMGO if they want to win this.
वो ना जो चैट कर रहा था ना वो शो हो रहे होते हैं ना इसके ऊपर कितने बंदे हैं
पार्टिसिपेंट के ना very passive right now. You can see them
स्पार्टन भाई भी इधर भाई टिंड कर देनी है सबकी जितने बंदे देख रहे हैं टिंड कर देनी है 36 बंदे देख रहे हैं मोहित भाई की टिंड कर देनी 138 लाइक्स हो गए 150 लाइक्स करो A7 भाइयों ऐसे नहीं भाई 15 किस्क वाला चिकन डिनर आता है मेहनत करो थोड़ी सी हार्ड वर्किंग करो बंदे पे लो जाके
points are not going to be enough.
फारगन का चिकन
That's the thing. We need to see a bit more of a switch of urgency here. And I know they're currently trying to get those angles. I know they're trying to spot maybe somebody over peeking. maybe hopefully a third fight in the horizon. D plus Kia holding
अब
off that
ये
big
जोन जाने
mountain.
लगा, जोन काटने
We
लगा
need to
ऐसे
start seeing more eliminations out of this team because you mentioned remaining is
भाई
gonna
हर
be
कोई
31.
ISC
If
I8
you
जैसा
take
नहीं
off the
होता.
players from Alpha 7, it is only gonna end up being 27. So for this team,
ISC
they need
1000
to
मेरा.
figure out what they
ISC
want to do here. I think they're still
1000
a little
ISC
bit
में
worried with
इसकी दो.
Vampire Esports possibly still being alive. I don't know how well they're keeping track, honestly, with everything that's going
ISC में
on
इसकी बड़ा
with
गलत किया
this game here for Alpha 7. What's gonna happen? Are they waiting for maybe Vampires?
वो आज बताओ इस मैच का कौन चिकन डिनर निकालेगा.
So you don't really have to worry about them.
अगर किसी ने सही गेस किया ना उसको ना मैं 5000 में से ना 500 रुपया दूंगा. जाओ 500 रुपया दूंगा जिसने सही गेस किया इस मैच का. जो लाइक अगर मुझे 5000 मिलता है जिस तरह आपके एक्स ने आपका काट लेते. ओए होए होए बड़ी बातें करती मोहित भाई ने बड़ी बातें करती हैं. SM की कमबैक करके जीत जाएगी.
And it's going to be harder and harder and harder as it goes on. So Alpha 7,
ठीक हो गया साथ भाई वायर पे ठीक हो गया.
but you can't just sit. You gotta go.
5000 में 500 उसको दूंगा जिसने सही गेस किया इस मैच का. ओके फाल्कन भाई मुझे मौसम का 500 भाई एक बंदे को मैंने 500 देना सबको नहीं देना. अच्छा वैम्पायर का स्पार्टन साथ ने वैम्पायर बोला स्पार्टन ने फाल्कन बोला हंसला ने A7 बोला है और हाशिर ने डीके बोला है. ओके ये 4 बंदे सिलेक्ट हुए हैं ठीक है जिनके पहले पहले मैसेजेस आए हैं ना उनके डिफरेंट टीम्स के पहले मैसेजेस आए हैं. हाशिर ने बोला इधर पहले साद ने बोला है स्पार्टन ने बोला है और साथ में हंसला ने बोला है. ओके NRX ने बोला यान का भी चलो डन हो गया. 5 बंदे अयान ने उसने पहले बोल दिया. नहीं मेहताब ने बोला अयान से पहले मेहताब ने 6 बंदे हो गए. बैंस की तुम भाई सबके नाम ले लो. अब यार फाल्कन मैंने ली हुई है पहले ही बाकी अपन कर. फाल्कन का सबसे पहले मैसेज आया है स्पार्टन का मैसेज आया सबसे पहले. NRX
You need more than double digit eliminations. You need some
यार
serious.
जोन कट गया जियो पैसा ही पैसा होगा. नहीं यार मैं स्क्रीनशॉट ले लूं ये नान साहब की नौजर मैं स्क्रीनशॉट ले लूं जिसमें पहले पहले नाम भी है. ये भी स्क्रीनशॉट हो गया. NRX का किसी ने लिया था मेहताब ने. ओके और भी किसी ने लिया. चलो मैं सके स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिया. पैसा मेरा भी करना यार शुरू से स्ट्रीम देखना. यार ज़हीर भाई ने पहले बोला यार आपने चलो ज़हीर भाई का चलो कर लेते हैं. मेरी ISC फिर मेरा था भाई फाल्कन का. देखो सही से मौसम कहाँ पे मौसम आपका सेकंड नंबर. मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है मैं आपको स्क्रीनशॉट दिखा दूंगा. मैं आपको स्क्रीनशॉट सबको दिखा दूंगा जो लाइव स्ट्रीम के ऊपर ना. सबसे पहले मैंने NRX बोला था. अहमद भट्ट का कहाँ पे गया. मैं स्क्रीनशॉट नहीं है वो मैचेस के बाद स्क्रीनशॉट देखते. अभी मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट नहीं है. मैं ना मैच के बाद लगाते हैं फिर उसको 500 दे देंगे ठीक है ना.
And not to mention IHC
Mohit bhai bhag
grow
gaya na.
S2G as well for that third place. Nobu from D plus Kia of all
A7 भी
teams
dead.
takes out
A7
Rebel
और
from Alpha 7, and that is going to be tough. He does get a nade in return. But
मेरा भी
they are
स्क्रीनशॉट
battling
ले
it out
ली.
here on that
मैं
corner. What will Alpha 7 do?
मैं भी
How are
शुरू
they
से
gonna
स्ट्रीम देख रहा है
respond?
मेरा
Every single
इशरार का
elimination,
चिकन.
folks, that we see is a nail in the coffin of Alpha 7's dream of trying to win this tournament. You can see Mafioso with a mini from long range. He's just stuck out in the open.
25 में से 15 kills कैसे A7 निकालेगी यार. But I am going with INC.
I believe so. I believe that's exactly what they're trying to do.
INC कहाँ पे है? इनको गेमिंग INC तो है ही नहीं है. ISC कह रहे हो.
That's going to have their focus. You can see Vampire
A7 को मारा जाए.
Deathwolves only had one player alive. Vampire Esports is going to switch their focus here towards
A7 गई. A7 गई. नहीं A7 रब हो गया.
Far and too exposed. I'll be shocked if he ends up getting picked up, which I believe some of his teammates might be trying to get a little bit closer and actually pull that pick up.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do the math here, Hot Jukes, and I'm going to give you some time to see if maybe you can pull it off.
A7 गई. अब 22 में से 14 kills उनको निकालने पड़ने हैं.
Alpha 7 as now they are not more than likely not gonna end up being on the zone. Just took a little bit too long to make these decisions. Too many options.
SM
Too
के
many
15
chances
पर
to
आ
fight,
जाती
but took
आधा यार
too
है यार
long. And at this point, I think they gotta switch that mentality. They gotta just
A7
maintain
ऐसा
this
कुछ
second
नहीं
place,
होगा
because if not, they would
A7
have to fully frag out on this squad, on what's left of this lobby to even challenge for that first place.
If they want first, they
ये
have
ना
to
हो
eliminate
SM
pretty
के
much
जीत
everybody.
गई
They have
सबके
to
साथ
just
वही
take
हो
out
जाए
the entire
NRX
lobby
करेगी
at this
चिकन
point. It's just too late. It's just too late. You got D plus Kia.
वैसे मैंने पहले बोला था NRX मुकरना जाने मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट लिया हुआ मैंने सबका स्क्रीनशॉट लिया नेम्स का जो स्क्रीनशॉट जिस स्क्रीनशॉट पे जिसने पहला डिफरेंट टीम का नेम लिया ना वो आ जाएगा मेरी टीम का चिकन तो ऐसे मेरा करना है A7 मैं स्क्रीनशॉट लिया हुआ जुएल भाई सबके मैं स्क्रीनशॉट लिए कमेंट्स के जिसका पहले पहले कमेंट होगा ना डिफरेंट टीम्स का उसके कमेंट्स पिकअप हो जाएंगे देन फिर वो ना वो कर लेंगे हम सर्कल घुमा लेंगे ऐसे कर लेंगे
Vampire Esports is
चलो 500 जिसका मर्जी चिकन हो 500 आप लोगों का जाओ नहीं 1000 आपका जाओ 500 500 नहीं 1000 हाँ 1000 आपका 200 200 के 5 वो सर्कल करेंगे 200 200 के घुमाने वाले सर्कल करेंगे जिसका नेम आ गया ना उसको 200 200 सुपर चैट मिलती जाएगी ठीक हो गया खुश हो जिसका मर्जी चिकन डिनर हो मोहित भाई भागना ना ब्राइट को भी पता चल गया बहुत मुश्किल 7 के बाद देखो मेरा मैसेज फाल्कन के बाद में सबसे पहले A7 गई A7 गई A7 के लग गए A7 के लग गए A7 के अब 16 बंदे को करना पड़ेगा नहीं नहीं क्या बात हुई
You saw Reggio
Done.
there on the left
नहीं
side starting to fan himself.
नहीं 500 के 2 कर दो चलो 500 के 2 कर देते हैं यार चलो आप लोगों से पूछ लेंगे आप लोगों से पूछें जैसे आप लोग मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट वैसे ले लिए हैं सबके कमेंट्स के मोहित भाई आप भाग जाओ सारे प्रोग्राम हो जाएंगे अब ये तो नाइंसाफ नहीं नहीं नहीं नहीं नहीं भाई जैसे पहले हुआ था यार आप लोगों से पूछने का टेंशन है जी ब्रो मेरी टीम जीत रही है नहीं नहीं हाशिर भाई 500 के चलो 2 कर दिए लेकिन ना जिसने पहले वो लिया ना नाम लिया ना टीम्स का उनके साथ मोहित भाई इधर ही हो ना मोहित भाई मोहित भाई इधर ही हो मोहित भाई वेयर आ रही हो मोहित भाई गायब हो गए उन्होंने ब्लॉक कर दिया चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करके ना कर 500 के 2 सही है ना करो यार ऐसी यार रखना जो भी करोगे मैंने पहले बोला था ऐसी यार रखना भाई पहले 5000 तुम्हारे तो आप लोगों को बाएं 500 से दूंगा यार 150 लाइक्स करो मोहित भाई यार मोहित भाई को टैग करो ना जरा मोहित भाई are you here
trying to become the biggest Alpha 7 fans as Vampire Esports is getting very very close to
किसी ने
tying
किया था
STG in
भाई
regards
देख
to
लो
points
किसी ने
and
किया
take
था
over that third
काशी
place. Tony K
काशी
does
आप
end up
अपना
getting
इसी वजह
eliminated.
बता दो आपके
Luckily for
500 मैच
Lucy,
शॉर्ट
PMGO
हो
picked
गया
up Schweppes is still alive. They know
आगा
what Korea
500 बाकी
currently
मैच
is.
शॉर्ट
This
हो
is just
गया
such a tough
2
position
मिनट्स
for
ऑफ
Vampire
500 हाँ
Esports
2
because
मिनट्स
not
ऑफ
only do they
500
have
डन
Korea,
करो
one of the best players in the world
डन
fighting
करो
for them.
14
They
मेरा
also have to
1000
worry
आप
about
लोगों का
D+
ऑडियंस
Kia,
का जाओ
and on top of that, they also have to worry about next Ruya trying not to get an angle on them. Madness.
अच्छा भाई देखो जिसका स्क्रीनशॉट होगा ना जिसका जिसने जो सपोर्ट करना है जिस टीम का चिकन डिनर होगा उस टीम के जितने भी कमेंट्स होंगे ना उनका व्हील घुमा लिया जाएगा उनमें से 2 बंदों को दे दिया करेगा जाओ खुश हो
By the way, I think if Carrillo kills everybody, I mean,
मोहित भाई नहीं आप टाइसन को ही दे दो मैं भी लाइक ले आओ यार हवाले ले आओ यार हवाले रख दे मोहित भाई नहीं भैया टाइसन अच्छा जी काशी बस आप अपना जो अच्छा चाहिए 2 मिनट्स ऊपर हाँ ठीक है ना नेक्स्ट ओके ओके
kind of concede that chance that they had at the
भाई
start.
A7 के अभी भी चांसेस लग रहे हैं मुझे
F2
आने के
weren't able to close to walk through that door that was open for them.
And then the doubts will start setting in. They'll start to wonder, what can we do? What can we end up doing to finally possibly get our hands on that gold on
भाई
that
मैंने
global
NRX बोला था
championship.
मुझे नहीं पता
IMC
मैं
wanted to do
करना
something,
चाहता
but it's gonna be tough as it's only gonna be
यार
just one
स्क्रीनशॉट ले
player.
लेता हूँ
IMC, to be
स्क्रीनशॉट
fair, they
सबके मैं
do
स्क्रीनशॉट
have
ले
6
लिए
eliminations teams
वो
that
अब्बा ही
gets
कभी
eliminated
स्क्रीनशॉट ले
there.
लिया
One of the
डीके
teams
को
that we are
बस
expecting them
अब
to
नहीं
contend
बॉयज
a
अब
little
नहीं
bit
अब
more
ला
towards
सका
the top.
जिसने तब
Not
बोला था
one of their
तब के मैं
best
स्क्रीनशॉट
tournaments,
लिया
but
अभी
we'll
देख
have to
लेते
see
हैं
how they respond for the rest
वही
of the year
5
for
लाइक्स लेफ्ट
Rio,
यार
trying to
150 लाइक्स
create
करो
some
यार
highlights
फिर तो
here,
NRX का
trying
चिकन
to get
है
some more points
कासिम को
because
चेक
Vampire
कर
Esports were within those placement
यार
polls.
मैं
We'll have to wait and
इंसाफ
see
ना
how
इंसाफी
that
नहीं
ends
करूंगा
up
किसी
for
के
the
साथ
top
इंसाफ
three,
होगा
and if
सबके
STG
साथ
does
ठीक
end
है
up dropping
पहले
out of
5000
that
आने
top
दो
three
अकाउंट
situation,
में
but now we're gonna be moving
यार
over
क्या
to
नहीं
next
मोहित भाई
Rio.
यार आप इजी पैसा
D
लिखो
plus
यार
Kia, man.
मैं आपको
This
अपना
is
इजी
just
पैसा
a little bit
लिखवाता
funny
हूँ
to me. Out of all the teams that we were
नहीं ब्रो मैंने
expecting
पहले
here
कहा ही
in
मैच
the
होने
last
वाला
day, I
है
was not expecting D plus Kia, and they have been on a spoiler roll for
यार
a
इजी
lot of
पैसा
teams
नंबर
today,
लिखो यार
Hajjus. As Carrillo's gonna get
कोई
spotted,
टूर्नामेंट
and
नहीं
there
आ
you
रहा क्या
go.
यार
Alpha
15 को
7
आ रहा
gets
है 15 को
eliminated.
रूथलेस का
Reject knows
टूर्नामेंट आ रहा
that
है ये
is
आज
theirs
टूर्नामेंट
now,
एंड हो
but
जाएगा
who's gonna win this match?
ऐसी
Is it gonna
टॉप
be
3 कर रही है
Vectoria,
भाई
or is it gonna be D plus Kia as the Brazilian crowd giving their support there to the Alpha 7 players?
And D plus Kia rounding out the day with another crazy performance. You know, by far too late, but it's always be able to. It's good to see, you know, just them stand up here towards the end. Meanwhile, you got Dex Rio still alive, looking to pull out a chicken dinner, and here comes the Molotov. But oh my gosh, what a tournament so far, Seven.
What a tournament indeed. Honestly, I
NRX
couldn't have
का
asked for
चिकन
anything
है
better to start off my PUBG Mobile Esports year. Nestria gets the win, but that is not the important one, ladies and gentlemen. The important one is after that match, after we just saw and how the standings
चलो
were,
चलो
this are your PUBG
मोहित भाई इजी
Mobile
पैसा लिखो
Global
यार
Open
मेरा
Champions. Oh
जल्दी
my
जल्दी इजी
gosh,
पैसा लिखो
Reject finally
5000 आ
being
जाए
able to clutch up for Japan. Japan
Park
with
and
the
disband.
best showing ever at a global event. All the hard work, all the years has paid off for this team. Not only
DK ले
Radioso,
जाएगी
we
इजी
saw
में
Sarah being able to perform really, really well for his squad, but it
भाई
was
साहब
a
मैं जीता
collective
जो
duello. We saw him clutching up as well. Divine.
मोहित भाई ये पकड़ो यार
Overall,
जल्दी जल्दी से
this
करो
team
यार
deserved it. The
भागना नहीं है
consistency
भागना नहीं
Hajjus
है
that we saw to this
जल्दी
team,
जल्दी करो फिर
I
दो
haven't
गिव भी
seen
करते हैं
in a
बस
very, very long time
आखिर
out
में
of any
स्क्रीनशॉट
team
भी
at a
लगाता
global
हूँ
event.
Are you kidding me? I mean, you said
रुको मैं आपको
finally.
स्क्रीनशॉट
Did
लेके आता हूँ
anybody
तब तक
expect them to win this thing? I thought that they were going to be happy just by even getting a top placement. But no, they win the whole tournament. An unreal performance. I mean, yeah, the consistency was ridiculous. Even when they didn't get zoned, they were just pushing out, aggressive, you know, sneaking their way in.
ये देखो यहाँ से 7 भाई का वंपायर था स्पार्टन का फाल्कन था फाल्कन ये तुम नहीं मिलने NRX किसका था वो भी देखते हैं
Just absolute insanity and a massive performance for Team Reject.
मैंने बोला था NRX कर गई चिकन पैसा मुकरना जाना ये सबसे पहले मैंने बोला था NRX करा मैं लिखवाऊँ नंबर मोई वन इज वे टू चेंज आइडेंटिटी नहीं यार ऐसे ना करो यार मजा मजा पैसे आने लगे अच्छा इसमें किसी ने NRX बोला था हाँ अयान अफजाल ने NRX बोला इसमें चलो अयान का नेम ऐड कर लो इसमें किसी ने बोला NRX ज़ैबी एंटरटेनमेंट ने भी बोला और मेहताब ने भी बोला तीन हो गए हैं
Oh wow, I mean this is just
मोई बन यूट्यूब
I mean, you got to give it up for Alpha 7 as well, performing so well in their
NRX
homeland.
अयान
It
अफजाल ने
had the
जब वो
start
ऑलरेडी
of
हो
a
गए ये
lifetime. I mean,
तीनों
everything was
हैं
going for them in the way that they wanted to, but just not being able to clutch it
मेहताब
up
ओके
once
तीन बंदों ने
again,
वो
Seven.
NRX
And
बोला
that's gonna loom over
3
them
से
at
4
this
बंदों
point
ने
because,
और एक 500
you know what,
रैंडमली
in the
होगा
Hispanic
ठीक हो
culture,
गया
we talk about having that silver tooth kid energy. That's what they have
मोहित
at this
जिंदाबाद
point because they just keep
अभी
getting
स्ट्रीम
that
नहीं
silver
लगा
over
रहने
and
दो
over
यार
and over again.
They keep getting close and close. They keep making changes and changes too. I mean, for
स्ट्रीम
Alpha
लगी
7,
रहने दो
they ended up switching out
नहीं
Senatexa.
मैंने
He ended up
भी
leaving to a
बोला
different team. So they decided to
एक
add
रैंडम
McGrillen,
होगा
and
एक ही
McGrillen
इंजन
had
जो
an
मैं स्क्रीनशॉट
amazing
भाई
year
सब
last year
ये तो
when
गलत
he
बात
was
है
playing
चैट पीछे
with
करके
intense
देखो
games.
सबसे
So
पहले
they
जिसने
were expecting a
बोला
lot
ये
more.
सबसे पहले ही
Once
मैंने
again,
दिखाया बुआ
they
ये
fell
देखो जहाँ
short.
मैंने
They
पूछा आप
need
लोगों
to
से
find
सबसे
that
पहले ही ये
consistency
मैसेज
when
आए
it comes to
फाल्कन
Alpha
फाल्कन
7
के
because,
रुको जरा
boy,
मेरे पास
when it
सबसे
works
पहला
for them,
स्क्रीनशॉट भी है
it
वेट
works out
करो
so well. The highs are so highs, but the lows are so lows. But but it's not about them. It is about rejects as they are the
ये देखो जहाँ से
PMGO Brazil
पहला मैसेज आया था ना,
2024 champions, and I can't wait to see them lift
ये देखो
that
यहाँ पे
trophy.
सबसे
Hot
पहला
Jukes,
मैसेज
it's
आया था
gonna
इसी
be
पैसा इधर
amazing. They
जिसने तेरी
deserve
एक्स ने
it.
काटा, ये देखो
No
एसएम
other
के
team
कम
deserves it
पहला
more than
मैसेज आया
that one
वंपायर
with the
फाल्कन फाल्कन
consistency that
फाल्कन
they have
एसन
showcased.
एसन फाल्कन फाल्कन
Absolutely. I mean, an
देन भी ये
absolute
स्क्रीनशॉट था फाल्कन
ride
फाल्कन
for
ये
this
एनएलएक्स
team as we finally take it on over to the main stage for them to lift the trophy.
अब पहले गिव अवे कर लो फिर मैं आपको कर दूंगा। नहीं नहीं गिव अवे मैंने कर दिया, आप मैं 500 करोगे, मेरे पास कौन से पैसे आए मैं जिसमें गिव अवे करना। भाई साहब मैंने नाराज नजर मेरा ऐड कर दो, टाइसन एंड हमारा शुरू से स्ट्रीम देख रहा। ओके ओके रिजेक्ट का चैंपियन हो गया। मोहित भैया जल्दी करो यार, रुको मैं ना वो टैग कर देता हूँ आपको ना, वो हो जाए। मोहित भैया जल्दी जल्दी 5000 रुपया सेंड कर दो यार, मैंने फिर वो लोग बैठे हुए हैं 500 देना है यार इनको भी। मैं देख लूँ पैसे आ तो नहीं, ये मोहित भाई ने जल्दी तो नहीं सेंड कर दिए।
And there you have it right there.
नहीं यार मोहित भाई अभी तक पैसे नहीं आए यार।
Being able to be crowned the champions of PMGO, the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil 2024. The first time we have had this tournament, and this one is gonna go for the record books because not only were they so consistent, not only did they have so many amazing performances, we also had some great performances from some of the other teams. I mean, I gotta give some props here, Hajix and Sute, to what IC was able to do earlier in the day. A team that in the first day, they were looking strong. In the second day, they kind of disappear. And on the final day, they were like, you know what? We're just gonna send it. They ended up getting a match with 22 LMs. The crowd from Brazil, heartbroken, but overall, they gotta be happy. They gotta be happy because we got this chance to see some amazing PUBG Mobile Esports.
मोहित भाई 5 मिनट पहले वो मोहित भाई आर यू हियर यार, कोई मैसेज कमेंट का जवाब तो दो यार।
It looks like their whole strategy, right, was to go for that second place, and with by all intents and purposes, they got it. The question is, Zute and 7.
Yeah.
Who got third?
कह रहा है मैं बट कह रहा मेरा नाम ना आया भाई, मैंने आपको देखने बंद कर देना।
Beats me. I know who got first though.
मोहित भाई तो कहाँ बैठ के
The Rejects team, first time for the Japan region too. Their last PM like global performance they're showing was nowhere near.
Let's go
I
Reject
don't think they even
Esports।
finished first page. Maybe.
यार मोहित भाई को टैग करो यार कोई।
Reject didn't even get a chance to go to the PMGC Grand Finals. So they weren't even there. That's how awful that performance was.
Yeah. Okay, well, from not even making it to first, let's hear what they got to
यार ये
say.
मोहित भाई का चैनल है यार, इसको जाकर जरूर सब्सक्राइब कर दें ऐसे करके। मोहित भाई 5000 सेंड करने लगे हैं बस।
Amazing, congratulations. I have a few questions for you. First, I want to ask you, this is your first ever win in a global tournament. How would you describe how you feel right now?
मोहित भी लाइक आप कौन कहाँ लगा लगाया सुन बट भाई 500 के लिए इतना आ रहा है यार मोहित भाई यार आप गद्दारी कर गए हो यार। मसा मसा मोहित मोहित पड़ गया यार 5000।
We are really surprised. We didn't think that much we will be succeed so much, but we are really surprised now.
最高です。
It's really nice.
世界一を夢見て何年も世界大会に出て負け続けてきたんで、ここで世界一取って夢を叶えることができたんで、すごく嬉しいのと、あとは本当すべての人に感謝したいです。
And they had a lot of world tournaments, but
मोहित भाई भाग गया, मोहित भाई भाग गया, कोई बात मैं तो टूट गया भैया। मसा मसा यार एक 5000 आने लगे तो यार कोई बात नहीं। Reject is7 is being noise.
Actually, I have no words. Like I'm so impressed. So, but I have to say thanks for all my supporters and my teams, my sponsors. Then, to be honest, I literally like this
TYSON
country.
भाई
I'm
करेंगे
glad to
गिव
come here.
मेरे पास
Obrigado.
इंस्टा क्या है इंटरव्यूअर का 500 ना दे
初めての対戦になります。
बच्ची देख रहे हैं
気持ちはどうでしょうか。
शर्म नहीं आती आप लोगों को
そうですね、なんかここまで
इंस्टा चाहिए इंस्टा चाहिए मेरे पास इंस्टा है
本当に
चाहिए
あんまり実感がないというか、はい、驚いてます。
We are really surprised. We didn't.
मोहित भाई यार मोहित भाई को मेंशन करो यार भाग गए मोहित भाई चलो यार मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर रहा हूँ
最高です。
यार स्ट्रीम लगाओ ना स्ट्रीम ही लगाई हुई है यार
It's really nice.
まあ、世界一を夢見て何年も世界大会に出て負け続けてきたんで、まあ、ここで世界一取って夢を叶えることができたんで、
अल्लाह माफी अल्लाह बचा
すごく嬉しいのと、あとはまあ
यार
全ての人に
नीचे कर नहीं तो मैं जा रहा हूँ नीचे कर या 8 को मिस किया मैंने चुप के देख रहा था ऐसा हंस दे चेहरे का मतलब मैं ब्रो ये बहुत गलत बात है पैसे देने की औकात ना होता बड़ी भी बातें नहीं करते और एक कासिम भाई यार क्या करें यार छोरा बड़ा यार अब ऐसे यार स्ट्रीम ऑफ करते हैं अभी 10:37 हो गए नमाज वगैरह पढ़नी है खाना वगैरह खाना
Actually, I have no words. Like, I'm so impressed. So, but I have to say thanks for all my supporters and my teams, my sponsors. Then, to be honest, I literally like this country.
ओए मोहिब हुसैन का इंस्टाग्राम मिल गया मुझे ओए मोहिब हुसैन का इंस्टाग्राम मिल गया मुझे ओए मोहिब हुसैन का इंस्टाग्राम मिल गया है मोहिब अगर आप बैठे हो ना इधर चैट के अंदर जल्दी जल्दी मैसेज कर दो नहीं तो मैंने आपका इंस्टाग्राम मैंने सबको शो करवा देना कि ही इज डूइंग अ स्कैम ऑन लाइव स्ट्रीम
First tournament that I returned to the reject team, and then we could.
दिल टूट गया मेरा स्पॉन्सर से
Happy for that.
Great, thank you. And just first
हाँ मुझे भी मिल गया मोहिब का इंस्टा इसने मुझे मेंशन किया था 9:11 पे लेकिन मेंशन डिलीट कर दिया
Sorry.
あちょろっぽなよ
家族やファンの皆さんにと何か
मोहिब
言いたいことはあ
शार्ट
り
हो
ま
गया
すか
कोई ना छोड़ो यार चलो यार
やったぞ
कितने लाइक्स हुए हैं
We did it.
やっと
भाई 150 लाइक्स हो गए बस काफी हैं इतने बस यार बस ना इस पे अब कॉपीराइट ना है यार पहले कॉपीराइट नहीं जान छोड़ रहा
We are in the world #1.
लड़के अच्छे हैं वैसे
まずは本当に応援とサポートありがとうございます。これからまた何か新しいことに挑戦して違う自分を見せれたらなと。
Thank you for supporting us, and we.
लड़के अच्छा आईडी दूं इंस्टा की नहीं खैर है छोड़ो वरना मैं दे दूं नहीं मेरे पास आईडी आ रहने तो छोड़ दो खैर भाई पैसे कमाना बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है
今まで本当に応援してくれた家族をはじめもう本当ファンの皆さんには本当に
नहीं रहने दो भाई छोड़ो अपना यार क्या हो गया
I'm really grateful for my families and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Again, congratulations on your win. And just for us to finish, I would like to invite here on stage Carol, who is my co-host. Thank you so much for being such an amazing lady, or amazing host. Thank you so much. And congratulations again for Reject, who got this win, their first global tournament that they win. Congratulations. That's a huge moment for you. And I would like to thank everyone that is here in São Paulo watching us live, and everyone who's at home too. Thank you so much for being with us. You were amazing. I loved being here at 2024 PMGO Brazil. That was an amazing experience. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Família, quero agradecer todos vocês que fazem o cenário.
I think ये Brazil से है और ये I think वो है from translator English से शायद
Muito obrigada, o nosso muito obrigada. Obrigada. A special thank you to all the broadcast shows, all the broadcast teams, the showcasters from all regions of the world. You guys are amazing. You guys make this game even more amazing. Thank you so much for all the hard work.
अल्लाह चाहे मैं चाहे इनकी जगह होती
Muito obrigada. E o nosso Muito obrigada, Isa. You are amazing. Thank you so much.
You're amazing. Everyone here is amazing. Thank you so much. See you in the next tournament. Let's go. Bye bye. See you soon.
Okay, अल्लाह हाफिज़ चलो.
Thank you.
Bye-bye from Brazil, but not bye-bye from us yet, because we still want to know who ended up there in that top 3. But we just got a chance to hear him. We got a chance to hear Sarah trying to speak some of that amazing.
चलो यार मैं ना स्ट्रीम ऑफ करता हूँ. कितनी देर हो गई है? 5 घंटे 40 मिनट हो गए हैं. आपको दिखाऊं कितनी देर हो गई है?
I mean, what a performance, Sute. We could.
देखो 5 घंटे 40 मिनट हो गए हैं. 150 लाइक्स हुए हैं. 12 बंदे इस टाइम देख रहे हैं. और मैं व्यूज़ भी दिखाता हूँ. देखो 999 व्यूज़ हुए हैं. इसके मुझे तकरीबन 50 रुपये मिल ही जाएंगे. देखो 5 घंटे 40 मिनट 37 सेकंड हो गए. बाय कॉल टाइसन लेट्स गो. अच्छा ओके बॉयस, मैं स्ट्रीम एंड कर रहा हूँ. इंशाल्लाह मिलते हैं फिर किसी स्ट्रीम पे. मुझे इजाज़त दो. अल्लाह हाफिज़. कर दूँ ना? कर दूँ? 1000 लाइक 1000 व्यूज़ हो गए बस, काफ़ी है. चलो यार.